Chapter 1193. Guasufei, Lu Qian, and Nie Qianyu were all sitting in the pavilion, chatting leisurely. The grapevines had already withered away. Although Lu Qian was talking to her mother from time to time, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Byron. Seeing Zhang Byron stop playing and look up at the sky, Lu Qian was surprised. She stood up and shouted, "Byron? What's wrong?" Before Lu Qian could finish her sentence, in the corner of the courtyard, there was a wail. Huan's forelegs gave way and it fell to the ground, peeing and shitting. This. Lu Qian was shocked and shouted, Xiaohua, sister-in-law, are you calling for me?" A voice descended from the sky, and a tall, thin, bald young man wearing a long robe landed in the middle of the courtyard. "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Lu Qian was surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's familiar voice. But when she saw her clearly, she took 2 steps back and covered her mouth. She shouted, "You! How can you be Xiaohua? No, you are Xiaohua? That's not right. How can you be Xiaohua?" Lu Qian panicked and couldn't speak clearly. She jumped out of the pavilion and stood in front of Zhang Byron. Guasufei and Nie Qianyu didn't care about Lu Qian's concern for Zhang Byron. But when they heard the wail of the whale, they also stood up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the courtyard. Lu Qian's denial stunned Guasufei. The young man in front of her looked like her youngest son. But when she looked carefully, his face was different. But when she looked again, he looked like her youngest son. What's going on? You are Xiaohua? Guasufei hesitated. Master. Zhang Byron, who was blocked by Lu Qian, seemed to have reacted. He stuck his head out from Lu Qian's leg and poked with a wooden stick in his hand while mumbling. "Mother, of course it's me." Zhang Xiaohua touched her bald head helplessly and touched her nose, which was much taller than the rest. "But, your hair, where did it go? Your nose and eyes, how did they become like this?" Guasufei hesitated. Mother. I don't know myself." Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to tell her mother that she was almost burned to death. She smiled and said, "I woke up and became like this. I don't know what happened." "Xiaohua, when did you come back?" Zhang Xiaolong came out of the house and saw to see Xiaohua's back. "Your hair. Why is it gone?" "Big brother, I just came back." Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he turned around. "Wow, who are you?" Zhang Xiaolong to see to his face to see Zhang's to see. Hi, Father Mr. Lu, come out and talk." Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and said helplessly, "There's also Ping Tian, and Ji Xiaohua. By the way, disciple, go and call your martial aunt O." Zhang Xiaohua knew to explain to her family and disciple, so she called out everyone in the courtyard. The last sentence was directed to Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua came out of the house. Although she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face changed again, her tone was the same as before. She responded casually and ran outside. Xueqi curled her lips in jealousy and looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. "Little fish Nie, you don't recognize me either." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu, who was standing in the pavilion and didn't want to come out. "Senior martial brother, you feel different from before," Nie Qianyu said while biting her lips. "How about this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and changed her face back to its original appearance. This is the same as before, but it still feels a little awkward." Nie Qianyu shook her head. Xiaohua, my child. Have you changed so much that you can't find your original appearance? Can't you change back?" Guasufei suddenly realized and cried out. "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua sweated and quickly said, No, mother, don't worry. When everyone is here, I'll tell you in detail." "Xiaohua, you. Look at what you've become." Zhang Kai held the pipe in his hand and said with a look of disappointment, "You're already the head of some Beidou school. Why are you still so mischievous?" Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a frown and whispered to Zhang Kai, "In-law, let's hear what Xiaohua has to say. No matter how I look at it, I look like Xiaohua." Right, disciple. Go to the Misty School's meeting hall and invite your martial uncle. I almost forgot about him." Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. "Yes, disciple will go now." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him disciple, Xueqi immediately jumped up and used his qinggong to jump out of the courtyard. "Little yellow, little black. What's going on with you two?" Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Black and Little Yellow's appearance and asked. Zhang Xiaohua said and thought the same. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately heard her and their eyes flashed with joy. Two timid voices that did not dare to speak loudly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Mother, father, is it you? Nonsense, of course it's father and mother. Who else could it be? Others may not recognize me, but how can you not recognize me? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Mother, father, Little Yellow and Little Black called out at the same time. Although their eyes were mostly filled with joy and a trace of fear, but neither of them dared to step forward. What's wrong with you two? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Since they knew that she was Zhang Xiaohua, these two little things should have flown over. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and stretched out her hand to pick up Little Yellow and Little Black. When the two little things saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, they were obviously extremely afraid. They wanted to retreat, but didn't dare to. When Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to grab them, the two little things first stood up and their eyes were filled with pleading. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very sensitive to the two little things' emotions and quickly retracted her hand. The two little things' eyes clearly relaxed. Scared, scared. The two little things said in unison. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but she didn't want the two little things to feel uncomfortable. She waved her hand and said, Then go to the wall and watch the courtyard. The two little things cried out and flew to the top of the wall. They looked outside and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. There was some attachment and some fear. Little fish Nya, Ping, brew some tea for master. Also, bring out the stool and table from the house. Yes, senior. Brother. The two of them replied and were about to go. Why do you need to move the table? Do you think it's summer now? It's already winter. Let's talk inside the house. Xueqi looked at the sky and said, Hee, isn't that so? Mother is still the most attentive. I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Everyone entered the house and just as they sat down, they heard a burst of laughter outside. Xiaohua, I heard that. You can't transform anymore? Needless to say, the person who came was the Misty School's big gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu. Master, I didn't say that. Xueqi came back with Zhang Xiaohu and explained before entering the house. How is it not you? You said that your master looks different from before. If it's not that I can't transform anymore, then what is it? Zhang Xiaohu said as he entered the house. He immediately saw the baldy in the house and stared at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and eyes for a moment. I remember asking you before. You said that as long as you don't use your qi, you will revert back to your original appearance. How did you become like this? Do you think that I'm Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You, aren't you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback and subconsciously took half a step back. I told you. You didn't believe me. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi, she pursed her lips and said, Why don't you ask a few questions so that you can confirm my identity? I believe you, senior brother. Nye Qianyu said with a light smile. Why? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Hee, didn't senior brother already change into his previous appearance just now? If senior brother isn't senior brother, then you don't have to use your current appearance. Why do you have to give yourself away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Based on what you said, I really don't have to explain myself. Senior brother, please tell me. This disciple also wants to know why senior brother changed into this appearance. Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed. There were a few more footsteps outside the house. Oh Yan was in Huanqi Manor. She actually came later than Zhang Xiaohu. Besides Ji Xiaohua and Qiu Tong, there were also Changgu and Chen Chen. Obviously, the four of them had received the news. Although they were puzzled, they only looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't ask anything. Oh Yan entered the house and thought for a moment. She bowed and greeted. Greetings. Senior brother sect master. Take a seat first. Zhang Xiaohua said with a wave of her hand. Oh, by the way, didn't you want me to ask you a question just now? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly said. Can I ask it now? Yes. Second brother can ask it at any time. Well then, tell me, which wall of the ethereal palace hangs the portrait of the founder of my Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu stared at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and asked. Hee specifically, the portrait of Senior Yang is not in the ethereal palace. It is in a small jade hall behind the ethereal palace. There are 3 portraits, and Senior Yang's is on the top. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. This is the first one, and the second one is in the inheritance pavilion on the first floor. I can't tell which wall it is on, but anyway, you will see it when you enter the door. Well, let me ask you again, how should I deal with the disciples of the Righteous Alliance? Second brother, do you still need to deal with them? Didn't you already deal with them by other means? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, and I still remember the password when dealing with them. Do you want me to say it? Chapter 1194. Zhang Xiaohua giggled. Second brother, don't trick me. How can I say the password? You know it's inappropriate. Do you want me to say it myself? Zhang Xiaohu blurted out. What password? Xueqi was puzzled when she heard this. Mother, you'd better ask Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu had already determined that this girl was Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing her mother looking at her, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, it's nothing. I'm just joking with second brother. All the more reason to say it. Who knows if you're right? Zhang Xiaolong, who was next to her, heard that it was a joke and unconsciously became spirited. Then, well, my disciple, prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for your master. Yes, your disciple will go now. 2 voices sounded and ran out at the same time. Not long after, Xiaohua Ji came in with a brush and ink, and Xue Tiantianji came in with a paper. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She picked up the brush and wrote 2 lines of words on the paper like crabs. I love you, Chen Chen. I love you, Chang'e. Everyone was shocked. Then they laughed. They saw Zhang Xiaolong laughing so hard that he almost held his stomach. Even Lu Qian, who was hugging Zhang Byron, was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. Zhang Kai, Mr. Liu, and Xueqi endured the extreme pain and insisted on not letting themselves laugh out loud. Chang'e and Chen Chen, however, blushed and stared at Zhang Xiaohu fiercely. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely wronged, with a look of, what does this have to do with me? After a long time, everyone stopped laughing. Zhang Xiaolong said, don't identify it. If this is not Xiaohua, who is Xiaohua? Ha ha ha. Everyone seemed to recall those 2 sentences. Zhang Xiaohu blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua was also innocent. She rolled her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu, as if to say, who told you not to believe that I am Zhang Xiaohua? Who can you blame? After a long time, everyone calmed down. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaohua's face and said, however, this is also good. You look more handsome than before. I'm afraid that you will attract the attention of many girls. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be unhappy. Sister-in-law. I used to be very unpopular? Hee, that's true. Zhang Xiaohu finally got the chance and laughed. Zhang Kai and Xueqi also laughed. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, where's your disciple? After laughing for a while, Zhang Xiaohu asked, the 2 disciples I sent have not returned yet. Have you found them? Hee, not only that. Zhang Xiaohua was also afraid that everyone would be confused about her appearance. She quickly changed the topic and said, I not only found Chu Jing, but also saw Li Jinfeng, young Master Li. Young Master Li? Why did he go to Dragon Mountain? Zhang Xiaohu was very curious. He is a weak scholar. Why is he not studying at home? Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked at Qiu Tong, who was beside Yan. She saw that there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She smiled and said, this has something to do with Sister Qiu Tong. Me? Qiu Tong was stunned. She pointed at her own nose and asked, young Master Li and I have only met a few times. How can we be related? When Yan heard this, her eyes turned a few times. She seemed to have thought of something. By the way, second brother, not only did I meet young Master Li, I also, I met your Misty School's founder's old lover. Ah? You actually went to the bottom of Worryless Lake? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and almost jumped up. What? You also know about Senior Yang's private matters? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought that since Zhang Xiaohu could see Yang Haoya's primordial spirit projection, It was normal for him to know about these matters. Xiaohua, this is Founder Yang's private matter. He, I didn't tell you. Zhang Xiaohu explained. He, you don't have to tell me. I know more than you. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Oh, by the way, Founder Yang asked me to go to Worryless Lake and say something to Senior Yu. I wonder if Senior Yu, of course Senior Yu isn't here. Oh, by the way, I really don't know if she's here or not. I didn't go to the bottom of Worryless Lake. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Disciple, make some tea. I want to tell you a story. Yes, Disciple will go now. Ji Xiaohua and Xueqi both ran out. After the two of them made tea, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls happily. Then she told them about how she went to Dragon Mountain, met Li Jinfeng, and saved Li Jinfeng. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This Li Jinfeng was indeed chivalrous and courageous. Then they looked at Qiu Tong, who was blushing and shy. Moreover, her eyes were shining with splendor and surprise. In their hearts, they added another affectionate evaluation. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she met the projection of Yu Mingxin's soul in Worryless City. Sigh. Everyone listened as if they were listening to a story. This was a love story between immortals from tens of thousands of years ago. There was sweetness, separation, and hatred in it. Continue the tea, disciple, Zhang Xiaohua shouted just as Yu Mingxin was determined to go out and fight. Before Ji Xiaohua and Xueqi could stand up, Nie Qianyu quickly placed her cup in front of Zhang Xiaohua and urged, Senior brother, what happened to Senior Yu in the end? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cup that Nie Qianyu had used and saw the tears in Nie Qianyu's eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, What other ending could there be? Don't you know the ending? Back then. Didn't you tell me in front of Worryless Lake? But, Senior brother, didn't you say that Senior Yu and Senior Yang's story was different from the rumors? Nie Qianyu asked anxiously. Yes. However, Nie Qianyu, you have to know that in this world, there are many ways to start a story, but the ending is sometimes only one way. Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully. Sigh. Nie Qianyu was obviously very concerned about the relationship between Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin. She sighed and said, Why is it so difficult to hope that people can be together for a long time? If there is no separation and misery, who would care about a happy reunion? Zhang Pinger also said, I didn't understand the meaning of Mo Xiongong on Lingering Fragrance Peak until now. I finally understand that beautiful women are always ill-fated. That Senior brother sect master, young Master Li. What about him? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua talking about Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin, Yen also felt emotional, but in her heart, she seemed to be more concerned about Li Jinfeng. She was too embarrassed to ask, so she stopped herself several times. Yen and Qiu Tong were like sisters, so she naturally knew what she was thinking. She smiled and patted Qiu Tong's hand, asking Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qiu Tong's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and she was overjoyed. Young Master Li's spring was not far away. Thus, she told him about her departure with young Master Li, how young Master Li insisted on bringing Miss May's body back for burial, and how she met Yuan Chongqing of the Lotus Escort Agency and the 2 disciples of the Misty School. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua actually met an old acquaintance, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, I knew it, the disciples I sent out are all abnormally capable, and can't be careless. So, they also searched Dragon Mountain for a long time, but that Chu Zhigao hid too well, so they couldn't find him. Yuan Chongqing actually became the head of the escort agency? I didn't hear about this before. Later, I'll get someone to invite him over. When we were at the Lotus Escort Agency, we got along quite well. Oh right, Xiaohua, where's that little disciple of yours called Chu Jing? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly remembered, and looked left and right. Where are your 2 disciples? Did they report to you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked. No. Did they just come back, and haven't reported to the meeting hall yet? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It's still early, they are still on their way. I'm afraid it'll be half a month before they come back. Zhang Xiaohu and the others were not surprised, but Qiu Tong was the first to exclaim, and then her face became hot again. Sister Qiu Tong, don't worry, Mr. Li is with the escorts of the Lotus Escort Agency and the 2 disciples of the Misty School. There shouldn't be any danger, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm not worried about Mr. Li? I'm just thinking. Qiu Tong did not know what to say. Sister Qiu Tong is worried about Miss May's body. Nie Qianyu smiled and said. Qiu Tong immediately said, yes. Although it's the 12th lunar month now, but the journey. It'll take dozens of days, I'm afraid. There won't be any problems. No. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since Mr. Li wants to do it, how can I not do my best? That's good. Qiu Tong touched her hot face and did not dare to say anything else. Xiaohua, Mr. Li is so kind. You should come back with him, Zhang Kai said. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, yes, father is right, but I have other things to do, so I have to leave early. Other things? Leave early? Nie Qianyu was stunned, then smiled and said, is it because of this that senior brother sect leader's face changed? Little fish Nie, you really have to. Zhang Xiaohua praised, then reached into her clothes and took out something. She smiled and said, everyone look. What is this? The foot-long mansion guarding spiritual steel was in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and it was emitting a faint colorful light. It looked very magical. What is this? Nie Qianyu did not know and asked softly. Xiaohua, where did you find this big blue stone? The blue stone on the southern slope of our Guozhuang house is not so square and bright. Zhang Xiaolong also asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the thing Zhang Xiaohua took out was definitely not ordinary, but he could not see anything unusual after looking around, so he coughed and said, Xiaohua, are you going to establish a sect? To build a house? This blue stone. Which kiln is it from? I'll send some disciples to buy more later. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your sect. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated when she heard that. She shouted, what are you talking about? This is really casting pearls before swine. I have nothing in common with the two of you. Chapter 1195. That's right. Little dragon, little tiger, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Lu also scolded and said with a smile, Xiaohua, your jade is really good. There are golden threads on it. Where did you get it? Zhang Xiaohua slumped on the chair and moaned, please, this is the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's mansion guarding spiritual tablet. Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Mansion guarding spiritual tablet. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what it meant. Xueqi pointed at the tablet and said, Xiaohua, what kind of mansion do you think this is? Is it for little black and little yellow? Teskeske. It's so delicate. It's really hard for you to find a skilled craftsman. Ah? Finally, there was someone who knew what was good. Zhang Xiaohu jumped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. His two big eyes were round and round. He was very surprised and said, Xiaohua, could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was about to nod, but after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, she couldn't continue. Zhang Xiaohu said, could it be? In your hand. This is Yaoshan's immortal mansion? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said helplessly, second brother, I do want to make the immortal abode a little bigger than this, but the immortal abode covers the entire Yao Mountain, and I don't have that much magical power. Oh, the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has already appeared? Zhang Xiaohu heard and shouted again. Why didn't you hear the disciples report it? And you didn't go to the Immortal Mansion to get some treasures and rob it. What are you doing sitting here? You have a big blue stone in your hand. What's the use of it? Wait, little tiger, what is this Immortal Mansion that Xiaohua is talking about? You better explain it clearly to us first. Zhang Kai was puzzled when he heard this and said loudly. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were well aware of it. Apart from Chang'e and Chen Chen, who else knew about Immortal Mansion? Oh, it's like this. Father, a few days ago, in the southwest sky, wasn't there a rainbow-colored light? Did you see it? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, yes, I saw it. I was talking to Mr. Lu about it. I'm afraid that some demon is about to descend. Zhang Kai nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu told her about the rumors of the Immortal Mansion and the words of the Misty School's founder. Finally, he smiled and said, isn't Xiaohua going to start a sect? He wanted to use Immortal Mansion as the gateway to Beidou School, but later he found out that everyone in the world had their eyes on Immortal Mansion, so he gave up the idea and went to the south to pick up his disciple. Yes, you heard it just now. Then what about now? Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked. You just said that a mortal mansion has appeared. Presumably there is already a result? Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. It was obtained by Beidou School. Really? Nie Qianyu and the others couldn't believe it, but seeing Zhang Xiaohua's tail wagging, they all cheered. This is a mortal mansion? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the life-guarding spiritual steel again. Brother, I told you that Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is on Yaoshan Mountain. This is just a life-guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. But, why didn't you stay on Yaoshan Mountain to look after your cave? Why did you come back? Zhang Xiaolong blamed her naturally. If it was occupied by others, who would we find to reason with? Then realization dawned on him. Oh, I understand. You came back to find someone to guard the door. That's not right, Xiaohua. I sent disciples out, and they came back every day. They didn't hear any news of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's appearance. Could it be? Looking at her two brothers, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said to her eldest brother. Big brother, Immortal Abode isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Now, Immortal Abode belongs to the Big Dipper sect. Unless I, the founder of the Big Dipper sect, agree, no one can enter. So, I didn't come back to find you to guard the door. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, Immortal Mansion's appearance was yesterday. I'm afraid you won't receive the news until tomorrow. That's right. It's no wonder that the inner disciples of the fragrant cult didn't mention it yesterday. Zhang Xiaohu also realized. I forgot about the fact that you can fly. Inner disciples of fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What are they doing here? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Oyen and smiled. This matter. Let's talk about it later. It's about Misty School and Fragrance Cult. Senior brother sect leader, since Immortal Mansion is already ours, you. The mansion guarding spiritual steel in your hand. What is it? Zhang Pinger asked with joy. Mansion guarding spiritual steel, as the name suggests, it's a steel used to suppress Immortal Mansion. Xueqi interrupted. Oh, I know. Ji Xiaohua, who had always been quiet, shouted. It's the same as the stone steel in the temple that suppressed the old turtle. Damn, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said loudly, it has nothing to do with that. Whatever old turtle. This mansion guarding spiritual steel is used to control Immortal Mansion. Control Immortal Mansion? What's the use of it? Guosufei was even more puzzled. The place where we live needs to be controlled? Yes, whether it was the small courtyard of the Zhang family in Guozhuang House or the courtyard in Huanxi Villa, they all needed to be controlled? Senior brother sect leader, this thing is the key to Immortal Mansion. Oyen was worthy of being the owner of Huanxi Villa. She knew the use of the key very well and hit the nail on the head. Yes, it is. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her thigh. Hee, can I have a look? Nie Qianyu laughed. Here, isn't it easy to have a look? Zhang Xiaohua said and handed over the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The 1-foot square mansion guarding spiritual steel looked very heavy. Nie Qianyu used all her strength to take it, but when she grabbed it with both hands, her hands actually went through the middle of the mansion guarding spiritual steel as if there was nothing there at all. This. Nie Qianyu was stunned and almost fell down. She had used all her strength to take it. Oh, how could this be? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. But when she reached out to touch it, the mansion guarding spiritual steel was still there. There was no change. Let me see. Oyen also came forward and touched it with her hand. However, she also grabbed nothing. She didn't get anything. Zhang Xiaolong and the others were also curious. Everyone touched it, but no one caught it. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohua could touch it. It's weird. After touching it with his hand, Mr. Lu pinched his beard and smiled. It's really Immortal Mansion. This key is also different from ordinary ones. Well, only Master can hold it. Others can't steal it. This Immortal Mansion will always belong to Beidou School. Ji Xiaohua said. Master. Behind Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Byron, who had been holding a small stick, came over to poke Zhang Xiaohua with the stick again. Seeing the mansion guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Byron's eyes lit up. He threw the stick aside and grabbed it with one hand. Everyone else's hand was empty, but Zhang Byron's hand was holding the corner of the mansion guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She loosened her hand and let it fall down a little. Unexpectedly, the mansion guarding spiritual steel didn't fall down like Zhang Xiaohua thought. Instead, it was firmly held in Zhang Byron's hand. Zhang Byron laughed and held this little thing with both hands. He was very happy. Then, something even more incredible happened. Zhang Byron took the mansion guarding spiritual steel and put it into his mouth, which was full of saliva. He wanted to bite it. Byron, this isn't for eating. Lu Qian was already used to it. She tried to block it as she spoke. She forgot that she couldn't touch the spirit steel. She swept her hand and the spirit steel was sent to Zhang Byron's mouth. The mansion guarding spiritual steel shrank rapidly as it was sent to Zhang Byron's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by Zhang Byron and disappeared without a trace. Io-san. Lu Qian was shocked. This wasn't a small marble or a small piece of paper. This was a piece of limestone that was bigger than a limestone. Lu Qian jumped in fright and hugged Zhang Byron. She quickly put Zhang Byron's face down on her knees and used her other hand to hit Zhang Byron's back. It looked like she wanted to hit the mansion guarding spiritual steel out of Zhang Byron's stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was stunned at first. Then, she laughed as if she thought of something. She clapped her hands and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good. Byron, you are indeed the first disciple of our Beidou school." Xiaohua, stop fooling around. Byron won't choke, right? Lu Qian was about to cry. Sister-in-law, don't worry. That spirit steel isn't much smaller than Byron. If it was something normal, how could Byron swallow it? Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. "Oh, that's right." Lu Qian came to her senses and carried Byron. When she looked at Byron carefully, she saw that Byron was all smiles and seemed to be playing with something fun. How could he be in pain? Byron, spit it out. Lu Qian said angrily. "Mother." Byron's mouth twitched as if he was unwilling. "Good disciple. Give it to Master. Master will bring you somewhere to play. There are better places." Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and said with a smile. When Zhang Byron heard that there were better places, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out the mansion guarding spiritual steel into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the spirit steel and sighed. She put it into the money bag and said, "When the mansion guarding spiritual steel is refined to the end, it can be absorbed into the body. It's just that my cultivation is too low and I can't do it. I didn't expect Byron to be able to absorb it into his body without refining it." Everyone was shocked, especially Xue Tian, Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yen didn't have any objections to Zhang Byron being the first disciple of Beidou school. After all, they were considered Zhang Xiaohua's junior sisters. Ji Xiaohua didn't need to say anything. He already saw Zhang Byron as a young master. However, Xue Tian was different. He used to be the first disciple of the Misty School's younger generation. He was definitely a candidate to be the first disciple of the Beidou school. Although he was impressed by Zhang Xiaohua's immortal methods, he still had a grudge against a child who wasn't even 4 years old. At this time, he saw that the spirit steel that he couldn't touch was absorbed into Zhang Byron's body. Even his master, Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't do it. He was convinced. The first disciple of the Beidou school was Zhang Byron. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1196. Xiaohua. How did the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion appear yesterday? How did you get it? Zhang Xiaohu asked enviously. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, cleared her throat, and told her what happened at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua, you said, you don't know? You just slept for a while and your face changed? Your hair is gone? Your eyebrows are gone too? Xueqi was still concerned about the changes in her youngest son's appearance. The Immortal Mansion was not as important as her son. Yes, mother, I don't know what happened. I'm very puzzled. This sentence was the truth. So Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. Senior brother head. Are you so bold? In front of the leader of the fragrance cult, the abbot of the Dalan temple, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance. You announced the establishment of Beidou School? They actually congratulated our Beidou School? Zhang Pinger's eyes were full of little stars. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua straightened her somewhat thin chest and said, I'm the master of the immortal mansion. At that time, their lives were in my hands. If I was unhappy, I would take their lives. How would they dare to disobey? Hee. The Righteous Alliance lost hundreds of disciples at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Xiaohua, you're really ruthless. Zhang Xiaohu was more concerned about the Righteous Alliance. Actually, I didn't want to be so ruthless at first, but after a while, I used the power of the Immortal Mansion to make them tell the truth. Only then did I know. These people bullied men and women, humiliated the weak. When I thought of Mr. Li and Miss Mei, I got angry. So I killed them all. At the mention of this, Zhang Xiaohua said bitterly, I don't know how Lu Town is doing. Lu Town is very close to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua. Oh, should I call you Head Ren? Hee. You're already the head of Beidou School. When will you take over Meng? Chang'e laughed. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger's faces were somewhat unnatural. Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, Alas, we still have to wait. Our Beidou School is still too weak. Master, when will we move to the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Ji Xiaohua plucked up her courage and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. He scratched his hairless head and said, This. Master didn't think about it. I just chased all the sect leaders down Yao Mountain this morning. Didn't I just come back? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is not too far away, you see. Then she looked at Xuefei and Zhang Kai and said, Dad, Mom, you two come with me. Second brother has a lot of things to do. He's still the focus of all the sects in Jianghu. Maybe there will be some fights in the future. You're not safe here. Then she thought of something and turned to Nie Qianyu and said, By the way, Nie Qianyu, Valley Master Nie is also in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. He seems to be injured, but it's not very serious. I've already told him that you're in Misty School. He'll come over in a few days. That's great. Nie Qianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, she had always wanted to ask about it. However, she knew that there were many people in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to meet her father. Now that she heard that her father was safe and sound, she was greatly relieved. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, You're right. The Righteous Alliance suffered a loss because of you. I still have thousands of their disciples, which is very important to him. Soon, the Righteous Alliance will launch an attack on our Misty School. Mom, Dad, Mr. Liu, brother, and sister-in-law are no longer safe in Huanxi Mountain Manor. You'd better go to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion as soon as possible. You're not safe here. The Misty School is a place where all the heroes of Jianghu gather. It'll definitely raise a storm of blood. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. According to what you said, so many people died in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. The entire Jianghu has been greatly weakened. Moreover, with the emergence of your Beidou School, it's estimated that in the next few years, everyone's eyes will be on your Beidou School. Who will care about small sects like ours? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Perhaps only Chuanxiang Cult and the Righteous Alliance will be unwilling. Then, when we go up Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, won't we be seen by the disciples of other sects? I'm afraid it'll bring trouble to second martial uncle, right? Shui Tiantian frowned and said, Disciple, you don't have to worry about this. I have a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said. Zhang Xiaohua talked non-stop for a long time. It was getting late and everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger. However, they didn't notice it because they were interested in listening. Now that Zhang Xiaohua stopped, they all realized it. Guasufei, Lu Qian, and Qiu Tong went to prepare the meal. O Yan was also about to go, but she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu. Miss O, I have something to ask you. O Yan was stunned and nodded. Sect leader Zhang, there's no harm in asking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Chang'e and then turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you come too. This is about Chuanxiang Cult. Maybe you can give some advice. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this matter had nothing to do with her. She was just being used by her second brother to avoid suspicion, so she laughed and said, Okay, I'm the most magnanimous person. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's words. He glanced outside and said, Come with me. Following Zhang Xiaohu to the pavilion outside, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked, Second brother, do you want to keep it a secret? It's best if you have any tricks. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and placed a few jade talismans around the pavilion. She made a gesture and a silent restriction was casually placed by Zhang Xiaohua. The cultivation of the late stage of qi refining was really different from the middle stage of qi refining. If it was a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be so relaxed. Is it done? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Okay, you guys talk. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Do you need me to seal my ears? No need, Zhang Xiaohu said solemnly. Then he sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked at Oyen, saying, Miss O, do you remember? The 3 conditions you promised Abbess Jing-yi at Lingxiang Peak's Emotian Palace? Oyen blushed and nodded. I remember. Why? Then she suddenly realized something and said in surprise, Don't tell me. The fragrance cult wants my Misty School to cooperate with them? Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, that's right. Yesterday, Abbess Jing-yi sent an inner court disciple over with a decree. She wants our Misty School to fulfill our promise and make preparations to meet them at the right place at the right time. Saying this, the corner of his mouth curved into a bitter smile and said, This? I was very confused. I only realized it after the inner court disciple left. Oyen looked at Zhang Xiaohua and also smiled bitterly. Faction leader Zhang, I know what Abbess Jingyi wants, but where and when I don't know. Hee, that's good. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Because I talked to Xiaohua about this before, I also know a little. Although I don't know when, where, or what, I have a rough idea of who will be involved. After the inner sect disciple of the cult of incense left, I had a discussion with Elder Li, Elder Lu, Vice Faction Leader 1, Vice Faction Leader Lu, and Hall Leader Xue. We already know the specific location and time, but we don't know where the sheepskin scroll is. Thinking back to that day in Mo Xian's palace, Miss O answered so confidently that you must know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll. That's why I had a private discussion with Miss O. Oyen smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to her. She felt an indescribable sense of security. When Zhang Xiaohua received the sheepskin scroll and the paper box, she had promised not to tell anyone. Sure enough, although Zhang Xiaohu was her biological second brother and the faction leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua still kept her promise and did not tell Zhang Xiaohu about the sheepskin scroll. Faction leader Zhang. Although I didn't do the wrong thing and I know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll, but the sheepskin scroll is not in my hands. Ah? Then, where is it hidden in ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Hee, it's not hidden in ethereal heights. Oyen smiled and said, It's in someone's collection. Who? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Far away on the horizon but close in front of you. Oyen answered without hesitation. Who? Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing next to him with a smile. He pointed at her in disbelief and said, Him? Xiaohua. Oyen nodded and said, It's my faction leader senior brother. After saying that, she smiled and covered her mouth. Sai Xiaohua, you're really good at hiding it. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That sheepskin scroll was given to Oyen by faction leader O of the Misty School. I'm keeping it for Oyen. Of course I can't tell you. Well, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and asked Oyen this. Can you give me the sheepskin scroll now? Well, of course. Faction leader senior brother said it well. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Since I've promised to spread the incense cult, I'll keep my promise. The sheepskin scroll is in faction leader senior brother's hands. Let senior brother give it to faction leader Zhang. After saying that, Oyen let out a long breath and said, Well, the matter between me and the Misty School can be considered finished. Don't, Oyen. There's still a paper box. Zhang Xiaohua said. That longevity pill. I'll leave it to faction leader senior brother. Big brother. Didn't say anything. I don't dare to make a decision. Faction leader senior brother. Keep it for yourself. You can use it yourself or give it to others. I won't care. Easy for you to say. What is this longevity pill? I don't even know what it is. How can I use it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Faction leader senior brother is a cultivator of the path of immortality. If you don't even know about this longevity pill, then I don't even know. I only know that there are rumors in the Jianghu that this longevity pill can prolong one's life. As for whether it can or can't, I don't know. Ah? There's such a miraculous pill? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1197. Speaking of alchemy, Zhang Xiaohua had also refined a lot of elixirs, such as healing, blood replenishing, detoxifying, increasing one's power, and even frightening one's mind. He knew a lot of elixir recipes, but Zhang Xiaohua had never heard or seen an elixir that could increase one's life. If there was such an elixir, then it must be a real elixir. Is there a real immortal in the secret site? Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts, but then he thought that Wan Wuxin, Yang Haoya, Yu Mingxin, and the earliest Sakra all came here from the transmission array in the secret site. They also stayed in the secret site. If there was such a magical elixir, they must have taken it long ago, and there was no need to leave any projection of their primordial spirits. Of course, if the longevity pill could only prolong a person's life, it could also be explained. But then, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help laughing. It was the same as what Peng thought at that time. No one knew the length of life. After taking it, no one knew whether your life was prolonged or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hoarse laughter, Yan said, I'm sure senior brother sect leader has also thought of the strange aspects of this longevity pill, so I'll leave this matter to senior brother sect leader. Then she got up and said to Zhang Xiaohu, Grandmaster Zhang, I'll go back and pack up. Please come to Huanqi Villa tomorrow, and I'll hand over all the affairs of Huanqi Villa, account books, keys and other things to them. Zhang Xiaohu quickly got up and said anxiously, Miss O. Why? This matter needs to be discussed again. Yan said with a smile, Grandmaster Zhang, I'm now a disciple of Beidou School. Our Beidou School has been established in Yaoshan. If I don't go to Yaoshan, why should I stay in Huanqi Villa? This. Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss for words. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Second brother, Yan is right. Huanxi Mountain Villa is the private property of the Misty School. It's really inappropriate for Yan to be in charge of it. Our Yaoshan Immortal Mansion also has such a villa, which is enough for our Beidou School's disciples to live in. We should ask the Misty School to take back Huanxi Mountain Villa. Eldest Miss O, don't be anxious. When we return at night, I'll discuss it with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu again. Haha, how about this? After dinner, I'll go with Grand Faction Leader Zhang to explain this matter to the two elders. What do you think? Yan was determined to leave at this time. I see. All right, I'll listen to Miss O's arrangement. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and agreed. Then, I'll go to prepare dinner first. Senior brother, please discuss with gang leader Zhang. Yan smiled and went out of the pavilion. Looking at Yan's thin back, Zhang Xiaohu sighed slightly. Why bother? Second brother, it's awkward for Yan to stay here. Second sister-in-law also has a grudge in her heart. It's better not to meet each other. Everyone will be straightforward. Zhang Xiaohua persuaded. Although that's the case, when I think that I drove Grand Faction Leader O's sister away from Huanxi Mountain Villa as soon as I took over the Misty School, I always feel uncomfortable. Haha, what's the matter? The news of the opening of Beidou School's Yaoshan Immortal Mansion will be spread to the Misty School in the next 2 days. You tell the Misty School's disciples that Yan entered Beidou School. Everyone will make a clear choice between Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Huanxi Mountain Villa. Everyone will only be envious. Who will think of this? Alas, that's the only way. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. What do you mean that's the only way? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has beautiful lakes and mountains. It's 10 times, no, 100 times better than Huanxi Mountain Villa and Misty Mountain Villa. Anyone will make the same choice. Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully. Tisk. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua was boasting again, but he was also disdainful. Here. Second brother. This sheepskin scroll is for you. Zhang Xiaohua handed the sheepskin scroll to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu took it and looked at it with twilight. He said with a smile, it really is the ring finger of 5 Claw Peak. But I heard from Marshal Uncle Lu that 5 Claw Peak Xuanjujub Forest requires 4 sheepskin scrolls to be put together. Only on the 15th day of the first month can the method of entering and leaving be revealed. It's really strange. Yes, it should be. This is the method of the immortal Tao. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That day, I saw Xuanjujub Forest on my way back to Guozhuang House. Fortunately, I wasn't left inside. That's why. Second brother, you can't be careless. You must have the 4 sheepskin scrolls to reveal the method of entering and leaving. You mustn't take any risks. Of course. If it wasn't so dangerous and so difficult to enter, why would Abbess Jingyi let me out of the Misty School? Just for this sheepskin scroll? Heh, heh. She didn't expect it to be in the hands of a disciple of her incense sect. All right, Xiaohua, take it. Zhang Xiaohu said as he handed over the sheepskin scroll. For me? Why me again? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands repeatedly as if she were a great burden. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, this sheepskin scroll is extremely important. Perhaps during this period of time, people from the incense cult, the Righteous Alliance, or even the Water Cloud Room will come looking for this sheepskin scroll. Leaving it with me is the safest place. Only your money pouch is the safest place in this world. And Xuanjujub Forest is such a dangerous place. Do you want me to go alone? But you and Master Wan, Master Lu, and the others, they've been to Xuanjujub Forest, right? Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Heh, of course they've been there. But don't you want to go to Xuanjujub Forest? Maybe there's something good in there. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Incense Sect and Dalan Temple both want to enter the secret plane. You're now the head of Beidou School. Don't you want to go in and see what they're up to? Moreover, if they were to harbor ill intentions towards you in the secret plane, would you have the heart to let them do so? And don't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed the sheepskin scroll and said, I give up. 5 Claws Peak is not far from Yaoshan. You can go there when the time comes. Haha, I've said it before. Brothers fighting a tiger, father and son going to war. You won't leave them alone. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He patted her hard and said, your bald head is really pleasing to the eye. You should have shaved your head long ago. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and asked again, by the way, what time and place is it? I'll probably stay in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion for a while. I'll go find you when the time comes. Oh, my master already told me that they made an appointment with Yanming Jusher of Yanming Villa on the 14th night of the first lunar month at 5 Claws Peak's Index Finger Peak. Abbess Jingyi didn't make any other appointment. It should be here. All right, the full moon is in the canopy, and we're meeting at dusk. Master Yanming is also a wonderful person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Unfortunately, Yanming Jusher. Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth when he heard Ji Xiaohua shouting in the distance. Master, second uncle, it's time to eat. All right, I'm coming. Zhang Xiaohua had already removed the restriction when Yan left. She turned around and said, let's go, second brother. Let's eat first. Later, you and Yan can go and explain to Elder Lu and Elder Li tomorrow. Prepare a few carriages. I'll bring father and mother to see my Big Dipper sect. Heh, aren't you going to invite me? Of course you're welcome. But at this time, your Misty School has a lot of things to do. Can you leave? Heh, I'll go back and discuss with Elder Li. I can steal half a day of leisure. Well, that's true. All the sects are now in Yaoshan and haven't left yet. The Righteous Alliance. It's estimated that they won't do anything to Misty School before the secret plane. Moreover, all the sects are watching Beidou School. Who will pay attention to my Misty School? Besides, well, don't say any more. Let's eat first. I don't care if you leave or not. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and dragged Zhang Xiaohu to the central room. After dinner, Yan followed Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen to Ethereal Heights. When they heard that Yan was going to return Huanqi Villa to Misty School, Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were hesitant. However, when they heard that Beidou School had already established a sect in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and that Yan was going to go to Yaoshan, their reaction was as Zhang Xiaohua had expected. They were extremely supportive. Then, Zhang Xiaohu sent out elite disciples to assist in the inventory and handover of Huanqi Villa overnight. The Zhang family's arrangement was even simpler. Zhang Kai and Xueqi also learned from their previous experience. They only packed their belongings and did not bring any other supplies. The next morning, 10 carriages were ready and waiting outside the courtyard of the Zhang family's Xueqi villa. When he saw so many carriages, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he understood and could not help but smile bitterly. Except for the first 6 carriages, which were empty, the other 4 carriages were full of food and vegetables. It was Yan who had bought them overnight and was going to bring them to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, Yan smiled and said, "Master, Immortal Mansion has just appeared, so there must be no food in it. I took the liberty to buy some first. By the way, the boxes that you gave me last time, I also put them in one place. Come with me, master, and let's collect them together." "Well, Yan, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. He had long stopped eating, so he really did not think of such things. He really did not know if there was any food in Immortal Mansion. After putting those things into the belt, Yan and Qiu Tong handed over all the affairs of Xuanqi Villa to the Misty School, leaving only Elder Yu beside the carriage. Although it was just a simple handover, it was also very complicated. Yan and Qiu Tong came back in a hurry when the sun was high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Ji Xiaohua, and Xue Tian were in one carriage. Mr. Liu, Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and Zhang Byron were in another carriage. Chang'e, Chen, Nie Chenyu, and Zhang Pinger were in another carriage. Yan, Qiu Tong, and Elder Yu were in another carriage. The remaining 2 carriages were loaded with some sundries of the Zhang family, and then they were on their way. However, Little Black and Little Yellow seemed to be very afraid of Zhang Xiaohua. They even ran to Zhang Byron's carriage and left with Zhang Byron. Along the way, they met many disciples of small sects returning from Yaoshan. They talked about the establishment of the Big Dipper sect and the matter of Yaoshan Immortal Abode. However, they would never have thought that the Big Dipper sect, which was at the peak of its power, was in the 4 carriages beside them. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1198. Other than the heated discussions about the Beidou school and their undisguised admiration for the sect leader of Beidou school, most of the people in the pugilistic world were whispering about the Yao Mountain mummies. The entire pugilistic world now knew that while they were fighting for the immortal abode with all their might, the Tenryu sect had laid a huge trap beneath their feet. The Tenryu sect had sucked the blood out of all the dead and injured. This kind of strange thing, everyone had only seen it in ghost stories. They had never encountered it in real life. Now that they really encountered it, everyone felt a chill down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their skin as they thought about it. However, humans were always curious. Who could resist it? Whenever they had free time, they would look around and discuss in hushed voices. As for whether the Tenryu sect was behind it or whether they had any evidence, who would care? In any case, the Tenryu sect was already mysterious to begin with. Now, they had been given a strange outer coat. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the carriage and listened to the discussions by the roadside. Her lips curled into a smile. That day, she had exposed the Tenryu sect on Yao Mountain with the intention of causing the Tenryu sect to be in a terrible fix. The more chaotic the Tenryu sect was, the more chances she would have to bring Meng Meng out of the Tenryu sect openly. She would not be in such a difficult situation now. The carriage moved very slowly and only arrived near Yao Mountain on the 4th day. Along the way, although they met many people from the pugilistic world, they had just gone through a near-death experience and were mentally exhausted. Moreover, many disciples from different sects were traveling together. Zhang Xiaohua's group of 10 unescorted carriages was of course a little eye-catching, but they did not encounter any trouble. On the 3rd day, the carriage bumped into the Yuli Alliance, which was heading towards Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to expose her whereabouts and only brought Nie Chenyu to meet Valley Head Nie. She instructed him to go to the Misty School first and wait for Zhang Xiaohu to return from Yao Mountain before meeting him. After a few days of recuperation, Valley Head Nie's injuries were much better. Nie Chenyu was happy to see that her father was fine. She gave him the meridian soothing elixir that she had obtained from Zhang Xiaohua. Valley Head Nie was pleasantly surprised and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua avoided the bow, saying that she was the one who gave it to Nie Chenyu and did not dare to accept it. Valley Master Nie understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. Although he felt regretful, he also felt gratified. Every family's parents would always think for their children first. Nie Qianyu would enter Beidou school and live in Yao Mountain immortal abode in the future. This kind of immortal fate was envied by tens of thousands of people in the pugilistic world. If he did not have such an opportunity in the future, then it was nothing. Nie Qianyu was a little reluctant to part with her father. Everything from the past flashed before her eyes. In the past, no matter how far she had traveled or how much danger she had taken, her roots were always in Rejuvenation Valley and she was always with her father. What about the future? She was a disciple of Beidou school. Not to mention whether it was convenient to enter and leave Yao Mountain immortal abode. Just the distance between Yao Mountain and Rejuvenation Valley was more than a dozen days' journey. Zhang Xiaohua understood Nie Qianyu's thoughts. Seeing her return to the carriage unhappily, she could only sigh slightly. Valley head Nie was not Mr. Lu, nor was he Elder Yu or Qiu Tong. Rejuvenation Valley was a sect in the pugilistic world. Before Beidou school had a firm foothold, he could not casually agree to anything. From afar, everyone lifted the carriage curtains from time to time to look at Yao Mountain, which was getting closer and closer. They wanted to see Yao Mountain immortal abode's appearance. However, although it was a warm winter day and the sky was clear, Yao Mountain immortal abode was shrouded in a faint white fog. Only the faint outline of Yao Mountain immortal abode could be seen clearly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is one of the concealment methods of immortal abode. Previously, when it was born, it was a sign that no one was controlling it. Those strange phenomena all consume vital energy. Now that the vital energy of heaven and earth is not sufficient, this immortal mansion also has to live a tight life." Ha ha ha. Nie Qianyu laughed when she got off the carriage. "This, Xiaohua, Yao Mountain is still far away. Why did you get off the carriage here? Mother isn't tired. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible." Xueqi looked at the towering Yao Mountain and frowned. "It's okay, Mother. You don't have to climb the mountain. Xiaohua is strong. Just let him carry you," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hee, Mother, let's go home. How can we climb the mountain? If you really climb the mountain, you won't even be able to touch the door of immortal abode. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he took out a cross-shaped Dharma artifact from his money pouch and threw it to the ground. He infused it with a Dharma seal and the Dharma artifact disappeared. Not long after, a milky white halo about 10 feet wide appeared where the Dharma artifact was. "This is," Zhang Kai said curiously. "This circle of light is. Do we enter through this circle of light?" Zhang Xiaohu had seen Immortal Abode's methods and understood a little. Mother, Father, wait a moment. This is the first time I've used this method to enter Immortal Abode. Let me try it first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stepped into the circle of light. She cast a spell and with a flash of light, her figure disappeared. After a moment, another flash of light appeared and Zhang Xiaohua's figure reappeared. She said with a smile, "Mother, Father and Mr. Lu, come here first. I'll bring you in." "Why is it so troublesome?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "If you're not here, won't we be unable to enter Immortal Abode?" Hee. Isn't your family's Byron able to swallow the mansion guarding spiritual steel? With the mansion guarding spiritual steel, there's a staircase on Yao Mountain that leads directly to the gate of Immortal Abode. But look, there are many martial artists around Yao Mountain. If they see, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Then you'd better let Byron learn this circle of light. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Zhang Xiaolong blinked and said, "Don't worry, big brother. When I'm familiar with Immortal Abode, I'll make some jade talismans for you to enter and exit. We don't need these complicated things, okay?" While the two of them were talking, Zhang Kai, Xueqi, and Mr. Lu entered the circle of light. Zhang Xiaohua looked and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, and Byron, come in too." When the three of them stepped into the circle of light, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the 7 figures disappeared. Xueqi stood in the circle of light and held Zhang Kai's hand. She felt her body sink and her vision swayed. Before she could close her eyes, the scene in front of her changed greatly. Was this really Yao Mountain? How can there be such a big lake? Xueqi exclaimed. Mr. Lu had been to Yao Mountain before. He didn't remember there being a lake on Yao Mountain. He could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of surprise. "Mother, there's no lake on Mount Yao. This is Immortal's Abode, and the lake in Immortal's Abode is where we'll live in the future." You stay here for a while. I'll bring second brother and the others in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and disappeared again. Although Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the mansion-guarding spirit steel, he could only refine one layer. He still couldn't control most of the places in Immortal Abode. After thinking for a long time, he decided that the only place next to the lake was the servant's residence with a lake and trees. It was similar to Guozhuang House. That was why he directly sent his parents here. Not long after, the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua, reduced to a porter, brought the rest of the people and 10 carriages to the shore. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. No one expected Yao Mountain to have such a beautiful lake and mountain scenery. Senior brother sect leader. Is this our immortal abode? This is really too big, isn't it? In the future, are we going to live here? Although O Yan had seen the world, she could only stammer as she asked. This is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. This. I won't hide it from you. This is just the servants' living quarters. The space it occupies is less than half of the entire immortal abode. Ah? Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu said incredulously, Xiaohua, you're bragging again. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel and pointed at the golden part. I can only refine 10% of this mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Therefore, we can only live in the lowest level place for now. This lowest level place is already so big. Isn't the entire immortal abode even bigger? As if this wasn't convincing enough, she patted the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Everyone's eyes flashed and they arrived at another cliff. Look, there are 9 pavilions here. We're living in the white one. As for the other 8, we can't go to them yet. Moreover, this is only a part of the immortal abode. As for the other places, I don't know. Sect leader ran this pavilion. Doesn't seem right. We were at the lakeside just now. Elder Yu said curiously. Elder Yu, why don't you try stepping on that praying mat? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Elder Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping on it. The praying mat flew toward the white pavilion. Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, let's use this too. It's quite fun. Zhang Xiaohua saw the envy in Shui Tiantian's eyes. She waved her hand and said, Disciples, go. Yes, master. Shui Tiantian and Ji Xiaohua said in unison and ran over. Each of them took a praying mat and flew over. Zhang Xiaohu was also tempted. Seeing that his parents were hesitating, he couldn't help but urge Father, Mother, their Xiaohua. There won't be any danger. Just treat it as fun. Zhang Kai laughed. Only then did he step on the praying mat and look down at the sky. He felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua hurried over and supported him with one hand. She smiled and said, Father, I'll go with you. As they spoke, the two of them each took a praying mat and floated in the air, flying towards the pavilion. With Zhang Xiaohua supporting him, Zhang Kai mustered up his courage. After flying for a while, he opened his eyes and looked around. He listened to the sound of the wind and laughed. Son, Father also became an immortal for a while today. Ha. Everyone behind him was relieved when they heard Zhang Kai's laughter. Guosufei, Mr. Lu, and the rest also got onto the praying mats with the help of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. When everyone entered the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were already waiting inside. Chapter 1199. How is it? Is it fun? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. It's fun. Shui Tiantian said first. Seeing Shui Tiantian's happy expression, as if he had escaped from the sorrow of losing his father, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy and said, Do you still want to play? Shui Tiantian hesitated for a moment and said honestly, Disciple wants to. But there's still a long time, let's play slowly in the future. Don't get tired of playing, otherwise, there won't be any more fun in the future. Elder Yu pointed at the door and said, Sect Master Ren, the lake is behind us? Yes, Elder Yu, please. When everyone walked out of the palace, sure enough, there was a pool of clear water rippling with the wind and lush green trees. Although it was a plain scene, it had the aura of an immortal. What a good place to go. Mr. Lu praised, to be able to spend one's entire life here. It's not a waste of one's life. Xiaohua, this lake. How do we get there? Zhang Kai was very sensitive and noticed. Isn't that right, Father? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. This small boat requires the use of true qi, otherwise, it would require the use of oars. Wait a moment, I'll go out and find an ordinary boat and oars. Senior brother sect master. Are the things in the main hall used for cultivation? Zhang Pinger asked again. He, you guys are really impatient. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the curious faces of her disciples and turned to Zhang Kai and said, Father, let's go back first. This immortal residence will be ours in the future. We have plenty of time to enjoy it. As she spoke, she waved her big sleeves, and the scene in front of everyone changed. They were actually at the shore of the lake again. This is it, Zhang Xiaohu praised. Xiaohua, you really have the cultivation of an immortal. Not at all, second brother. This is all because I used the immortal residence's spiritual steel and used the immortal residence's power. How can I have this kind of magical power? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said. Then she looked at the pond not far away and the pavilion beside the pond and said, The pavilions over there are all empty. Everyone can choose one, there's no one living in them. Is there mine too? Zhang Xiaohu asked shamelessly. There is, but there is only one. Don't fight with my disciple for a place. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chang'e and Chen Chen had been shocked and curious all the time, so they didn't say anything. Hearing this, they blushed again. That's enough. Let father, mother, big brother, and big sister-in-law pick first, then your disciple. I'll pick last. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips. Zhang Kai and Guosufei looked at the extraordinarily exquisite small building and said happily, This. Do we still need to choose? Which one? Is something we can't even dream of. After the elders had chosen at random, Nie Qianyu and the others found a small building that they liked. Of course, Ji Xiaohua and Xue Tian lived in the same building. Qiu Tong didn't have to choose and lived with O Yen. In the end, there were still a lot of small buildings left. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and chose one for himself. Chang'e and Chen Chen also chose one next to Zhang Xiaohu. Well, big brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, you put the things in the carriage with father and mother. I'll take the food and other things later. I'll take my disciples to the front. What about Byron? Lu Qian smiled. Of course he will go. He is the chief disciple of Beidou School. Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Byron with a smile. Zhang Byron looked around with his eyes wide open, as if he was also very curious and liked it very much. Let's go. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeve and they all disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in the main hall of the Lingxiao Palace. Ah? This place is... Although everyone had used the praying mat just now and had flown through the air, but even Nun Jingyi and Master Chongshang were dazed by the scene. How could they control themselves? After a long while, O Yen heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. Are we in the sky? If he accidentally falls down, will he die? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Why don't you take a step forward and see? O Yen stood carefully on the white cloud and didn't dare to move. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, she suppressed the violent beating of her heart and took a small step forward. O Yen only felt that her body was floating, like a fallen leaf in the wind. She slid forward slightly and there were still faint white clouds under her feet. O Yen had only taken one step, but Xue Tian had already run several steps ahead of her. Suddenly, everyone was overjoyed. They floated around the main hall, but no matter how they floated, they couldn't cross the boundary of the red clouds. How about Byron? Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and put Zhang Byron in the air. Immediately, a white cloud formed under Byron's body. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the throne in the center and smiled. Go Byron, go there. When Byron heard this, he staggered and slowly flew towards the center. Unfortunately, out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, when Zhang Byron reached the border of the red clouds, he was also blocked. Zhang Byron patted the invisible barrier in front of him and opened his small mouth, about to cry. Haha Byron, don't cry. Master will take you there. Zhang Xiaohua carried Zhang Byron and appeared on the central throne in a flash. Haha. Zhang Byron saw this and laughed loudly. He struggled out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms and slowly walked around the central throne, playing. Cough, cough. All right, disciples. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 5 disciples in the main hall and coughed. Yes, master. Ji Xiaohua and Xue Tiantian stopped and bowed to salute.
Yes, senior brother.
Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yan also stopped and bowed. Yes, yesterday, I announced the opening of Beidou School in front of everyone in the martial arts world. But you were all in Huanxi Mountain Villa, so you couldn't see yesterday's grand occasion. Now, my Beidou School. 6 disciples are gathered in this Ling Shao Palace. It was the biggest occasion since the opening of my Beidou School. Master, there is still a junior brother? How old is he? When will he come? Xue Tiantian asked. That junior brother of yours, is called Chu Jing. He's not much older than Bai Ren. He's also a dying child. He should be on his way now. Perhaps he'll arrive in 10 days or so. At that time, our Big Dipper sect will really be complete. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Our Beidou School has finally opened in Yaoshan. Nie Qianyu and the other 2 junior sisters said in unison. Yes, everything is difficult at the beginning. My Beidou School opened yesterday because we have a very high starting point. You are also standing at a higher place than others. However, these are all external factors. If you want to step on the path of immortality, you need to work hard and study hard to achieve great success. Yes, we will follow Master's instructions. Everyone bowed to salute. Yes, there is no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Look at your senior brother, he is still playing at my feet. When Zhang Bairen heard himself mentioned, he raised his head and tilted his head to the side with a smile. Haha. Everyone laughed. That day, when I called myself the Beidou School, it was just a casual remark. I didn't really want to open this school. However, since I got such an immortal opportunity and took the Yaoshan immortal abode, if I don't do something, I am afraid I will be punished by the heavens. Therefore, even though all of you have different aptitudes and different experiences, but I have accepted all of you as my disciples. As for me, I am also an unorthodox cultivator. Therefore, in the future, I will at most play a little role in guiding you. Everything will depend on yourselves. Then he pointed at Nie Qianyu and the others and said, although Nie Qianyu and O Yan are both women and can't practice martial arts, their aptitudes are also different. Nie Qianyu's Carefree Heart Sutra has already made a little progress. If she meets the right conditions, she will be able to set foot on the path of immortality. Perhaps she will be good at formations. O Yan, you are already old and haven't been able to practice the Heart Sutra. I don't know what your future is. O Yan smiled and said, to be able to live in this immortal abode and accompany my senior sisters and martial nephews is already the greatest fortune of my life. Whether I have any achievements in cultivation or not, I am happy. Great kindness, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, if you always have this kind of attitude, I am afraid you can also achieve something. Then she pointed to Zhang Pinger and said, Zhang Pinger, your martial arts are excellent. You can only walk the path of cultivation through martial arts. Although you have a starting point, your future achievements will be limited. Oh, this is just my guess. Everyone has different experiences. Didn't you see your second martial uncle? Although he also entered the path of cultivation through martial arts, I am afraid his future achievements will be higher than Abbess Jing Yi of the Cult of Fragrance. Hearing this, Zhang Pinger was happy. She bowed and said, I was abandoned by the Cult of Fragrance. I am lucky to have a place to settle down. Fortunately, Senior Brother Sect Leader accepted me into the Beidou School and gave me such a bright future. How can I not work hard? Even if I don't have any great cultivation, I am deeply grateful. You don't have to be grateful. Everything has a cause and effect. Your achievements may not be bad. Then, she looked at Zhang Bairen under her feet and said with a smile, this boy. I won't say anything. Since he could swallow the life-guarding spiritual tablet of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode, his achievements will not be bad. It's just that he is still young. You just need to take care of him. Yes, Senior Brother Sect Leader. We understand. The 3 of them bowed and said, you, Xiaohua Ji, among the younger disciples. You are the one with the worst aptitude. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ji Xiaohua and said, yes, I understand. I am already satisfied to be able to become your disciple and learn a few fist techniques. I have never thought about the immortal arts. Ji Xiaohua answered honestly. Heaven gave you some luck. You don't need to get up and come to my door. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, if you don't have such a fate, How can you have karma with me? I have also benefited a lot from you. How can I not return it to you? Moreover, you have a simple personality. You have a good foundation for cultivation. Your achievements may not be bad in the future. Thank you, Master.
Ji Xiaohua bowed and said,
Well, Xueqi, you are the one with the best aptitude among all the disciples. You have been practicing the Fist of the North Star since you were young. It can be said that you have an inseparable connection with my Beidou school when you entered the school. Although, you used to be in the Misty school, but there is karma in the unseen world. Your fate will come in the end. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1200. Thank you for your guidance, Master.
If you hadn't accepted me as your disciple, I'm afraid I would have been stranded in Jianghu.
Xueqi was also very serious and respectful at this time. Yes, although your starting point is very high, but there's also one thing that's not good. There's martial arts internal energy in your meridians, and your cultivation of the Big Dipper magical fist is also wrong. It's not easy to slowly correct it now, I know. I will use great perseverance to overcome these difficulties. If Master can destroy my martial arts cultivation, I'm willing to cultivate again. Xueqi gritted his teeth and said. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. She clapped her hands and said, You have such great perseverance, you can cultivate successfully. It's just that this method is not reliable. The martial arts meridians and the immortal meridians are the same. Even the Dantian has many cultivation methods that are the same. If I destroy your internal energy, won't you be unable to cultivate the immortal path? Xueqi's face turned red. He lowered his head and said, I'm ignorant, but I'll listen to Master's instructions. Haha, it's fine. With such great perseverance, what can't you achieve in this world? My Beidou school's Worry-Free Heart Sutra cultivates the middle Dantian. It's different from the lower Dantian that you cultivate in martial arts. The two may not conflict. You can cultivate as much as you want. Xueqi's face was filled with joy.
He bowed and said, Thank you, Master.
Senior brother sect leader. Can I do the same? Zhang Pinger asked impatiently. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. However, if you cultivate again from the beginning, it's not as convenient as cultivating through martial arts. Yes, I understand. Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to cultivate again. Haha, it's all up to you. I've also just started cultivating, so I don't know what's best. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, since you've all chosen, don't regret it. No one knows what the future will be like. As long as you put in the effort, you'll definitely reap the rewards. We understand. All the disciples bowed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Black and Xiaohua, who were sitting obediently on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder and looking at everything in the hall curiously. They glanced at her from time to time and seemed to be a little reluctant and a little scared. She said, These two little things. I learned from the incense cult. I don't even know their background. I only know that their mothers are called Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. Ah? When Zhang Pinger heard this, she covered her mouth in shock. These two vicious beasts were known to the disciples of the incense cult. The two of them can be Beidou School's guardian beasts, Zhang Xiaohua said. She was also talking to Little Black and Little Yellow in her mind. How could these two little things know? He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Alright, actually, I got most of my cultivation from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra is one of the cultivation methods you all can cultivate. As for the cultivation method Jade Slips in the White Pavilion's hall, as well as the immortal tools and other items, you all can cultivate them. Of course, didn't I just say that the cultivation methods in the White Pavilions are the most basic? With my cultivation, I can only break the restrictions in these pavilions and obtain these cultivation methods. If your cultivation in the Immortal Tao reaches a higher level in the future, you can break the restrictions in the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple pavilions. Then, all of you can cultivate the higher level cultivation methods inside. Hee hee, think about it. I only have the cultivation method in the White Pavilion. If you all can successfully cultivate the cultivation method in the Purple Pavilion and reach the purple cloud in the center of the throne, then, in this world, who will be a match for you? Her words filled everyone's eyes with hope.
They all clenched their fists and looked like they were going to work hard. Right, I forgot that the cultivation of the way of immortality relies on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion is abundant. However, I need to make a spirit-gathering array for you all to help your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her forehead. A spirit-gathering array? What's that? Nie Qianyu asked curiously. All of you, follow me. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and picked up Zhang Byron. With a flick of her sleeve, the scene in front of everyone changed again. Although they were still floating in the air, it was pitch black above them. There was almost no light. Don't worry, watch me, Zhang Xiaohua said. She put Zhang Byron down and took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. It emitted a hazy light, illuminating the surroundings. This was the place where the phoenix was suppressed in the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua put away the 9 immortal treasures and the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. The wasteland formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also destroyed. There was only some gradually increasing and chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth left. After taking out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Xiaohua patted the belt around her waist. Countless 5-colored chalcedony flew out from the belt. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she placed her left hand on the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. She formed another seal and hit the chalcedony one by one. As Zhang Xiaohua inserted the seals, the chalcedony gradually emitted a brilliant light. Go! After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua pointed his finger, and all the blue water chalcedony flew into the air. They were like stars in the night sky, arranged in a mysterious pattern. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did the same thing. She sent the other 4 types of chalcedony into the air. But the more she sent, the longer it took. When the last green wood-type chalcedony was in the air, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already pale. Zhang Xiaohua took out a primordial stone and replenished the primordial energy in his meridians. Then, he conjured a spell and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. The spiritual steel exploded with a bang. An array of rainbow light flew out and charged towards the 5-element spirit-gathering formation that was already set up in mid-air. Go! Just as the 7-colored light hit the formation, Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and shouted. The 7-colored light immediately exploded like brilliant fireworks, scattering on the 5-colored chalcedony of the 5 elements gathering formation. Hiss! A series of light sounds, as if a fuse had been ignited, the entire 5 elements gathering formation lit up. The chaotic yuan qi in the air was gradually attracted by the formation and projected towards it. Above Yao Mountain, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also attracted by the immortal abode and guided into the formation. All right, it's done. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the depleted yuan qi in her meridians, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She relied on her late-stage qi refinement cultivation and the help of the mansion-guarding spiritual steel to barely complete the 5 elements gathering formation. This, the inheritance of a sect, was really difficult. However, for the time being, Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were unknown. The 5 disciples looked at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing what he was doing. When Zhang Xiaohua said it was done with a pale face, everyone was also at a loss. Looking at the chalcedony that was as bright as the stars, Nie Qianyu whispered, "Senior brother sect leader, are you creating stars?" Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Patting her forehead, she said, "This is the 5 elements gathering formation that I mentioned earlier. In the future, if you want to practice immortal arts, you can practice in this formation. It'll be twice the result with half the effort." "Is that so, then? Thank you, senior brother sect leader." Nie Qianyu looked at the people beside her and bowed. Forget it, forget it. When you know the importance of this formation in the future, it won't be too late to thank me." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly waved her hand. Zhang Byron was the one who knew what was good for him. While everyone was talking, he had already run into the 5 elements gathering formation and very comfortably lay down to sleep. "Little black, little yellow, you two go too." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 little things standing on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder. They were still a little afraid of her and thought to herself. The 2 little things were stunned, then immediately became happy. They flew over and rolled around in the vitality to play. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua recovered her true qi. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. I've set up a restriction here. In the future, I'll give you a jade talisman to pass through. When it's time to practice, just come here." As she spoke,
She held Byron in her arms. The two little things were also afraid. They flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua, but they didn't dare to fly on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder anymore. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why they had such a change. However, they still called her father and mother in their hearts. It was just that they were a little timid. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she didn't know how to ask and could only leave it at that.
Returning to the side of the pond, the fine and soft things in the carriage had already been packed.
Only the heavy things were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to start. Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay. She hurried the carriage to the place that Xueqi had already chosen and unloaded them one by one. The small building in the immortal mansion didn't have a stove. Xueqi and Lu Qian walked around for a long time but still couldn't find it. In the end, they could only ask Zhang Xiaohua if she could build one herself. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. However, she couldn't use the mansion-guarding spiritual steel to create one out of thin air. She could only rely on Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong to build it up bit by bit. Then, Zhang Kai pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered, "Xiaohua, here. Can we open up the wasteland for farming?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and laughed. "What's the matter? Father, why did you suddenly think of opening up the wasteland for farming?" "Hee. Father has been farming all my life. I'm not used to being idle all of a sudden. Previously, when we lived in the Huanxi Manor, we only ate and drank. We wandered around leisurely and didn't do any farm work at all. I'm really not used to it. Moreover, I've already looked at the back of the building just now. It's all extremely fertile land. If we plant crops, we'll definitely have a bumper harvest. At that time our immortal mansion definitely won't be lacking in food and drink." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure, Daddy. The land here is ours. You can do whatever you want. Alright, even if you want to raise some chickens and ducks, or feed some pigs and sheep, that's fine too. Just tell me." "That's great. Xiaohua, get 2 cattle first. I'll open up the land first. When spring comes," Zhang Kai said and looked at the sky habitually. Suddenly he was stunned. "Here? Why is there no sun here? How can we plant crops?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when she heard this. There were restrictions in Immortal Mansion. All kinds of wind, thunder, rain, and snow couldn't fall. Moreover, it was daytime every moment. There was no night at all. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Father, this place is almost like an immortal realm. It's like spring all year round. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 1201. Like spring all year round? Zhang Kai was stunned. He was a native of Lu Town, and his footprints were all within 200 miles of Lu Town. How would he know that Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round? Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, "How can it be like spring all year round? There is no way to grow crops. It is only right to have 4 distinct seasons." Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, "Yes, I will listen to you. Wait a moment. Let me see if this mansion-guarding spiritual steel can change the restriction here." Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel, put her hand on it, and closed her eyes. After a while, her face lit up and she opened her eyes and said, "Haha, Father, it really works. It is only here. The chi of heaven and earth in other places is very abundant. If the restriction is opened, I am afraid it will be bad for the holy mansion." As she spoke, she flew up into the air. She made a gesture and threw the mansion-guarding spiritual steel into the air. Then, she pointed with her finger. Several rays of light flashed out from the steel and hit the restriction in the air. Then, there was a sizzling sound, like boiling water being poured on snow. The milky white color above the holy mansion was gradually torn apart, revealing the blue sky, as well as the white clouds and the noon sun. Zhang Xiaohua put away the mansion-guarding spiritual steel and landed from the air. She smiled and said, "Is this enough?" Zhang Kai looked at the sky as usual and nodded. "Yes, it is like this. This looks like living on the top of the mountain." "Haha, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. He would not open all the seals on the immortal abode. If he did, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the immortal abode would escape. All he needed to do was make some slight changes to the seal above the white pavilion, turning it transparent. Then, wouldn't the space above the lake become Zhang Kai's? As for the growth of the crops, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. The immortal abode was full of heaven and earth yuan qi, so what crops wouldn't grow? Following Zhang Kai to the pond, Mr. Liu, Elder Yu, and Zhang Xiaolong had already set up a simple stove and were brewing tea. Seeing Zhang Kai coming over, Mr. Liu said happily, "In-law, quickly come and try it. The lake water here can also be used to brew tea, and it's not much different from the spring water in the Guozhuang house."
Is that so?
Zhang Kai quickly walked over, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Sure enough, it was as sweet as syrup. He couldn't help but smile indeed. Then he looked at the huge lake and said, "In-law, there's so much water. I'm afraid we won't be able to drink it all in our lifetime."
Hee, not bad.
"Father, you won't have to worry about not having tea to drink in the future," Lu Qian said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua also tasted a cup. Sure enough, the lake water was also full of heaven and earth yuan qi. Although it was a little less than the spring water in the Guozhuang house, there wasn't much of a difference in drinking it in the mouth. Everyone sat down and chatted, while Xiaohua Ji and the rest played with Zhang Byron at the side. After chatting for a while, Xueqi thought of something. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiaohua, mother, has something to discuss with you." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Mother, this will be our home in the future. If there's anything, please speak your mind." Xueqi smiled and said, "This place is very beautiful. It's 10,000 times better than the Guozhuang house. What is there for mother to be dissatisfied with?" "It's just that." Zhang Xiaohua saw that her mother was a little hesitant, so she said, "Mother, just say it. It's just that. In the Guozhuang house, your grandmother's grave, and Xiaohua Ji's mother's grave are all behind the original small courtyard. What mother means is that the scenery here is very good. The feng shui must be excellent. If we are lively here, don't let your grandmother and the others miss us in the Guozhuang house. But this is the immortal's mansion. Mother is afraid." Hee, mother, don't worry. Actually, I've already made up my mind. Once we've settled down, I'll move grandmother's coffins and Ji Xiaohua's mother's coffins here with my eldest brother and second brother. Since you've mentioned it today, I'll go with my eldest brother and second brother. Since we still need to buy cattle, let's do it together. Xiaohua, mother is just thinking about it. If there is anything inappropriate, just forget it." Xueqi dissuaded. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and replied, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The forest behind this building is very quiet, and it's not far from us. If you don't allow it, we'll bury grandma and auntie's coffins there. Mother and father go and have a look first. I will go with big brother and second brother. We will be back tomorrow." Xueqi quickly said, "Don't be so anxious. Mother just mentioned it first." "How can I be anxious? We have all lived in Huanqi Mountain Villa for a long time. Grandmother must have been lonely for a long time. The sooner they are sent here, the sooner they will be happy." Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Let's go, big brother and second brother. Let's go and pick up grandmother." "I will go too." Zhang Kai stood up and said, "There are rules when coffins are moved out." "How do you know this?" "Oh, that's fine." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu to prepare 2 carriages. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and the other 3 said goodbye to everyone and took the 2 carriages down Yao Mountain. They didn't come back until noon of the 3rd day. In the 2 carriages were the coffins of grandmother and Xiaohua's mother. Zhang Xiaohua had already cast a spell on the coffins. There were also a few sturdy-looking cattle accompanying them. In these 2 days, Xueqi had already found the place to bury the coffins. Zhang Xiaohua and the others also came back with daily hoes and other tools. It didn't take long for the graves to be ready. Everyone followed the rules, burned incense, and kowtowed. They buried the 2 coffins again and cultivated the soil. Then, Zhang Kai was focused on organizing the land and preparing to cultivate. This time, when he went down the mountain to buy cattle, he also bought a lot of seeds. He wanted to do a big job. Zhang Xiaohu had left the Misty School for several days. It was time to go back. Zhang Xiaohua sent Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu still held Zhang Xiaohua and said,
It's exactly 1 month before the 14th day of the first lunar month. You don't forget it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I won't. Yao Mountain is very close to Wuzhua Peak. When the time comes, you come here first and I will go with you. Then, she took out a jade talisman from her arms and said, Take this jade talisman. When you get here, just inject your true qi. Well, okay. Zhang Xiaohu took it and put it in his arms. Then he said, By the way, if young Master Li, Chu Jing, and the others come back, what should I do? Just send Chu Jing here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have 2 sisters-in-law. Can't you let young Master Li meet Sister Qiu Tong? Send someone to follow young Master Li to bury Miss May's coffin and send them here. If you can't come, give this jade talisman to young Master Li. Oh no, Chu Zhigao has the jade talisman I gave him. Ask him to come to Yao Mountain and crush the jade talisman. I will know. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had arranged it well, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. He turned over and unloaded the horse from the carriage. The 3 of them said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua and went straight back to the Misty School. Sure enough, half a month later, Li Jinfeng and the others came back. After reporting to their families that they were safe and buried Miss May's coffin, they went to Yao Mountain Immortal Mansion. Seeing such a beautiful and fairy-like scene, they were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. At this time, by the lakeside, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong had already tidied up a few plots of land. Some different seeds had already been sown, and the stove for cooking was also prepared. However, due to the large number of people, it was very troublesome to prepare the food. Seeing Li Jinfeng's weary face and hearing Li Jinfeng's story, Qiu Tong, who was very interested in Li Jinfeng, felt her face burning. She hid beside Oh Yen and didn't talk to Li Jinfeng directly. Li Jinfeng didn't know that Qiu Tong's attitude towards him had changed. First, he sighed. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, he was overjoyed. However, when he saw Qiu Tong, he became silent again. He wasn't as calm and composed as he was in front of Mei Qinglian. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly observing from the side. She saw that the 2 of them wanted to say something, but they were shy and did not say anything. They were also thinking about each other. They often glanced at each other and then pretended not to notice. Then they would glance at each other and then look away. It was like the feelings of a teenage couple. Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny, but when he thought of the sweet and distant relationship between her and him, Zhang Xiaohua missed the dream of being together with him in dire straits. I wonder, how is the discussion between the 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and the other sects of the pugilistic world? Will they attack the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. The 3 immortal Dao sects and the Alliance of Righteous Dao were not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaohua. They were going to attack the Tenryu sect on a whim. They had lost many people in the fight for the Yaoshan immortal abode. Even the seniors of the immortal Dao sects were seriously injured. The 3 immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and a few other large sects had discussed for 2 days at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. They all felt that although the Heavenly King of the Tenryu sect had been seriously injured, the disciples below the Heavenly King level had not suffered any casualties. On the other hand, the various sects at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain had lost many high-ranking disciples and ordinary disciples. The strength of the various sects had decreased greatly. If they were to fight against the disciples of the Tenryu sect, they would not have much chance of winning. The most important thing was that although everyone suspected that the Tenryu sect had set up a trap, there was no evidence at all. Other than the Beidou School's headmaster who saw some black flags. Even the Dalan Temple's master Tiangang did not see anything. Since there was no justification for the attack, everyone's suspicions died down. In the past 2 days, many disciples from various sects had left, so there was no news of the tragedy. Therefore, Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Dao proposed that the various sects send their elite disciples to the Tenryu sect to investigate carefully to see if there were any clues left behind by the Tenryu sect. The various sects would return to their respective sects to recuperate and restore their strength. They would discuss the details after they found the Tenryu sect's flaws. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip me. Chapter 1202. Zhang Xiaohua's Beidou School was newly built and only had a few junior sisters and disciples. It was still far from being a big school, so of course, she didn't know about the news in Jianghu. While she trained her disciples, she also hoped that the various sects in Jianghu would work together to attack the Tenryu sect. Back to the Yaoshan immortal abode, Zhang Xiaohua used the immortal's guardian spirit steel to set up a spirit gathering array in the palace where the phoenix had undergone nirvana. It gathered the qi of heaven and earth drifting within the immortal abode, as well as the qi of heaven and earth in the air above Yaoshan. The concentration of qi of heaven and earth in the palace increased by the day. A month's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For the Misty School, it was just a short period of recuperation and preparation. But for the Beidou School, this month's time was absolutely crucial. It was an earth-shattering change. For the people of Jianghu, the path of immortality was an ethereal and wonderful hope. There was an insurmountable gap between the path of martial arts and the path of immortality. In order to overcome this gap, the various sects in Jianghu racked their brains to find a smooth path to the path of immortality. The path of immortality's incense sect, the Dalan Temple, and the Alliance of Righteousness's path of martial arts set aside their personal grudges and joined hands to prepare a secret location, hoping to find a way to inherit the path of immortality in the secret location. All of this was because of the qi of heaven and earth. The lack of qi of heaven and earth was the main culprit behind the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's spirit gathering array and the gradual recovery of qi of heaven and earth, the Beidou School of Yaoshan Immortal Abode seized the opportunity to rise to the top of the path of immortality. Especially with the discovery of the Pei Yuan pill, it was like Zhang Xiaohu's Dantian had Yang Haoya's true yuan. It allowed the Beidou School's disciples to have their first strand of true qi in their dantians when they first started cultivating the Carefree Sutra. They were also able to sense qi of heaven and earth at the first moment. What was difficult for others to draw qi into their bodies was too easy for them. Could it be that, in ancient times, stepping into the path of immortality was an extremely simple matter? Or is it that the 6 disciples of my Beidou school are all rare talents? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disciples sitting cross-legged under the spirit gathering array. She pinched the beard that had grown out of their chins and fell into deep thought. Under the 5-element spirit gathering array, Zhang Xiaohua's disciples, with the exception of Zhang Byron who was still lying down and sleeping, were all sitting cross-legged, pretending to be serious in their cultivation. Nie Qianyu was the first disciple Zhang Xiaohua had taught the first level of the Carefree Sutra. Nie Qianyu had already started cultivating diligently when Zhang Xiaohua was spreading the scourge of the incense cult. However, the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was still limited. Although Nie Qianyu could sense qi of heaven and earth, the amount of qi that she could draw into her body was still very small. She was far from being able to refine it into true qi. Under the spirit gathering array, there was sufficient qi of heaven and earth to draw in. In addition, there was also a strand of true qi formed by the Pei Yuan pill in her dantian. Under such circumstances, Nie Qianyu could easily draw the qi of heaven and earth into her body and refine it into her first strand of true qi. Before this, Zhang Xiaohua had also given Nie Qianyu a meridian-nourishing pill, which had perfectly refined Nie Qianyu's meridians. This was like adding wings to a tiger. Nie Qianyu had become the first disciple of Beidou School to set foot on the immortal Tao, and this had only taken Nie Qianyu 2 days. The second disciple to set foot on the immortal Tao had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua had originally thought that this person would be Xueqi. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking Ji Xiaohua, who had never practiced martial arts, had never come into contact with internal energy, and had never been placed with high hopes, had set foot on the immortal Tao 15 days later than Nie Qianyu and 3 days earlier than Xueqi. This made Zhang Xiaohua go wild with joy. After all, this was still someone named Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to think that he could achieve such an achievement. Seeing that Ji Xiaohua, who had no foundation in martial arts, had set foot on the immortal Tao 1 step earlier than her, Xueqi, who had always wanted to compete with Ji Xiaohua for the position of senior brother, became even more determined. However, it still took him 20 days to form his first strand of true qi in his dantian. In comparison, Chu Jing was neither hot nor cold. He set foot on the immortal Tao on the 22nd day. When Chu Zhigao and Chu Jing's grandmother learned of this, they ran to a corner of the lake, drew a small circle, burned some paper, and kowtowed with tears streaming down their faces, as if to comfort the ancestors of the Chu family in the immortal Tao. After the young disciples set foot on the immortal Tao, O Yan and Zhang Pinger showed no signs of breaking through for the time being. After another 5 days, on the 27th day, O Yan, who had no foundation in martial arts, set foot on the immortal Tao before Zhang Pinger. Zhang Pinger took 29 days to form her first strand of true qi in her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua thought of his discerning eyes and the fact that his disciples were all peerless talents.
Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. If he knew that Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yu Yan only had 18 days to stay in the inheritance palace of the incense cult, and that the three of them also set foot on the path of immortality within the time limit, what would he think? According to the rules of the incense cult, among these 6 disciples, only Nie Qianyu and Ji Xiaohua could be considered to have truly inherited the incense cult, and the other 4 were going to be eliminated? And Beidou School's spirit gathering array and incense cult spirit gathering array was much stronger? From this, one could see how important the immortal mansion was to the 3 immortal Dao sections. One could also understand why Master Tiangang, Reverend Xueqi, and Reverend Hao Yun would risk their lives in order to seize the immortal mansion into their own hands. This, if the immortal mansion was in the hands of the incense cult, wouldn't they be able to create many immortal Dao disciples in a short period of time? How could Reverend Jingyi be worried about her own inheritance? As for the incense cult, Misty School, and Shin Dao sect, the origin of the 3 immortal Dao sects, what about the secret plane? If the incense cult lost the Yaoshan immortal mansion, how could they not put all their energy into it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was happily watching the 6 disciples under the spirit gathering array absorb the spirit gathering array into their bodies, and Zhang Byron was sleeping soundly. The world's spirit gathering array was gradually being absorbed along with his breathing, and Little Black and Little Yellow were also using a strange posture beside him. The world's spirit gathering array was slowly being inhaled and exhaled by the 2 little things. In the Nanzhao town, which was hundreds of miles away from the secret plane, in the courtyard of a big family, Reverend Jingyi was sitting in a rather large central room, talking to Reverend Xueqi, Reverend Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yu Yan. Reverend Jingyi frowned slightly and whispered, "Yaoshan? Immortal Mansion. Has there been no movement?" Reporting to the sect leader, since the day Ren Xiaoyao took back the steps to Immortal Mansion, they haven't been put down. And no one has come down from Yaoshan. Reverend Xuezhen cupped her hands and said, "Ha! That guy is actually practicing in seclusion?" Chen Chen cried, "Not necessarily." Reverend Jingyi shook her head and said, "Every time the steps to Immortal Mansion are used, the amount of world spirit gathering array is enormous. I think, if Ren Xiaoyao wants to enter and leave Immortal Mansion, there must be another simple way. It's just that. As for what method, it's not something we can recklessly guess." Sect leader, didn't Ren Xiaoyao warn us? Don't leave anyone near Yaoshan. If we eat the disciples of the incense cult and investigate nearby, I'm afraid we'll provoke him and make him unhappy. Peacock said worriedly. It's not just the disciples of the incense cult who aren't afraid. The Dalan Temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance. Which one of them didn't send spies? Reverend Jingyi waved her hand and said with a smile, "Even if Ren Xiaoyao finds out, we can just say that this disciple is a registered disciple of the incense cult. When he finds out, she has already been expelled from the cult. What she did at Yaoshan is her own behavior. It has nothing to do with the incense cult." Sect leader is wise. Chen Chen heard this and laughed. That guy will have nothing to say. Forget it. Let's not talk about Yaoshan and Beidou School anymore. We were at Yaoshan, we were so angry, we tore our faces apart, and we even sacrificed Junior Shujie's life, but we still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, some nameless guy got ahead of us. I really don't know how he managed to control the entire Immortal Mansion. Reverend Xueqi waved her hand and said, "That guy is the best at stepping on dog shit." Chen Chen concluded. "All right, Junior Xuezhen, is there any news from the Dalan Temple?" Sect leader, ever since the monks of the Dalan Temple entered Baozhen, we couldn't find any trace of them. Our disciples didn't dare to go too deep, and after 10 days of investigation, we still couldn't find any news. It's not a big deal. Who would have thought that the disciples of the incense cult have already returned to Jianqi Lake, and we can still stay in Nanzhao town? We'll just wait until tomorrow night, and the Dalan Temple will appear at Wuzhua Peak on time. Sect leader is wise. Hiding in the city. That's right, I was thinking of finding a remote mountain village to settle down. What about the Righteous Alliance? Reverend Jingyi asked with a smile. The evil tiger gang in this area seems to be a small branch of the Righteous Alliance. Wouldn't Alliance leader Zhang San be like a fish in water here? He's long gone. Reverend Xuezhen laughed. Then, Misty School. What's Zhang Xiaohu doing? Sect leader, there's something strange about the Misty School. Reverend Xueqi looked confused.
I've sent disciples to inform Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, but both of them said they were busy with internal affairs and couldn't come in person. That's fine, I have some spies among the disciples of Wuming Hall, but they also disappeared without a trace. There's no news at all.
It's really strange. Then, what about the immortal senior from the Misty School? Is there any news?
No. My disciples didn't find anything useful. If it wasn't for my scruples, when we were in the secluded ground, I would have captured Li Jian and the others and asked them what had happened to the ethereal sect.
Please don't.
Reverend Jingyi hurriedly waved her hand and said, to be able to restore the internal strength of Li Jian and thousands of other Misty School disciples. I'm afraid that even Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple can't compare to this level of cultivation. At this juncture, we'd better hide.
Chapter 1203. Leader, it's strange.
Since the Misty School has such a senior immortal, why didn't he do anything when the Misty School was destroyed?
Even this Yaoshan immortal abode. He didn't appear?
Could it be that he doesn't care about the Yaoshan immortal abode?
Xueqi Nun was surprised. Who knows?
Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. No matter whether he appeared or not, wouldn't Ren Xiaoyao have taken advantage of him in the end? If I knew this would happen, I would have let Shi Mujuan stab him to death on Lingxiang Peak.
I'm afraid. Shi Mujuan is no match for Ren Xiaoyao.
Peacock reminded her in a low voice. Isn't that so? Nun Jingyi gritted her teeth at the mention of this matter. Of all my calculations, I never thought that senior martial sister Jinggang, Shi Mujuan and Yu Zhuochuan were killed by this bastard.
Sigh, it's not just leader.
Although Elder Jinggang and her two disciples have grudges against Ren Xiaoyao, but when it happened, he always had an alibi. We were all confused by his strength and thought that he was just a brute with great strength. Who would have thought that he was a man of immortality? Suddenly, Nun Jingyi seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was very interesting. Xueqi Nun noticed it and asked curiously, Leader?
What did you think of?
Grand Elder.
I suddenly thought.
Is Ren Xiaoyao the person who has a deep connection with the Misty School?
Ah?
Peacock and Chen Chen exclaimed and blurted out.
No way.
Xueqi Nun also shook her head slightly.
I think it's impossible too.
Nun Jingyi thought for a moment and said, Ren Xiaoyao came from Rejuvenation Valley with Peacock. Ever since Ren Xiaoyao came, how many things have happened in my sect? The sudden change in Twilight Orchid, the death of Grand Elder Jinggang, the tremor in Mount Jiuhua, the collapse of the sect-protecting formation. Yes, there were also the thousands of Misty School disciples at Shixin Peak recovering their martial arts. I wouldn't have dared to think about these things in the past. But they all happened in the short span of a few months. I don't believe that it has nothing to do with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi, every single one of the things you've mentioned is shocking and can't be done without great magical powers. According to what I know, the sudden change in the Orchid Dusk refinement, the shaking of Mount Jiuhua, and the collapse of the sect-protecting formation are all natural disasters. I'm afraid only immortals can do these kinds of things related to heaven and earth. As for the other two, they might be Ren Xiaoyao's doing.
Xueqi Nun nodded.
Leader, I think Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Shixin Peak for a little more than 2 months. To recover the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples. I don't think he has that much time. Peacock thought for a moment and said, Also, who knows if the martial arts of the Misty School disciples were recovered at Shixin Peak or after they left Dianqi Lake. Chen Chen also added, Actually, Leader, Swift said softly, whether Ren Xiaoyao is an immortal or not, that's another matter. Didn't you hear what Alliance leader Zhang San said? Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist. It's because he obtained the immortal mansion that he has so many magical powers. Jingyi Nun pondered for a moment and shook her head. If Ren Xiaoyao killed Great Elder Jinggang, all of this can be easily explained. If it wasn't him, then it's even more confusing. Many things can't be explained. But if Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist, and he borrowed the power of the immortal mansion, then what we saw in the immortal mansion can be explained.
Sigh, let's not talk about it.
Even if Ren Xiaoyao is the real culprit, we can't do anything if he hides in the immortal mansion of Mount Yaoshan.
Leader is right.
Master Jingxian's death is as confusing as Master Jinggang's death. At that time,
Ren Xiaoyao hadn't come to our incense cult. It's not good to blame Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock agreed. Everything depends on strength. Let's first deal with the matter of the secret plane. If we can find the method of inheritance in the secret plane this year, our incense cult will be able to cultivate more immortal disciples. In a few years, not only our incense cult, but also the Dalan Temple, Misty School, and even the Alliance of Righteous Path will have many immortal disciples. At that time, we'll be able to raise our voices and verify this matter with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi Nun said coldly, Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu, has he left for the Five Claw Peak? Leader, 5 days ago, I sent a disciple to Ethereal Heights to urge Zhang Xiaohu. I think he won't delay the gathering tomorrow. Of course, the secret plane is a great temptation for the 4 immortal sections. Zhang Xiaohu has no reason not to be tempted. Moreover, this is also a promise from him. Abbess Jingyi suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, That's right, where's Bai Yanqiu from Xueyun Club? She's a very ambitious woman. About the secret plane. We have to be careful of her. Leader, Bai Yanqiu went all the way south. After walking for 100 miles, she disappeared. I can't tell. Since there is no trace of them, that is extremely normal. If we let our disciples see their traces all the time, it would be more conspicuous if we tried to cover it up. Abbess Jingyi laughed and said, Only Chang Shengdashi, Zhang San, Alliance leader Zhang San, and our cult were conspiring about the secret plane. Even Zhang Xiaohu only found out about it a month ago. Even if Bai Yanqiu's magical power is extensive, she definitely wouldn't know that after we left Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, we immediately made our move at 5 Claw Peak. She must have hurried back with Immortal Hao Yun to heal. Yes, if Chen Chen didn't get the 9 Heaven Black Lotus Seed in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, my injury wouldn't have healed as fast as us. Immortal Hao Yun and the others must still be worried about their injuries. Xueqi Nun said with a smile. That's right. In this way, apart from Beidou School, my fragrance cult has benefited the most from Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Jingyi Nun smiled and said, In addition to the Heaven and Earth Handkerchief, the 9 Heaven Black Lotus Seed, 2 flying swords, several magic weapons, and even 3 immortal cultivation methods, yes, leader. This Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not a heartless person. Otherwise, he would never let us take these things away. Peacock nodded and said, Sigh, even if that's the case, senior sister, think about it again. In this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, how many good things would there be? Chen Chen was quite envious. This guy is really lucky. No matter how many treasures there are, they're still his. What's there to be envious about? Peacock glared at her. That guy. Chen Chen narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth tightly. It was as if she wanted to bite off more things from that guy in her heart. In the distant Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that guy in Chen Chen's heart had already been bitten into 70 or 80 pieces. At this time, he was teaching Nye Qianyu some formation problems. To be honest, as a master, he was not very competent. Other than providing some cultivation methods, some elixirs, some cultivation experience, and some formation arrangements, he could not explain the other details of cultivation, things to pay attention to, and so on. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's method of cultivating the Carefree Sutra was rather strange. Who in this world would dare to try it? Even Zhang Byron would not dare. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua knew his own situation. From the beginning, he had planned to let each disciple walk on their own path of cultivation. As the master, he only gave a little guidance. In this way, these 7 disciples would have 7 different paths? Fortunately, other than the Carefree Sutra and the orthodoxy of Fire Dragon Immortal, there were also many cultivation methods in the White Attic. They were not inferior to the inheritance of the Misty School. In addition to the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple attic, there were also cultivation methods and artifacts that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the ability to obtain. This Beidou School's disciples could be said to have unlimited room for development and unlimited potential. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua, who was demonstrating the incantation to Nye Qianyu, felt his heart throbbing. It was as if there were countless invisible hands grasping his heart tightly and squeezing it into countless tiny pieces. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. He screamed and fell into the void unknowingly. Senior brother sect leader. Nye Qianyu was anxious. Just as she was about to go forward, she saw the pale-faced Zhang Xiaohua quickly fly up again.
His eyes were full of fear and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He looked around in panic. Master! The disciples who were cultivating nearby were also awakened and ran over. All right, it's all right. Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and took a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, I'm all right. You all can leave for now. This. Yes, Master. After hearing this, the disciples hesitated for a while and left. Byron and the two little ones also left. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The sudden throbbing just now was very short. When Nye Qianyu cried out, the throbbing had already disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hands. The fingers on his left and right hands constantly moved, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, from simple to complex, and finally almost mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually formed a faint shadow. The shadow was like a glimmer of light, gradually becoming clear. Looking at the gradually forming outline, it was really Zhang Xiaohua's sky Dao starry sky, the increasingly clear hand of karma. And the movement of Zhang Xiaohua's technique was exactly the way of karma that he had been comprehending recently. With a loud bang, just when the hand of karma had a certain degree of outline, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. He could no longer control the qi between his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his hands. The hand of light and shadow around him suddenly collapsed. Then, Zhang Xiaohua spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face was full of dispiritedness. Ai! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sat cross-legged. He looked up at the spirit-gathering array that was not very rich in the qi of heaven and earth. He took out a small yuan stone from his arms and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown period of time, a faint brilliance appeared from the void and flew to Zhang Xiaohua. It stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped moving. Chapter 1204. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and pinched the light with her hand. She scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? It's already the 14th of the first lunar month? Alas, it's true. A few days ago, Mother and Father were still decorating the small building with lanterns and decorations, saying that it's the new year. This time, it's really fast. Second brother. Wait a moment. I'll be there in a while. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she patted the light, and it flew away with a whoosh and disappeared. Alas, I really don't know. What happened just now? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and thought to herself, I've never encountered such a situation before. The Karma Hand's incantation is really profound. I thought that with my cultivation in the late stage of qi refining, even if I can't comprehend half of it, I should be able to complete the incantation. At least, I should be able to understand where this throbbing came from. But I didn't expect that. Not only did I not complete the incantation, but I also suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for my shallow understanding of the Karma Hand, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought and walked out of the round palace. Nye Qianyu and the others didn't leave. They just stayed outside and waited. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they all looked worried and went forward to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master is fine. It's just that there are some things that I don't understand. You don't have to worry. Then she looked outside and said, You all can continue to cultivate like before. Master will go out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Okay, Master, be careful. Senior brother sect leader, be careful. Everyone bowed respectfully and flew back into the palace to continue cultivating. Seeing Little Black and Little Yellow, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She wanted to call the two little things, but on second thought, the two little things looked very similar to their mother. Nun Jingyi and Nun Xueqi would definitely recognize them. If they misunderstood, the orchid and mullion were thousands of lives. Even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Little Black and Little Yellow. It was better not to bring them along. Little Yellow and Little Black seemed to have felt it as well. They paused in midair and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and they followed the crowd into the palace. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Spirit Gathering Array was exactly what they liked. They would not be happy if they did not stay in there for a while longer. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others, everyone except Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. They immediately bowed and said,
Congratulations on the establishment of Beidou School. Greetings, Headmaster Zhang. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was slightly stunned. Then, she flicked her sleeves and helped everyone up. She smiled and said, "We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to be so courteous." What surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that in addition to Zhang Xiaohu, there were also Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xueqi, Ant Qin, Changge, Chen Chen, and others at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Second brother, are you all going to the secret plane? Since all of you are here, what about ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Haha, of course we're going to the secret plane, but not all of us are going. It's still early now. We hid our whereabouts all the way and came here in several directions. Naturally, there are some things we need to discuss with Beidou School. Beidou School? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and nodded. It's almost noon now. There's still some time before evening. Come on, please come to the palace for a chat. With that, she threw out the cross-shaped magic instrument and called everyone to come into the light circle. With a flash of light, everyone came to the Lingxiao Palace. Needless to say, the people of Misty School only woke up from the shock after a long time. Their eyes were filled with eagerness and awe. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua with more respect. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the central throne and smiled in a low voice. Everyone, the position in the Lingxiao Palace is determined by the profound cultivation. It's not that I don't want you to come close. Please forgive me. Hee, sect leader Zhang, although your sect did not deliberately publicize the matter of the Yaoshan immortal abode, the unimaginable abnormality has long been spread among the disciples of various sections. The name of the Lingxiao Palace is also strange. My ethereal sect has already received the news from the pugilistic world. If we can all get close to the central throne, I'm afraid this immortal mansion would have been controlled by the Dalan Temple and the Xiangxiang cult. Hu Yuni bowed and smiled. Yes, Elder Hu is right. I didn't mean to be rude. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "All right, Elder Hu, I wonder. Does your Misty School have anything to discuss with my Beidou School?" Hu Yuni turned around and glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Elder Hu, Xiaohua is this seat's blood brother. If it's related to this seat, then there's naturally no need for you to step forward. This seat only needs to talk to him. But if it's something related to the Misty School, Xiaohua has already helped my Misty School a lot. My Misty School. Ahem, to be honest, I can't repay him. So, it's not easy for me to talk about the matters between the Misty School and Beidou School." Haha, Master Zhang, my big sect leader means, if he asks, I'm afraid you won't agree to everything. If you were alone in the past, we would have just talked about it. But now you're the master of Beidou School and you have disciples. Your first consideration should be the Beidou School's interests. So, it's better for us to talk to you. Li Jian said with a smile. That's right. I also feel that Master Zhang is too good to my Misty School. If I can't be intimate with Beidou School in the future, I'll be really unhappy. Lu Qingyang didn't dare to speak loudly. I see. Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and thought, maybe I should change my attitude. I can't just be a little brother who helps others. So he nodded and said, the two elders are right. Since you all represent the Misty School, then, I should also consider myself as a member of Beidou School and not treat myself as Zhang Xiaohu's brother. Haha, that's right. In the Jianghu, brotherhood is precious, but compared to the inheritance of a sect, a person's life is too short. We should still put the interests of the sect first. Wen Wenhai also nodded and said, yes, I underestimated you. Thank you for your advice, Hero One. Please wait a moment. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he waved his big sleeves and said loudly, Nye Qianyu, Oh Yen, wait a moment. After that, a light flashed and Oh Yen and Nye Qianyu appeared out of thin air, standing right next to the people from Misty School. Oh Yen and Nye Qianyu were slightly stunned when they saw the people from Misty School, but they still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua first. Greetings, Senior Brother Sect Leader. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, everyone from Misty School wants to talk to my Beidou School. I am not experienced enough. One of you is the eldest senior sister, and the other is experienced in business. Help me make a decision. Yes, Senior Brother Sect Leader.
The two pretended to be serious and saluted. Then, they turned around and greeted the people from Misty School. Hu Yuni and the others had watched O Yan grow up. At this time, when they saw O Yan's appearance, they couldn't help but smile. Lu Qingyang even shouted, "Yanzi, are you cultivating? You can cultivate internal energy?" O Yan smiled and said, "Yes, fifth brother. Senior brother sect leader has been kind enough to teach me the supreme secret of Beidou School. Now, I can be considered to have set foot on the path of immortality." Ah! Hu Yuni and the others were surprised. Apart from being surprised, they were also full of expectation and disbelief. Li Jian stuttered, "Yanzi, Beidou School was only established a month ago. You also just came to Yaoshan. A month ago. How could you?" "Haha, second brother, these are the methods of our Beidou School's senior brother sect leader. I feel like I'm in a dream." O Yan said with a smile. That's good. My third brother can rest in peace in the underworld." Hu Yuni's eyes were almost filled with tears. At the mention of O Pang, O Yan's expression turned gloomy. She lowered her head for a moment, then bowed and said, "Elder Hu, let's not talk about the past. May I know why your esteemed sect came here today? To discuss with my Beidou School?" Then she apologized to Nye Qianyu. "Eldest senior sister, I'm very familiar with the Misty School. I may have overstepped my boundaries. Please don't take it to heart." Nye Qianyu hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't say that, junior sister. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Junior sister is in charge of all the chores in Beidou School. This is also senior brother sect leader's order. I'll just listen from the side. In the end, it's still up to eldest senior sister and senior brother sect leader to decide." O Yan said modestly. O Yan turned to Hu Yuni and said, "Beidou School is newly established. Everything is my first time. Please forgive me, Elder Hu." "Haha, it's fine. Who doesn't have a first time in their life?" Hu Yuni stroked his beard and said, "Since ancient times, heroes have always been young. In the future, the Jianghu should be yours." "I'm old. I don't dare. Elder Hu, please enlighten me." O Yan said. "Well, this time, I came to Misty School because I have 3 things to discuss with Beidou School." Hu Yuni said with a serious face. "3 things?" O Yan nodded. "Elder Hu, please tell me one by one." Sect leader Zhang. Hu Yuni looked at O Yan, then cupped his hands and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Actually, sect leader Zhang's kindness to Misty School is like a new life. To be honest, my Misty School's conditions to Beidou School are somewhat belittling. Even if these conditions are not discussed with Beidou School, as long as Beidou School needs my Misty School to do something, my Misty School should agree to it." "Haha, didn't Elder Hu say it just now? In the past, I was the one who helped my second brother, so it can be considered I's own matters. These matters, everyone is well aware of them. Just use them as the basis for the cooperation between our 2 sections. There's no need to mention them again." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang's breadth of mind. "I admire you." Hu Yuni nodded and said, "I remember that when sect leader Zhang took Xue Tian in as your disciple, you asked Tian about the fist technique she used to practice in Misty School. After my investigation, I confirmed that there are a total of 321 disciples in the Young Eagle Hall of Misty School who practiced Beidou School's fist techniques under Zhang Chengyue and Xue Tiantian's guidance. Furthermore, there are still 303 disciples alive. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1205. Seeing that O Yan was somewhat puzzled, Hu Yuni continued, "Beidou School is newly established, and there's only sect leader Zhang and 7 disciples in the school. This really doesn't match the reputation of Beidou School. My Misty School has nothing to congratulate you on. These 302 disciples will be sent to Beidou School as ordinary disciples. Firstly, it's a congratulatory gift, and secondly, it's a bit of repayment for sect leader Zhang's kindness to my Misty School." O Yan stared blankly for a moment. Then her face immediately lit up with joy. She said happily, "Elder Hu's gift is very good. It can be said to be timely assistance. However, these Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Elder Hu,
Doesn't your heart ache if you give them to my Beidou school all of a sudden? Hee hee. Yan Zi's words are very true. These 302 disciples were all people I took away from Misty Mountain Villa in the past. These many years, I've been living with them day and night, and I have deep feelings for them. I indeed have high hopes for them. However, if these disciples are compared to the great kindness that Beidou School has shown to my Misty School, the difference is too great. Only by giving these disciples to Beidou School and expanding Beidou School's strength can I express my Misty School's gratitude. That's right, Elder Hu. These 302 Kitty Hawk Hall disciples have been nurtured by Misty School since they were young. Since they were young, they've regarded Misty School as their sect. Now that they've suddenly come to Beidou School, I'm afraid it won't be easy to restrain them. Oh, Yan asked calmly. Hu Yuni nodded and said, Yan Zi's question is indeed good. However, these disciples are still young, and most of them are about the same age as Xue Tian. They've been living outside Misty Mountain Villa for the past few years, and their feelings towards Misty School are a lot weaker than those of ordinary disciples. Of course, I'm not saying that they don't have Misty School in their hearts. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower depths. Beidou School stands at the forefront of the path of immortality and occupies Mount Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If they know that they can cultivate an immortal mansion, I'm afraid not everyone will fight to the death. Oh Yan nodded slightly. Also, with the relationship between sect leader Zhang of the Misty School and sect leader Zhang of your sect, I'm sure they'll be able to accept the transfer from the Misty School to the Beidou School. Elda Hu said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang, to be honest, there are some drawbacks in sending young disciples here. If it were any other sect, our Misty School would never dare to do such a thing. It's easy to cause misunderstandings. Wan Hai cupped his hands and said, however, I'm thinking the same thing as you, Elder Hu. Beidou School doesn't lack anything except for manpower. As for the development of Beidou School, if we only rely on Miss O, Miss Nia, Xue Tian, and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to develop even a little bit in the next 10 years. Elder Hu made this suggestion and gang leader Zhang also agreed. I think it's really feasible, so I made the suggestion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's smiling face and knew that this guy must know that she had the soul-absorbing pill and wasn't afraid of spies, so she agreed. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about what tricks the ethereal sect had up their sleeves. After all, in this immortal abode, with the mansion guarding spiritual steel in hand, everyone could only surrender and be manipulated. Zhang Xiaohua still had a lot of trust in Wan Hai. Seeing Wan Hai's explanation, she nodded slightly and said, I understand what Swordsman Wen said. Since it's the Misty School's kindness, I won't be disrespectful. Hee, that's great. Wan Hai said with a smile. As for the handover of the 302 disciples, let O Yen be in charge after the secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Thank you for your trust, sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu cupped his hands and said, only if sect leader Zhang accepts these 302 disciples will we have the face to discuss the second matter with sect leader Zhang. Elder Hu, what's the second matter? Please enlighten us. Oh Yan nodded. Speaking of the second matter, it has something to do with Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley. Elder Hu glanced at Nye Qianyu and said with a smile, what about Rejuvenation Valley? Nye Qianyu asked curiously. A month ago, Rejuvenation Valley visited our Misty School and formed an alliance with our Misty School. Oh, of course, our Misty School isn't a member of their Yuli alliance. It's a mutually supportive relationship. Hu Yuni explained, when I heard Valley Master Nye mention the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult, I suddenly had an epiphany. I want to form a complementary relationship with Beidou School, just like Rejuvenation Valley and the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Nye Qianyu asked, Elder Hu, what are your plans? It's simple. Every year, our Misty School can help Beidou School select young disciples with outstanding aptitudes and send them to Beidou School until Beidou School has the ability to select disciples. What does our Beidou School have to do? Oh Yan asked after a moment of contemplation. Every year, your school needs to help our Misty School promote 5 disciples to step onto the path of immortality. 5 disciples. Oh Yen shook her head and said, how many immortal path disciples are there in the pugilistic world? Your Misty School wants our Beidou School to promote 5 immortal path disciples every year. That's impossible. Yan didn't report this to Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, she directly denied it. This. Hu Yuni thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, what our Misty School can do for Beidou School is too little. We can only show the strength of our Misty School in the next few years. When the Beidou School's young disciples are fully developed, our Misty School won't be able to catch the eye of Beidou School. So, overall, I'm afraid that our Misty School won't have too many immortal path experts." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to agree, Yan said, "Elder Hu, that's not right. As the saying goes, small streams flow long. Our Beidou School's disciples are all focused on cultivation. I'm afraid that we won't interfere much with worldly affairs. If our Misty School does a good job, we might be able to hand over everything to the Misty School in the future." Elder Hu was overjoyed when he heard this. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, the number of disciples per year can be reduced to 4. 2. Yan said, "Our Beidou School still has its own disciples. 2 is indeed too little. How about 3? Elder Hu said earnestly. This. Yan turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be satisfied and wanted Zhang Xiaohua to make the decision. He. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll allow this, but there are still some other conditions." Approved? Hu Yuni was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. How many immortal path disciples could there be in the pugilistic world? Beidou School could actually let 3 Misty School disciples enter the path of immortality every year. Not to mention 5 years, in just 3 years, 9 disciples would enter the path of immortality. This was comparable to the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reveal Hu Yuni's bottom line in advance, but judging from his surprised expression, it was obviously beyond his expectations. "Yes, I'll allow it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Not only that, everyone in the Misty School in the main hall, as long as it's possible, I can help you enter the path of immortality." Ah? Wan Hai, Lu Yueming, and Xueqing's faces were flushed. They knew that Zhang Xiaohu was about the same age as them. If Zhang Xiaohu could enter the path of immortality, then so could they. Li Jian and the others were already old, so Zhang Xiaohua's words were obviously meant for them. Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Madame Qin were also overjoyed. The incense cult and Between the Clouds and the Water both had methods to enter the path of immortality through martial arts. Beidou School must have some methods as well. "Thank you, sect leader Zhang." Everyone bowed. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I's help isn't without conditions." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "The things you need to raise your cultivation to the path of immortality must be provided by your Misty School. Also, the techniques and pills used by the 3 disciples must also be provided by your Misty School." This. Hu Yuni and Li Jian were at a loss for words. They didn't know that 3 things were needed for 3 disciples to enter the path of immortality, so they could only turn to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "These conditions. My Misty School agrees. After all, these things need a lot of money, so there's no reason for Beidou School to pay for my Misty School. Since sect leader Zhang agrees, then it's easy to handle." Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and smiled. Zhang Xiaohu glared at him but didn't say anything. Seeing that the 2 factions had reached an agreement, Yan was also happy. She asked, "Then what's the 3rd suggestion, Elder Hu?" "Oh, this 3rd suggestion isn't anything special. It's just an addition to the first 2 suggestions. It's the icing on the cake." Hu Yuni thought for a moment and said, "If sect leader Zhang doesn't have any objections to the first 2 suggestions, my Misty School and Beidou School would like to further form an alliance. Under the premise of complementing each other, we can advance and retreat together in the Jianghu, going through thick and thin together." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He had previously told Zhang Xiaohu about this relationship, hoping that Beidou School and Misty School could become close brothers, just like he and his second brother. However, he had only said it casually back then. Moreover, Beidou School hadn't been established yet, so it was easy for him to say it without thinking about the consequences of his words. Now that he heard Hu Yuni and Yan's negotiation, Zhang Xiaohua realized that his previous thoughts might have been too simple. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's frown, Yan couldn't make a decision. She thought for a moment and said, "Elder Hu, can you elaborate further?" Hu Yuni also said seriously, "Actually, this 3rd suggestion is something we suddenly thought of before we came. Since our Misty School's sect leader Zhang and your sect's sect leader Zhang are blood brothers, we dare to make this suggestion. I can't explain it in detail, but if our Misty School is in danger of being wiped out, I hope that your sect's sect leader will lend us a helping hand. Our Misty School will also take responsibility for all of your sect's trivial matters in the Jianghu. When Yen heard this, she frowned. This exchange seemed to be extremely disproportionate. The Misty School had only helped Beidou School with a simple matter, but in exchange, they had asked for Beidou School's help when their own sect was about to be wiped out. This really didn't make sense. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qidian.com. Chapter 1208. Seeing Yan's hesitation, Xueqi smiled and said, "Actually, Beidou School seems to be at a disadvantage, but if you think about it carefully, under the leadership of sect leader Zhang, our Misty School's strength has increased greatly. Other than the Dalan Temple, the Incense Sect, the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu Sect, no other sect has dared to provoke us. We won't be facing such a crisis for many years, but your sect can come to our Misty School at any time." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Hu is right. Although our Beidou School has been established, our strength is limited. Elder Hu must have seen the future of our Beidou School and thought of this alliance. Moreover, in the Jianghu today, after the Battle of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, the strength of the various sects has been greatly affected. Not to mention the small sects, among the large sects, the Righteous Alliance has lost the strength to compete with the Misty School. If we talk about sect annihilation, I'm afraid the Misty School won't be in the same situation as before." Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "As long as my second brother is the sect leader of the Misty School, I may not care about the ordinary crisis of the Misty School. But when it comes to sect annihilation, how can I not take action?" Sect leader Zhang is right. This old man knows, but life is limited. As long as sect leader Zhang is in charge of Yaoshan Immortal Abode, you can say this, but what about the future? My Misty School has been around for tens of thousands of years, and the Beta School has been around for at least tens of thousands of years. The future is not something we can think of. This old man is doing this because I want the Misty School and the Beidou School to be in harmony for generations, and to be in alliance forever." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and shook her head. Harmony for generations, an alliance forever. This is too difficult. Your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya, and the Incense Sect's founder, Yu Mingxin. Their relationship is extraordinary. Even the Xindao Sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, came from the same place as those two founders. Their relationship is needless to say. Their thoughts back then, weren't they the same as yours? But what happened to the Xindao Sect? What happened to your Misty School? Anyone in the Jianghu who has some sort of inheritance knows this very well. Elder Hu, do you think that we can do better than them? Sect leader Zhang is right. Actually, when this old man came, I also thought about a lot of things. But everything depends on one's effort. If this old man doesn't do it now, in a few years or even 10 years, I won't have the chance to do it again. If we just rely on the relationship between the two sect leaders, I'm afraid it won't be very reliable. For both the Beidou School and the Misty School, this is extremely unrealistic. Xueqi said sincerely, so this old man knows that this matter is a bit ridiculous and unrealistic. But for my Misty School, this old man is willing to do this stupid thing. No matter what the relationship between the Misty School and the Beidou School is in the future, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets. Good. Xueqi's words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil. She stood up and said, "Elder Hu, this old man has tried his best. This old man has no regrets sounds very pleasing to my ears. Although my Beidou School's starting point is very high, but, after all, it's congenitally deficient and has a weak foundation. These are exactly what the Misty School has. If my sect and your sect can learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, we'll be able to complement each other. Yen, this matter is settled. Discuss it with Elder Hu later and see what to do." Yes, senior sect leader. Yen was extremely happy when she heard this. Also, as for the new disciples, you'll see how to recruit them and how to operate them. These things should be handled by Hall Master Xue, right? You'll have to communicate with him. Yes, I won't let the two sect leaders down. Xueqi bowed and said. Hu Yuni's face was flushed.
He said somewhat embarrassedly, Sect leader Zhang, this old man has a small request.
Zhang Xiaohua said curiously. Elder Hu, please speak. That. How is Xueqi now?
He has been by my side and has always been guided by me. Now that he suddenly left, I'm a little worried.
He, I thought it was something big.
Zhang Xiaohua laughed and waved her hand. A ray of light flashed, and Xueqi appeared in front of everyone sitting cross-legged.
Tian, yes, master. Xueqi opened his eyes and was stunned when he saw everyone from the Misty School.
However, he still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua and said, May I know why master has called this disciple over?
Misty School's elder who missed you and wanted to come and see you.
Grandmaster.
Xueqi turned around and looked at Elder Hu's familiar face.
His eyes were wet as he bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Hu.
Good child, get up. Get up. Hu Yuni's eyes were also red. He helped Xueqi up and asked, Tiandan, are you all right?
Reporting.
Grandmaster, this disciple is fine. Xueqi finally couldn't help but call out Grandmaster. Then, he felt that it was inappropriate and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was only smiling and didn't mind, he was relieved. As long as you're fine. You don't have to be too greedy for cultivation. You're still young. Slowly build your foundation. Don't be like before.
Keep the hatred in your heart, Grandmaster.
Xueqi couldn't help but cry. He knelt down and kowtowed. Grandmaster. This disciple is really sorry. You treat this disciple like family. But this disciple is unscrupulous and fed you poison. This disciple deserves to die.
Sigh, don't mention the past anymore.
Hu Yuni sighed. This isn't your fault. It's all Shui Yupeng's fault. He was blinded by greed and used you as a tool. What crime have you committed? But he's still this disciple's father. This disciple thinks about it day and night.
I don't have the face to see Grandmaster again.
Actually, thinking about it again, Shui Yupeng had no choice but to do this for your safety. This old man. Sigh, forget it. He's already gone. My poison and serious injuries have been cured by your master. You don't have to blame yourself too much. This old man has no son and has always treated you like a grandson. As long as you're doing well in Beidou School, this old man is happier than anything else. Speaking of which, during the years when Hu Yuni led the Misty School's disciples to exile, he had been carefully cultivating Shui Tian, treating him as the future hope of the Misty School. After a long time, he naturally developed feelings for him. Although Shui Yupeng's scheme was involved in the end, it was impossible for Hu Yuni to resent Shui Tian. This disciple knows. This disciple is very happy in Beidou School. Shui Tian said with tears on his face. Suddenly, as if he had something fun to share with the adults, Shui Tian couldn't hold back the joy on his face. He looked at Hu Yuni and said, Grandmaster, this disciple has something to tell you. Seeing how Shui Tian seemed to be hiding an excellent toy and wanted to show it to Hu Yuni in hopes of receiving his praise, Hu Yuni's heart softened. He recalled how Shui Tian would always show off to him when he was young before he mastered a move. Hu Yuni's tone became even more benevolent. What's wrong?
Tantan,
what kind of martial art did you master?
Yes,
Grandmaster. Shui Tian was just about to say something when he thought of something. He quickly turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know and only nodded slightly to express her agreement. Only then did Shui Tian turn around and say with a smile. When this disciple was following Grandmaster always said, if this disciple mastered martial arts in the future, I would be able to inherit the Misty School's immortal path and step onto the immortal path. You also said that your greatest wish was to let this disciple step onto the immortal path. To revitalize the Misty School. Sigh, that's right. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have almost fought with sect leader Zhang and let the Righteous Alliance take advantage of me for nothing. Hu Yuni sighed and said, at that time, my body was already on the verge of death. If I didn't make arrangements for you, my Misty School would never be able to rise again. However, fortunately, sect leader Zhang is the pillar of my Misty School. This old man has long been relieved. Grandmaster, this disciple has already stepped onto the immortal path a few days ago. Xueqi said with a smile. Ah! Yuni was stunned and immediately became ecstatic. Tian, you're also a person of the immortal path? Yes, Grandmaster, this disciple is stupid. I even entered the immortal path after senior brother Ji. It's nothing. Xueqi said shyly. Ji Xiaohua? Yuni was even more shocked. He also stepped onto the immortal path? However, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate and immediately cupped his hands at Zhang Xiaohua. Sect leader Zhang, this old man's tone is a little reckless. It's because I've seen Xiaohua before. He doesn't have any foundation in martial arts at all. That's why I'm so surprised. It's fine. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, sect leader Zhang, how many of your disciples have yet to step onto the immortal path? Li Jian suppressed his surprise and couldn't help but probe. In my Beidou school, other than martial nephew Zhang Byron who's still young, the other 6 disciples have already reached the immortal path. Nie Chenyu said proudly. Everyone in the Misty School, including Zhang Xiaohu, looked at each other. It had only been a month since the Beidou school was established, and it had already cultivated 6 disciples of the immortal path. And these disciples were all known by the Misty School. No wonder. They easily agreed to cultivate 3 disciples of the immortal path for the Misty School every year. It's so easy for the Beidou school. Xiaohua, you're too unkind, Zhang Xiaohu said with a frown. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qidian.com. Chapter 1209. Second brother, this is a matter between Beidou School and Misty School, not a private matter between you and me, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. Master Zhang is right. That's exactly what we should do. Since Master Zhang approves, it's easy to do. Let Nie Qianyu and Yen communicate with you about these things. We're all family. Just do what we've been doing for the past decades and let the disciples worry about the future. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, By the way, it's almost time. Are Elder Li and others going to the secluded plain? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Elder Li has just recovered from his injury and his internal strength has not fully recovered. This time, he just came to talk about cooperation with Beidou School. He definitely can't go to the secluded plain. Then he pointed to Aunt Qin and Xueqi and said, Hallmaster Qin and Hallmaster Xue also came to talk about things. They won't go. Well, in this case, Elder Li, are you going back now? Or, Master Zhang, I haven't been to Holy Realm Dweller's mansion yet. How about I stay here for a few more days? Yuni said with a smile. Of course, Tian also misses you very much. You can go back with my second brother after the secluded plain. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, and I'll have to trouble Hallmaster Xue and Hallmaster Qin with many things. Let's strike while the iron is hot and draw up a charter for future operations. Everyone in Misty School was overjoyed. The earlier they formed an alliance with Beidou School, the earlier the Misty School could improve their strength, and the earlier they could set foot on the path of immortality. Well, second brother, shall we go now? Zhang Xiaohua got up and asked. Let's go. Chang'e and Chen won't go. It's only a day's work in the secluded site. I'll see my parents when I come back. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, By the way, Xiaohua, you'd better dress up like a senior who had a relationship with my Misty School. The Fragrance Cult and the Dahlin Temple both have immortal masters. If my Misty School doesn't have any, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns in the secret plane. And I'm sure. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In any case, they all know that there is such an expert of the immortal Tao. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. Aunt Qin, Xueqi, and the others disappeared and were sent to the side of the lake. Then he sent Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the foot of Yao Mountain and said, Wait here for a while. I will wash up and dress up now. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a handsome Taoist Panan with a moderate figure appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Li Jian and the others had only heard about it from Zhang Xiaohu, but they had never seen him. At this time, they only felt that it was incredible. Just now, he was Zhang Xiaohua, but in a moment, he became a completely different person. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to be used to it.
He glanced at him and said, Taoist Pan, this place is not far from the secluded site.
We still need to cover our tracks. I'm not familiar with this road.
Deputy Gang Leader Wen and Deputy Gang Leader Lu have been there before.
Please lead the way. What do you think?
Well, I'll listen to Gang Leader Zhang's instructions.
Zhang Xiaohua whispered.
Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a few jade talismans and handed them to everyone. He smiled and said, I have a feeling that this secluded site may not be safe, and there may be something that I can't take care of. This is the jade talisman of the Way of Immortality.
I just learned it recently. It's quite magical to use.
Take it. Take them. If you encounter any danger, just crush them. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to protect you for 2 hours.
Everyone took it and was stunned.
The jade talisman looked like a rabbit. Zhang Xiaohua's face was burning. He whispered, Hey, this jade talisman is not very successful. If it's perfect, it should look like a rabbit.
Is it really a rabbit?
Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I thought I was wrong. Then he carefully put the jade talisman into his arms and said, A rabbit is not bad. It's better than an ingot. Second brother. Zhang Xiaohua shouted. The others were puzzled, but seeing Zhang Xiaohu's treasured look, they also carefully put away the jade talisman. Let's go. Zhang Xiaohu ignored Zhang Xiaohua and looked around. He waved his hand and said, Vice Gang Leader 1, please lead the way. At this time, the sky was getting dark and the evening mist was heavy. Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu used their qinggong to hide their presence and went to Five Claw Peak. Zhang Xiaohua hid her figure and followed Zhang Xiaohu's back. The night had already fallen, and the round moon was gradually moving towards the sky. Tonight was a clear and sunny day. Under the water-like moonlight, the Five Claw Peak pierced straight into the night sky. A chilly wind blew past, blowing the withered grass and yellow leaves into the air. A few afterimages flashed past, and then their silhouettes appeared in the moonlight. Below the Thumb Peak, on a large piece of flat land, Zhang Xiaohu and the others stopped next to a crouching ox rock. Reporting to sect leader Zhang, it's here. Last time, lay practitioner Yanming said it was next to this crouching ox rock. Looking at the crouching ox rock, which was exactly the same as it was a few years ago, Wen Wenhai couldn't help but feel emotional. He pointed at the rock and said to Zhang Xiaohu, Good. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and asked, It's already past 9. Where are the people from the Dalan Temple and Incense Cult? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered something to him.
Oh, understood.
Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly, looked around, and jumped onto the crouching ox rock. He sat down cross-legged, as if he was regulating his qi circulation. Li Jian and the others were in a protective position, surrounding the crouching ox rock. After half an hour, a slight rustling sound came from the east. When Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes, he saw several Dalan temple monks in monk robes had quietly appeared not far from the crouching ox rock. Under the moonlight, they were Master Chong Shang, Great Master Chong Gung, Master Chong Xing, and 3 skinny monks. Zhang Xiaohu had already received information that these 3 skinny monks were Master Tian Gang, Master Yuan Dao, and Master Yuan Ming. He immediately felt deep veneration for them. He jumped up from the crouching ox rock and went forward to salute them. Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty School greets Master Chong Shang and all the other masters. Master Chong Shang and the others floated in the air and arrived at the scene. When they used their divine senses, they noticed Zhang Xiaohua standing not far behind Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu coming over to salute them, only Master Chong Shang put his palms together and smiled. Sect leader Zhang, you're early.
I wouldn't dare. I'm a junior in Jianghu.
Since I've been summoned by my seniors, of course I have to wait early.
Zhang Xiaohu said respectfully.
Although the Dalan Temple was one of the participants in destroying the Misty School that day, Zhang Xiaohu did not directly confront the Dalan Temple. There were not many monks that day, and Master Chong Shang had a good reputation in Jianghu. He did not allow Zhang Xiaohu to be disrespectful. Amitabha. Master Chong Shang chanted the name of Buddha. He then raised his head and said, How should I address all of you?
Why haven't I seen you before?
My name is Pan En. I've been cultivating in seclusion. I'm a nameless itinerant cultivator. It's normal that the elders don't know because I have an old relationship with the seniors of the Misty School, I also received some favors from the seniors of the Misty School. By chance, I found out that the Misty School was in trouble. That's why I lent a helping hand. However, I don't care about worldly affairs. The affairs of Jianghu are intertwined with gratitude and grudges. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. Your grudges. I don't care. Fellow Taoist, you're very generous. Thousands of people from the Misty School. All of them recovered their martial arts. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. How can I be a nameless itinerant cultivator? However, I don't know if the Misty School has passed down any immortal cultivation techniques for generations. Master Tiangang said in a low voice. Hee. Master Tiangang's name is well known throughout the world. I've admired you for a long time. However, I don't like fighting and lack the desire to win. Master, I'm afraid we're not fated to meet. Just as they were talking, another voice sounded, Master Pan, you live up to your name. I've admired you for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw a group of people slowly approaching from the mountain path not far away. They were the Misty School's disciples who had arrived earlier. Looking at Nanjing Yi who was speaking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You're just a piece of trash. How can you live up to your name? None eyes admiration, but I can't accept it. While they were talking, the Misty School's disciples had arrived. They were Nanjing Yi, Nun Shuqing, Nun Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yu Yan. Fellow Taoist, your name has spread throughout Jianghu before the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. I don't know how many people admire you, but I wonder, why didn't you come to the fight for the Immortal Mansion? If you did, I'm afraid that the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wouldn't belong to Beidou School anymore. Ha ha ha, the appearance of the Immortal Mansion can only be obtained by the virtuous. I have never dared to consider myself virtuous, and I'm used to cultivating in a quiet place. As for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, it's better to keep it as bait for others. Hearing this, Master Tiangang, Nun Shuqing, and the others' faces changed slightly. The Yaoshan Immortal Mansion wasn't just their bait. It was the bait for the entire Jianghu. All the sects in Jianghu were defeated at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. If there was any sect that benefited, other than the Beidou School, it would be the Misty School. The Misty School that didn't participate in the fight for the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion at all. Nanjing Yi stood not far away, coldly looking at Zhang Xiaohu, and calmly said, Sect Leader Zhang. It's only been a few months since we parted at Mosun Gong. Are you well? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled, but didn't go forward. He cupped his hands and saluted. Ever since I left Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've been very well. Thank you for your concern, Nun. As for the grudge between the Misty School and the incense cult, I don't think I need to say anything. I've already told the inner sect disciple you sent, so there's no need for me to repeat myself. Hee. Sect leader Zhang's methods are good. Even I admire you greatly. In addition, this sect leader Panem behind you is actually playing with the incense cult in the palm of his hand. I truly admire you. Nanjing Yi. Do you think my Misty School's torment is light? Lu Qingyang shouted, If it weren't for my sect leader Zhang's wisdom and courage, my Misty School would be. Chapter 12:10. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohu coughed softly, and Lu Qingyang's voice immediately softened. Hee. I've already told you about the Misty School at Lingering Fragrance Peak. The reason behind it isn't as simple as you think. If you're talking about torment, there are also people like Master Longevity from the Dalan Temple. You can ask them too. Sect leader Zhang, I feel guilty about what happened in the past. Everything was used by others. I'm sure sect leader Zhang already knows about it, but I don't want to explain. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. Hee. All right, the mastermind from back then is here. Nanjing Yi said softly. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu had already sensed something. From the side of the Crouching Ox Rock in the forest to the south, a few figures were also flying over with lightness skills. It was Alliance leader Zhang San from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Li Jian and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the familiar figures. Lu Qingyang's fists were already clenched. Cough, cough. Master Longevity coughed and said softly, Sect leader Zhang. Today is a big day for the 4 sections. Don't delay the great cause of the Misty School because of some small matter. Of course.
Our ethereal sect has always prioritized the big picture. How can we create more trouble at this time? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Nun Jingyi and Master Longevity and said with a smile, "Oh right, sect leader Zhang. How are Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng? How are my thousands of Wuming Hall disciples?" This time, when our inner disciples went over, they actually avoided meeting them. "I'm surprised," Nun Jingyi suddenly asked. "Hee. Nun, you're really forgetful. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng admire our Misty School's legacy and specially joined our Misty School. They've always relied on the inner disciples in spreading fragrance cult. When they came to our Misty School, they became the masters. Right now, they're carefree on Misty Peak. How can they have the time to care about you?" Zhang Xiaohu had already thought of a countermeasure. When she heard this, Nun Jingyi almost exploded in anger. "You!" Nun Jingyi's voice grew louder. "Abbess, today is a big day for the 4 sections.
Don't delay the great cause of the incense cult because of some small matter.
Abbess, please conduct yourself with dignity." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Abbess Jingyi and said with a smile, "You." Nun Jingyi's lips trembled. Cough cough. When Master Longevity saw this, he quickly coughed a few times. He turned to Alliance Leader Zhang San and said, "Alliance Leader Zhang San, why, are you late?" "Sigh, Master." Alliance Master Zhang San looked at the 5 inner force experts beside him and smiled bitterly. "Ever since we parted ways at Yaoshan Mountain, our alliance has been hiding nearby. But Bai Yanqiu from between the clouds and the water seems to have sensed our presence. He has been searching for our whereabouts all this time. If it was before, our alliance might not have been afraid. But now, our alliance did not bring enough manpower, and there are also immortal experts between the clouds and the water. Our alliance can only endure." Between the clouds and the water. Actually sensed something? Master Longevity was slightly stunned. He immediately released his divine sense and looked for a while. He then turned to Master Tiangang and asked, "Master, is there anything strange around here?" Master Tiangang shook his head slightly. Master Longevity let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Alliance Leader Zhang San did not have an immortal divine sense. If he was being followed, he might not know. Master Tiangong's divine sense was the strongest among all of them. If he did not sense anything, then it must be nothing. "All right, the people of our 4 sects have gathered. Let's go to the secret plane according to our original agreement."
Master Longevity waved his hand and said, "No matter what grudges there were between our 4 sects, before we come out of the secret plane, there must be no friction.
Everyone knows that Beidou School has taken the initiative in the Yaoshan Immortal Abode. This secret plane is the key to the revival of our 4 sections. If anyone messes up this important matter, the other 3 sects will join forces to punish them." Alliance Leader Zhang Sen stood not far from Zhang Xiaohu.
He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after hearing Master Longevity's words, he swallowed his words.
"Let's go." Master Longevity waved his sleeves and took the lead. Master Tiangang and the others also floated in the air and followed. Then, the incense cult followed. Alliance Leader Zhang San was about to move when he heard Zhang Xiaohu say in a low voice, "Does the martial arts sect have to walk before the immortal path?" As he spoke, he leaped up and used the ethereal steps, which was comparable to the levitation technique. He lightly brought Li Jian and the others with him. "You!" Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. Just as he was about to regain some of his dignity, he felt a frosty gaze sweep past Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's handsome face, he jumped. "Taoist Pan?" Alliance Leader Zhang Sen almost groaned. "Humph." Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly and used the levitation technique. Her body floated in the air and followed behind Lu Yueming, heading towards the direction of the ring finger of 5 Claws Peak. This Alliance Leader Zhang San was a little dumbfounded. Looking at their backs, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and touch his chest a few times. Then, he waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Everyone's qigong was excellent, and they even had the levitation technique. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the dense forest in the middle of the ring finger peak. The dark and silent forest was like a monster that had not moved since ancient times. It was lying there quietly. Even the brilliance of snow could not cover the forest. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the forest. She felt that the forest was exactly the same as when she first came. There was nothing special about it.
However, when her divine sense swept past every jujube tree, a trace of uneasiness was transmitted from her divine sense to her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought of the indescribable throbbing in her heart before the Misty School's visit. She couldn't help but be shocked. She thought to herself, could it be that tonight's trip is a great omen? The more she thought about it, the more mysterious the jujube forest became in her eyes. Faction leader Zhang. This jujube forest. I'm afraid there's something strange about it. Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, with eyes cultivation. It's difficult to see the truth of this place. If it's possible. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Master Chongsheng said in a low voice, everyone, this place is an ancient divine array. If you don't have the map that leads to the array, no matter what your cultivation is, as long as you enter the forest, you'll definitely die. There are records of this place in the ancient books of the Dalan Temple. It's also very clear that you should never take the risk to enter. You're right, Master Chongsheng. Our incense cult also has similar records. Moreover, this sheepskin scroll has been lost tens of thousands of years ago, so we've all put this forest at the back of our minds. Now that the map has reappeared, it's time for our 4 schools of immortal Tao to revive. Nanjing Yi nodded. All right, according to the ancient books, this forest's array can only be opened under the morning sun on the 15th day of the first lunar month. At any other time, it's a dead array. Therefore, we'll have to wait here until tomorrow morning to enter the array. Master Chongsheng continued, by the way, someone from the Misty School entered the array a few years ago. Is this old monk's words true? Reporting to Master Chongsheng, our vice faction leader Wen Wenhai entered this array a few years ago. It's exactly as you said. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai and stepped forward. That's good. Since someone from the Misty School has entered, tomorrow morning, let's invite the Misty School to be the first to enter. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Well, since someone from the Misty School has entered, I wonder if you can tell us in detail about the layout of the secret plane? Master Chongsheng asked with a smile. Haha, Master, after we enter. If there are treasures, how should we distribute them? We haven't finished discussing these matters, yet you want the Misty School to provide information. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Master Chongsheng was stunned. Nanjing Yi said apologetically, since faction leader Zhang didn't want to see us, we could only send our inner disciples to pass the message. We haven't told faction leader Zhang the specific details yet. Yes, Master Chongsheng nodded slightly and said, according to the ancient books, the secret plane is quite large. Some places have their own universe. It's far from the size of the mountain we see now. Therefore, when the 4 sects enter, we'll divide whatever we see equally. If we can't divide it equally, the sect that wants to get the remaining items will have to compensate the other 3 sections. As for the items within the restriction, it'll depend on each sect's actions. Whoever has the ability to take more will take it based on their ability. After he finished speaking, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, faction leader Zhang, what do you think of this method? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He looked at Master Chongsheng, Great Master Chonggung, and Master Chongxing behind him. Well, there were also 3 skinny and shriveled masters. He felt bitter in his mouth. Was there a need to say more? The inside was full of immortal Tao restrictions. The Dalan Temple had come prepared. Of course, they would take the lead. However, thinking about the unpredictable Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, of course, the secret plane? We have to rely on our own strength to fight for treasures. If we walk behind others, we'll only be blind. Then he glanced sideways at Alliance leader Zhang San. At this time, Alliance leader Zhang San had already calmed down, as if he hadn't heard anything. He raised his head to look at the dense forest under the moonlight, his eyes full of admiration. Well, would Vice Faction Leader Wen please explain a little? Master Chongsheng said with a smile. Yes. Please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and gave Wen Wenhai a look. Thus, Wen Wenhai whispered about the last time they entered the dense forest. The process wasn't very detailed, and the objects inside were also vague. What? Is there only such a small place? Master Chongsheng frowned. Are there only those old medicinal herbs inside? Nanjing Yi was also shocked. Speaking of medicinal herbs, there were many in Yulon Grand Canyon. Her incense cult didn't need to mess around here. Reporting to the two seniors, this is indeed what this disciple saw back then. As for any restrictions, formations, or other immortal Tao methods, this disciple doesn't know. I reckon that Yenming Jusher back then might not know either. Wan Hai said with a wry smile. Well, that's indeed true. Master Chong Shang and Nun Jing Yi both nodded. After a while, Master Chong Shang asked apologetically, Faction Leader Zhang, this old monk has overstepped. I wonder, what did Faction Leader O obtain in the secret plane back then? Chapter 12:11. Humph, you destroyed the Tan family, Yenming Villa, and Wan Jianfeng. What? You don't know anything. Lu Qingyang coldly snorted. What? Zhang Hu is filled with grudges and vengeance. If you don't have strength, don't be blinded by greed and go looking for treasures. Otherwise, you'll only end up with your family destroyed. Nun Jing Yi also coldly snorted. Actually, I just want to confirm whether or not this jungle is worth the risk. Master Chong Shang pulled a long face and asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing. It's just a few qi-generating pills and a few bone-strengthening pills. Hee. In addition to this, your school seems to have another jade box. Nun Jingyi laughed. Zhang Xiaohu calmly said, Inside that jade box is a sword manual. My Misty School had already arranged for the young Eagle Hall disciples to practice it before Boss O passed away. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. It seemed that this sword manual, she knew about it. Yes, O Peng, and the other's explosive increase in internal strength should be the effect of this qi-generating pill. Master Chong Shang also nodded. Since this kind of pill is in the small house, there might be more hidden in the array. That's right, Vice Boss One, in the small house. What else is there? Nun Jingyi asked again. This. When Wan Hai thought for a moment, then looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, There's nothing in the house. Apart from some incense burners, a jade table, a square table, and 3 chairs, there's nothing else. At this point, Wan Hai seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, That's right, on the wall on the right, there are 3 portraits hanging. It's just that they're too old to be seen clearly. Portraits? Not only was Nun Jingyi surprised, but Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing far behind them, was also surprised. Who are the people in the portraits? Nun Jingyi asked nervously. This. One seems to be a swordsman with a saber, another seems to be a scholar with a folding fan, and the last seems to be a masked woman. When Wan Hai thought for a moment and said, Is the woman holding something in her hand? Nun Shuqing asked. Oh, it seems. It's a long whip. Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing's faces were filled with joy. Seeing Wan Hai's confusion, they couldn't help but sneer. That scholar with the folding fan is your Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya. You don't even know how to kowtow in front of him. This is really blasphemy against your founder. Me? Wan Hai's expression changed. But, thinking that it was impossible for the other party to lie to him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Our Misty School's immortal inheritance has been lost for a long time. It's normal that Deputy Faction Leader 1 has not seen the portrait of Founding Master Yang. Could it be that all the inner disciples of your school have seen the portrait of Founding Master Yu? Ancestral Master Moon? Nun Jingyi was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. You actually know the name of the founder of the incense cult? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said nothing. All right, since we know that there's a portrait of the founder of the Immortal Path in the secret land, then there must be something extremely important inside. We have a reason to take the risk and enter. Master Chongqing laughed and looked around. He walked to the north side of the forest and sat down cross-legged. The other masters also sat down next to him. Nun Jingyi saw this and smiled. She led Peacock and the others to the opposite side of the Dalan Temple and sat down. When she was seated, she didn't forget to say in a low voice, Faction Leader Zhang, all the inner disciples of the incense cult have seen the portrait of Founding Master Yu. Oh? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback. Then, he remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said about the manor beside the carefree lake. I'm impressed. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and led Li Jian and the others to form a triangle with the other 2 factions. Faction leader Zhang Sen couldn't get a word in edgewise. He waited for the 3 factions to sit down before finding a place to lead his disciples. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohu not far away, he sighed and ordered his disciples to go first. He then walked to the side of the Misty School's disciples.
"What are you doing here?" Lu Qingyang asked angrily.
This humble one has something important to discuss with faction leader Zhang. Faction leader Zhang Sen looked at Zhang Xiaohu behind Lu Qingyang and whispered, "There's nothing to discuss. The Misty School and the Righteous Alliance are mortal enemies."
Lu Qingyang scolded.
Hee, there's no such thing as an eternal enemy in this Jianghu. How can there be an eternal ally? Faction leader Zhang Sen chuckled and said, "This humble one is just proposing a deal to faction leader Zhang. If faction leader Zhang doesn't agree, just listen. There's no need to take it seriously."
Say.
Zhang Xiaohu stood up and cupped his hands. Faction leader Zhang, there's really nothing to discuss between our two factions. If it weren't for the importance of this forest, we wouldn't have come at all. Hee, since faction leader Zhang knows the importance of this forest, what if this humble one uses the things in the forest to make a deal with your faction? Faction leader Zhang San smiled. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised and said curiously, "The things in the forest are extremely important. Could it be that the Righteous Alliance has something more important than these things?" If faction leader Zhang is interested, this humble one will say it. Otherwise, this humble one will turn back. Faction leader Zhang, please speak. Hee, this lord really wants to hear it.
Zhang Xiaohu smiled.
Well, it's like this. The things in the secret plane, the Righteous Alliance owns 25% of them. If faction leader Zhang agrees to this humble one's deal, this humble one will give faction leader Zhang 10% of them. What do you think? Seeing that faction leader Zhang San was somewhat reluctant, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed and he asked curiously, "What do you need this lord to do?" Hee, it's very simple. This humble one wants faction leader Zhang to return the thousands of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. What do you think?
Bah!
Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Lu Qingyang spat out thick phlegm and scolded, "Those are thousands of disciples. They're already the disciples of the Misty School's Martial Arts Hall and Great Martial Arts Hall. You just touched your lips and you want me to return them to you? Moreover, we still don't know what's in the secret plane. How can those things be compared to these disciples?" That's right. Faction leader Zhang. You see, this lord hasn't even opened his mouth and Elder Lu has already seen that this deal is unfair. What else do we have to talk about?
Zhang Xiaohu smiled.
Faction leader Zhang San was slightly anxious and said in a low voice, "Faction leader Zhang, at first glance, this deal is indeed inappropriate. But think about it again. Although my thousands of disciples have already become the disciples of your two halls, but can you be at ease with them? Don't you still have to take out a lot of people to supervise them? Moreover, you still don't feel at ease letting them go. Rather than feeling this uncomfortable, it's better to directly let them go and return them to this humble one. Wouldn't it be better to obtain the treasures in this secret plane?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face reveal a strange smile, he continued, "Moreover, although the number of these thousands of disciples is large, they're not of one mind. They can't be compared to the disciples cultivated by your Misty School. If you obtain some treasures in the secret plane, such as the chi-generating pill that you just spoke of, then all of a sudden, you can cultivate your trusted disciples into top-notch experts. Wouldn't that be much more convenient than using these thousands of disciples? As Elder Lu said just now, who knows how many treasures there are in this secret plane? Look at the posture of the Dalan Temple, and then look at the posture of the cult of incense. Faction leader Zhang, don't you think that there's a huge secret in this secret plane? If our two factions don't work together, then wouldn't we be eaten up by the other two factions until nothing is left? Of course. This humble one can't guarantee that there are enough treasures inside that can be compared to the thousands of disciples. However, for the thousands of useless disciples, I think that faction leader Zhang should take this risk." Zhang Xiaohu revealed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this situation, Alliance leader Zhang Sen added fuel to the fire. "Faction leader Zhang, this is a ladder that our alliance is handing to your noble faction. We know that your Misty School's strength has increased greatly, and our Righteous Alliance has suffered heavy losses. However, if our Righteous Alliance stacks everything on a single throw and attacks your Misty School with all our strength, do you think those thousands of disciples you've recruited will listen to you or to our alliance?"
This.
Zhang Xiaohu pretended to panic. Haha, of course, this is just our alliance's assumption. If we really do this, our righteous alliance will suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid that we won't be far from being destroyed. This isn't something that our alliance wants to see. Presumably, faction leader Zhang won't do this and let the Dalan Temple and the Cult of Incense reap the benefits. Alliance leader Zhang San laughed. 20%. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to understand Alliance leader Zhang San's meaning. He also knew that Alliance leader Zhang San would fight to the death, so he called out decisively. Alliance leader Zhang San was stunned, then laughed softly. Faction leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. No wonder even Abbess Jingyi had to suffer at your hands. However, our righteous alliance only has 25% in total. I don't think there's any hope for those formations and restrictions, so 20% is really too much. Alliance leader Zhang San, these are thousands of disciples. If it were a few hundred, I would have agreed long ago. Why would I waste my breath here? Haha, if it were a few hundred, our alliance wouldn't have come here and lowered our face to make this deal with you. Forget it, who told our alliance to be in the wrong first? 15% is our bottom line. If you don't, we'll turn around right now. Alliance leader Zhang Sen turned around and was about to leave. Don't. Zhang Xiaohu pulled Alliance leader Zhang San back and laughed. 15% it is. To be honest, these thousands of disciples are troublesome in my Misty School. If the Righteous Alliance takes them back, I'll be more than happy. All right, faction leader Zhang San is straightforward. Let's clap our hands and make an oath. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his right hand. Zhang Xiaohu also raised his right hand. Just as they were about to clap hands, Li Jian reminded them, faction leader Zhang San, you must consider this carefully. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Alliance leader Zhang San raised his hand, and their palms collided. Alliance leader Zhang San retracted his right hand and cupped his hands. Once this matter is settled, our alliance will send a disciple to receive them. I hope faction leader Zhang San won't go back on his words. You. Zhang Xiaohu retracted his right hand, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Haha. Alliance leader Zhang San chuckled and returned to his disciple's side. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve, and knew that Zhang Xiaohua would definitely agree to it. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, was already overjoyed. Chapter 12:12. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's remorseful face and his whispered explanation to Li Jian and the others, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. After these thousands of disciples returned to the Righteous Tao Alliance, they would become the backbone of the Righteous Tao Alliance. If they were to nurture their own team one by one, in a few years, the Righteous Tao Alliance would already belong to Ethereal Sect even without Ethereal Sect attacking. The Dalan Temple and the Incense Cult seemed to know that the leader of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, Zhang Xiaohu, had something to discuss with the Misty School. Therefore they lowered their heads and regulated their breathing, ignoring the whispers between Zhang Xiaohu and the elders of the Misty School. Beside the quiet forest, the low, intermittent chirping of insects served as a foil to the mystery of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her divine sense and scanned the area 1,000 feet around the four sects. She seemed to have found something. 1,000 feet away, there was a large area of rocks. There were no trees, and the huge rocks reflected the moonlight slightly. Wherever the cold wind blew, the grass between the rocks swayed. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the area and found that it was normal. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was something wrong. Hero 1, cough, cough, Vice Sect Leader 1, about 1,000 feet north of here. Is there a large area of rocks? Zhang Xiaohua asked in a low voice. About that, reporting. Elder, I came here at night from Index Finger Peak. I didn't check the surroundings. When Wen Hai said apologetically, is there anything strange there? Zhang Xiaohu asked. No. Zhang Xiaohua was about to answer when her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, I have something to do. I'll come back later. As she said that, she put her hand in Zhang Xiaohu's hand and turned around to cast the flying spell. She left on her own. Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment. Pinching the soft object in his hand, he immediately knew that it was the extremely precious sheepskin scroll. He casually stuffed it into his bosom without a trace. Then he heard the elder behind him ask in a displeased tone, Sect Leader Zhang, this
Where did fellow Taoist Panin go? Now is the time to cover his tracks. Why did he leave? This. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He couldn't say that it was midnight and his brother needed to sleep, right? He could only say, "I'll let you know, Grandmaster." Panin. Taoist priest discovered that something was amiss 1,000 feet away. He personally went to take a look. What? 1,000 zhang away? Master Longevity sucked in a breath of cold air while Nun Jingyi cried out in alarm. What? Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He turned his head and asked Wen Hai. What did you say just now? Sect leader, Taoist Panin just asked me if I passed by 1,000 feet away from here. He felt that there was something wrong there. Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing all had ugly expressions. Standing here, one's divine sense could see 1,000 feet away. That was a waste of time. Moreover, he knew the flying spell. This Taoist priest Panin. Which generation's senior master was he? Nun Jingyi's face turned green when she thought of 1,000 feet away. She couldn't understand when the Misty School had such a senior who had such a deep relationship with them. Master Longevity looked into the distance at Zhang Xiaohua, who had long disappeared, and said in a low voice, with this senior's help, this trip to the secret plane will be safe. Then, everyone sat down in their respective places. However, after waiting for a long time, the full moon had already set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't returned. Nun Jingyi wanted to get up several times, but when she saw that Master Longevity didn't move, she restrained herself. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to get up, Master Longevity also stood up. The two of them looked at each other and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. They cupped their hands and said, Sect leader Zhang, we know that your sect's Taoist priest Panin's cultivation is profound and there won't be any problems with him going to investigate. However, he's been gone for a long time. I'm afraid there might be some mishap if we go to help. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. What could he say? He could only nod and say, I'm also surprised. Did something happen to Taoist priest Pan? It's only 1,000 feet away. If something happened, there would have been a commotion. I don't think it's anything urgent. Maybe Taoist priest Pan saw the beautiful moonlight tonight and hid in a corner to admire it. That's also possible. At this point, he saw the strange expressions on the two's faces and immediately said, although I'm also worried. My cultivation is shallow and I don't dare to go. What if I trouble the elders of the Dalan Temple and the incense cult? I'm also worried that something might go wrong. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Master Longevity waved his hand. Great Master Chonggung and Master Chongxing floated up into the air and went straight to the south, 1,000 feet away. Since the two great masters have gone, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaohu stopped nagging. 1,000 feet away was actually not far. Just as Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and turned to look to the south, everyone frowned slightly. They wanted to know what Taoist priest Panin had discovered. Suddenly, two extremely bright lights came from 1,000 feet away. Then, there was a faint cry of surprise, followed by a rumbling sound. Hearing this familiar rumbling sound, Master Longevity's expression changed immediately. Shindao sect. That's right, it's between the clouds and the water. Master Jingyi also gritted her teeth. This Bai Yanqiu is really everywhere. Chonggung, Chongxing. Master Tiangong's expression also changed. Master Yuan Dao waved his hand and pulled out the demon-subduing pestle from his back. Master Yuan Ming also threw his hand, and the Mao bead also turned into the size of a plate and flew into the air. However, before the two of them could fly 100 feet away, they heard a voice in the distance. Don't worry, great masters. We'll come. Wasn't that the voice of Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water? The two great masters, Yuan Dao and Yuan Ming, paused in the air for a moment before flying back to stand beside Master Tiangang. They didn't put away the demon-subduing pestle in their hands and the Mao bead in the air. Master Longevity and Master Jingyi looked coldly at Bai Yanqiu, who was flying over from afar, and Chonggung and Chongxing, who were captured by Hao Feng and Taoist Hao Yu. They didn't say a word. When Bai Yanqiu flew closer, he cupped his hands and smiled. So the incense cult, Dalan Temple, and Misty School, other than my four immortal Dao sects, between the clouds and the water are all saber-rising. Why is the Righteous Alliance also here? Today's moonlight is beautiful. But how did this barren mountain attract the most famous 4 immortal Dao sects in Jianghu? Bai Yanqiu, my Dalan Temple's Changgung and Master Chongxing. How are they? Master Chongxing couldn't help but ask when he saw the 2 great masters being captured and their divine sense blocked by Hao Yun. It's nothing. They just suffered some minor injuries. Bai Yanqiu chuckled. Our disciples between the clouds and the water were admiring the moon. But these 2 great masters came to disturb us and disturbed our mood. Taoist Hao Yun just punished them slightly. The mountain river map. Master Jing Yi clenched her teeth. That day on Mount Yao, Bai Zhongmen used the mountain river map to hide the figures of the disciples between the clouds and the water. He wanted to seize the initiative when the immortal mansion of Mount Yao appeared. Who knew that the immortal mansion wasn't on Mount Yao, but in the void above Mount Yao? Bai Zhongmen's mountain river map exposed his whereabouts. Why didn't I think of that? This mountain river map is the best at hiding one's aura. With the surrounding terrain, even the divine sense of the immortal path can't detect it. Master Jing Yi is really brilliant, but I also didn't expect that these 2 monks would suddenly appear when we were hiding well. Where's Master Panen? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a timely manner. Master Panen? Bai Yanqiu was stunned. He shook his head and said, Master Panen flew away from us? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and turned to look at Master Chongshang, expressing his innocence. At this time, Master Chongshang didn't want to investigate further. He only sneered and said, Between the clouds and the water captured 2 great masters of my Dalan Temple. Do you want to declare war on my Dalan Temple? I wouldn't dare, Bai Yanqiu replied with a smile in his eyes. I'm not talented. I know that my words carry little weight, so I have no choice but to ask the 2 great masters to be my bargaining chip. As long as Master Chongshang agrees to my conditions, I'll immediately release the 2 great masters. Humph! Master Chongshang sneered. My Dalan Temple can be easily coerced. Bai Yanqiu, what do you want? Please say it quickly. If it's feasible, we can agree to it. You should leave as soon as you get the benefits. Otherwise, our 4 sects will join forces and destroy your descendants between the clouds and the water. Abbess Jing Yi, why are you so angry? What else could I have come here for? I just want to enter the secret land with you and get some benefits. What secret land? Bai Zhongmen. What is he talking about? Why can't I understand? Master Jing Yi laughed. Is that so? Master Jing Yi, you're not being honest. You're bullying my descendants between the clouds and the water. Have they ever been destroyed? Bai Yanqiu laughed and waved his hand. Come here. Everyone was stunned. From afar, a figure slowly walked over using qinggong. Looking at the figure, his qinggong was very poor. Presumably, his martial arts weren't high either. However, when that person walked into the arena, the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San shouted, Situ Ping? You're actually a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water? Then, Misty Schools When One High was also shocked, Leader Situ? Then he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect it. Everyone, who do you think this person is? It's the leader of the evil tiger gang, Situ Ping, who was led by Wan Jianfeng's disciple, Ma Xiangyang, when One Hai and Yenming Jusher entered the forest for the first time. How could it be you? Situ Ping. You actually dared to deceive this old man? Alliance Master Zhang San repeated this sentence. When he joined forces with the incense cult and the Dalan Temple to force Pang to death, he had already lost sight of Situ Ping. At that time, he had sent many people to look for him, but there was no news. Later, when the Righteous Alliance took over the Misty School, there was no need for Situ Ping to exist anymore. Thus, he threw this person to the back of his mind. What he didn't expect was that Situ Ping would appear when he least expected it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12-13. Situ Ping, you're the leader of the evil tiger gang, but you're also a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. You told us about Wan Jianfeng, the sheepskin scroll, and the forest. Was it by Yanqiu's order? When we confronted the Dalan Temple and the incense cult, we couldn't find you. Were you taken away by Between the Clouds and the Water? Alliance leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. It's exactly as you said.
However, the Evil Tiger Gang and the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa have been used by the Alliance of Righteous Sects for a long time.
I miss them very much. I've always wanted to go back and see if they're still the same as before. By Zhang Men. You're too calculative. Alliance leader Zhang San sighed. Hee. Alliance leader Zhang San is too kind. Ping only found out about it by chance.
That's why he hurriedly reported it to me.
If I had known about it earlier, you wouldn't have been here. Actually, Bai Zhangmen didn't have to use so many tricks. He could have just destroyed the 4 sects and obtained the 4 sheepskin scrolls. Alliance leader Zhang San said, puzzled. That's what I thought, but Alliance leader O of the Misty School and Yang Ruping are both descendants of the Immortal Path sects. If I acted rashly, Between the Clouds and the Water would have been exposed. If your 3 sects caught wind of this, with the strength of your 3 sects, Between the Clouds and the Water, would I still be safe and sound? She then said hatefully, to be honest, I've also done a lot of tricks in the other 3 sections. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. None of the sheepskin scrolls fell into the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water, so today I had no choice but to do this. Alliance leader Zhang Sen gritted his teeth. He had been plotting since he got the information about the sheepskin scrolls from Situ Ping, as well as the secret of the Immortal Path. The destruction of the Misty School was also part of Bai Yanqiu's plan. Now that the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Misty School were greatly weakened, the Alliance of Righteous Sects was even more miserable. This was all thanks to Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he not bear a grudge? Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water was the instigator of the decline of the Alliance of Righteous Sects. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu had been labeled as such by Alliance leader Zhang San. Then, Alliance leader Zhang San said coldly, "What? Bai Zhangmen, what do you mean? You've been plotting for so long, involving the famous 4 sects in Jianghu, and now you've captured the 2 masters of the Dalan Temple. Are you planning to take the treasure for yourself?" Haha, Alliance leader Zhang San, you're exaggerating. How can I, Between the Clouds and the Water, have such a big appetite? Between the Clouds and the Water is not the Beidou School, and this secret plane is not the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. How can I, the leader of this sect, take all the treasure for myself? Then Bai Yanqiu looked at Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi, and said with a smile, Between the Clouds and the Water is also a big sect with immortal inheritance, so we're also qualified to enter this secret plane. I don't have many requests, I just want to enter the secret plane with the Alliance of Righteous Sects and the Misty School, and have the same treatment as them. Nanjing Yi was a little hesitant. She looked at Master Chongshang and said in a low voice, the 2 masters Chonggung and Chongxing are in the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water. Master, please make the decision on this matter. Master Chongshang pondered for a moment, and told her about the agreement between the sects, and said, if Between the Clouds and the Water joins, each sect should get 20%, Master Chongshang. You can't say that. Between the Clouds and the Water doesn't have a sheepskin scroll. How can she get 20%? I'm afraid 5% is already a lot. Alliance Master Zhang San shouted. 5%? Bai Yanqiu sneered. Alliance Master Zhang San has a good plan. Could it be that you're treating Between the Clouds and the Water like a beggar? Hee. Then how many places do you want? Alliance Master Zhang San also sneered. 20%. Bai Yanqiu glanced at Chongxing and Chonggung, and said decisively. Between the Clouds and the Water wanted 20%, so the other 4 sects naturally also wanted 20%. The Alliance of Righteous Sects wanted to give the Misty School 15%, so the Alliance of Righteous Sects only had 5% left. How could Alliance Master Zhang San agree? 20%? Ha ha ha. Alliance Master Zhang San laughed so hard that his waist almost bent. He pointed at Bai Yanqiu, shook his head, and said, You're really imaginative. Seeing Alliance Master Zhang San laugh, Master Chongsheng frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, how about this? My Dalan Temple will give up 5% to make up for your Alliance of Righteous Sects losses. What do you think? So that's how it is. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned, then nodded slightly, and said with a smile, If Master Zhang San says so, our Alliance of Righteous Sects will naturally agree. Hearing this, Master Chongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Bai Yanqiu to let them go, he heard Alliance Master Zhang San say, But
Our alliance of righteous sects fell at the hands of between the clouds and the water. If they get the benefits, how will our alliance of righteous sects have a place to stand in the future? So, please understand, Master Chong Shang. Today, I can't agree to let between the clouds and the water enter the secret ground. Zhang San. Master Chong Shang scolded. Don't you dare challenge this old monk's bottom line. Bai Yanqiu was also shocked. He looked at the few martial arts disciples of the Alliance of Righteous Sects with interest, and said slowly, Alliance Master Zhang San, aren't you afraid of being killed by the elders of Between the Clouds and the Water? With just these few martial arts disciples? Of course Between the Clouds and the Water has the ability to do so. Our Alliance of Righteous Sects also has no power to fight back, but can the Dalan Temple agree? Can the Incense Sect agree? Can the Misty School agree? Then he bowed to Master Chong Shang and said, Master, I'm afraid that I've made things difficult for you. However, without my parchment, I'm afraid that this secret ground is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Then, as if he thought of something, he slapped his forehead and said, Oh, look at my memory. Where did I hide the parchment? I really forgot about it. But it's true. Other than myself, no one else knows where it is hidden. If I really forgot this secret ground, I'll never be able to enter it again. Oh, I remember again. Master Chong Shang, when we leave the secret ground tomorrow morning, won't the Dalan Temple, the Incense Sect, and the Misty School escort me to a safe place? The elders' faces were ashen, Nun Jingyi was deep in thought, and Zhang Xiaohu looked on coldly. Bai Yanqiu was in a difficult position. There was only the sound of the wind blowing. The moon was also covered by the thick dark clouds that were blown by the wind, and no light could be seen. The wind gradually became colder. Little by little, the small snowflakes that were like grains of salt slowly fell down. After an unknown period of time, Master Chongsheng sighed, stepped forward and said, How about this, Bai Zhongmen? You also know that without the parchment of the Righteous Alliance, none of us can enter the secret ground. If Alliance Master Chongsheng doesn't want your sect to enter, can your sect wait outside? My Dalan Temple can give 20% to your sect, leaving only 5%. Bai Yanqiu narrowed her eyes, as if the snowflakes had hit her eyelashes. She thought for a moment, looked up at the sky and said, This damn weather, why is it suddenly snowing? Master Chongsheng didn't answer, but Bai Yanqiu murmured again, It should be early in the morning now. In another 2 hours, the sky will be bright. If we can't find a place to enter the forest when the sky is bright, I'm afraid that even with the parchment, we won't be able to enter the forest. Master Chongsheng's face changed again, and he said coldly, Bai Zhongmen, what do you mean? Bai Yanqiu stroked her hair and said with a smile, What can I mean? I'm just reminding Master that tonight is a cloudy day, and there's heavy snow. The sunlight may not appear, and we may not be able to find a place to enter the forest. Bai Zhongmen, you're mistaken. This is us, the 4 sections. It doesn't include Between the Clouds and the Water. Alliance Master Chongsheng said fearlessly. Then, Bai Zhongmen, do you think 20% is too little? Master Chongsheng suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Yes, it's a little too little. We Between the Clouds and the Water are also from a large immortal sect, and we also rushed into the forbidden ground in the formation. Master won't let us enter the secret ground. So what does this so-called 20% mean to us Between the Clouds and the Water? Bai Yanqiu said frankly. Bai Zhongmen, please speak frankly. Master Chongsheng lost his patience. All right, since Master wants me to speak frankly, then I won't be polite. Bai Yanqiu said as she stretched out her hand and made a 5 sign. 50%? Master Chongsheng shook his head. The Dalan Temple only has 25%. This 50%. I definitely can't agree. Haha, Master, you're mistaken. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile like a flower. The 50% I'm talking about is 50% of all the treasures that the Dalan Temple obtained in the secret ground. Roar, Master Chongsheng roared like a lion raising its head. Bai Zhongmen, you've gone too far. A gust of wind blew from Master Chongsheng, blowing straight toward Bai Yanqiu. The sound also shook Bai Yanqiu's head slightly. Just as Bai Yanqiu moved slightly, Master Chongsheng moved. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers directly grabbed toward Bai Yanqiu's face. Be careful, Master. Taoist Hao Feng, who was beside Bai Yanqiu, reminded. As soon as Master Chongsheng roared,
Bai Yanqiu felt that something was wrong.
Without waiting for him to open his eyes, his body floated up and flew backward.
Seeing this, Master Chongsheng's body did not change. He urged the vital energy in his meridians and also floated up. Then, a suction force appeared between his 5 fingers out of thin air, covering Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu was even more shocked when he saw this.
He blurted out, "Dragon controlling hand?"
Actually, how could this be an ordinary dragon controlling hand? When the suction force covered Bai Yanqiu's face, an indescribable throbbing appeared in Bai Yanqiu's heart. It was as if the palm was gradually expanding, so big that it grabbed Bai Yanqiu's entire gaze. This is bad. Seeing Master Chongsheng use such a method, how could Bai Yanqiu not know how powerful it was? As his body retreated rapidly, he was about to take out a Dharma artifact from his back. However, Master Chongsheng's palm was right in front of Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu did not even have time to retreat. How could he have the time to take out a Dharma artifact? Chapter 12-14. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked by the sudden change. Before he could see the fight between Master Chongsheng and Bai Yanqiu clearly, he heard a 7-colored brilliance flash beside Bai Yanqiu, followed by a miserable scream. When Zhang Xiaohu focused his gaze, he saw a 7-colored ring flashing past Master Chongsheng's chest. It was Master Tiangang's Wheel of Expansion. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming took out their respective magic tools, Master Tiangang also took out his Wheel of Mortal Evolution.
However, he hid his traces and stayed close to the ground, so that Master Daoist Hao Feng of the Water Cloud sect would not notice him.
Now that he saw Master Chongsheng take action, how could Master Tiangang not know that this matter could not be settled peacefully? With a hand seal, the mortal wheel flew up. Daoist Hao Feng had just warned Bai Yanqiu and did not expect that the mortal wheel would fly into his back from the ground. How powerful was the mortal wheel? As soon as it came into contact with Daoist Hao Feng, it immediately drilled into his flesh. Not to mention that Daoist Hao Feng did not have a protective light shield. Even if he had one, it would have been damaged if he was caught off guard. As a result, the Wheel of Mortal Expansion spun and flew out from Daoist Hao Feng's chest. Daoist Hao Feng loosened his grip and Grandmaster Chongqing fell to the ground. Grandmaster Yuan Ming pointed his finger and the Maomu Pearl shot towards Daoist Hao Yu, who was still holding Grandmaster Chonggang. Junior brother. Hao Yu was right beside Master Chonggang. Seeing that Master Chonggang was killed by the Wheel of Expansion before he could save him in time, his eyes were already wide open. He shouted with a ruthless look in his eyes. Seeing the Mao Pearl flying towards him, his hand moved slightly and a defensive jade talisman was shot out. His other hand reached out slightly and grabbed Great Master Chonggang's throat. Then he exerted force. Great Master Chonggang's head tilted and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was dead. Grandmaster Yuan Ming originally wanted to save Grandmaster Chonggang, but he didn't expect Daoist Hao Yu to be so ruthless. He didn't care about his own life and wanted to kill Chonggang. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and fiercely activated the true qi in his meridians. Grandmaster Yuan Ming's injuries hadn't healed yet, and now that he activated his true qi, his meridians were injured again. The Molu Pearl suddenly expanded, and with a bang sound, it hit Daoist Hao Yu's back with extreme speed. Master Hao Yu's defensive light barrier had not been completely released. After being hit by the Mao Pearl, it immediately shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Master Hao Yu also spat out a large mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Master Hao Yu stubbornly held on. He waved the lightning hammer in his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the Mao Pearl. Just as Master Yuan Ming was about to use the Mao Pearl to save Great Master Chonggang, Master Yuan Dao also waved his demon vanquishing pestle and directly flew to Master Chongqing's side. At this moment, Nun Xueqi was shocked. She also waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand and countless small white lotuses appeared around Master Chongqing, protecting him tightly. Then when he saw Daoist Bright Moon snapping Daoist Chonggang's throat, Daoist Yuan Dao roared, "Go!" The demon fall pestle immediately turned into a stream of light and slammed towards Daoist Bright Moon. "How dare you!" Master Hao Yun shouted from the side. His tone was also filled with grief. He threw a small black shadow in his hand upwards. Dong! A huge tremor came from that black shadow, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Heaven-shaking drum? Seeing this, Master Tiangang laughed instead of getting angry. This heaven-shaking drum has already been damaged. What's there to show off? It's a pity that you don't have the heaven-shaking hammer. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to beat this heaven-shaking drum. We would have to avoid it. Master Tiangang laughed loudly. The mortal wheel whistled as it flew towards Master Hao Yun. Is that so? Master Hao Yun laughed nastily. He reached into his bosom and took out a short object that was only 3 inches long. Heaven-shaking hammer? Master Tiangang was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had never seen a heaven-shaking hammer before. At this moment, the mortal wheel also approached Master Hao Yun's body. Back to Master Chongshang and Bai Yanqiu. Master Chongshang clawed at Bai Yanqiu's face. A powerful gravitational force was born from Master Chongshang's palm. Bai Yanqiu was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. However, Master Chongshang's levitation technique was only slightly better than Bai Yanqiu's. The 5 fingers were getting closer and closer to Bai Yanqiu's face. When he retreated, Bai Yanqiu's hair that was coiled into a bun on top of his head also scattered. Beautiful hair like clouds was originally a kind of beauty. However, at this moment, it became Bai Yanqiu's shortcoming. That strand of black hair fell into Master Chongshang's hand. A ruthless look appeared in Master Chongshang's eyes. He wrapped his fingers around the black hair and gently pulled it back. Ouch! A scream came out of Bai Yanqiu's mouth. However, no matter how painful it was, Bai Yanqiu did not dare to stop. Bai Yanqiu stretched out his left hand and was about to use his true energy to cut off the hair. At this moment, she only felt the strength in Master Chongshang's hand suddenly increase. She did not dare to hesitate anymore and fiercely shook her head. Suddenly, a large strand of hair was pulled out from Bai Yanqiu's scalp by Master Chongshang. With a whoosh, Bai Yanqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, with a bang, Bai Yanqiu felt that he seemed to have bumped into someone from behind. Bai Yanqiu did not think too much and grabbed that person with his backhand. Lord Sect Leader. That person exclaimed. It was Situ Ping, who had hidden here because he saw a conflict. Bai Yanqiu did not care who she was. He used his strength and shook it forward, blocking Situ Ping's head in front of Master Chongshang's hand. Then with the force of Situ Ping's forward push, Bai Yanqiu's figure flipped and floated far away, while Master Chongshang was blocked in front of Situ Ping. Ba! Excellent! Master Chongshang chanted the name of Buddha. He was merciless. Before Situ Ping could breathe, he pointed his finger. Situ Ping's head was easily torn apart like a watermelon. Situ Ping's corpse fell to the ground. Ha ha! Bai Yanqiu, who had escaped far away, laughed loudly and said, "A monk is merciful. Master Chongshang, you have broken your vow to kill. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is the mercy of Buddha. This old monk has never abstained from killing. Bai Yanqiu, hand over your life." Master Chongshang was really angry. Seeing that Bai Yanqiu was far away, he took off the prayer beads hanging in front of his chest and threw them into the air. The prayer beads also expanded with the wind, covering Bai Yanqiu like a fishing net. Hee hee. Bai Yanqiu laughed coldly. He took out a bow from somewhere. It was the heaven-shaking bow that she used in the Huayu Palace of the Spreading Incense cult. Seeing Bai Yanqiu draw the bow, he did not knock an arrow. He released his fingers and with a bang, a ray of red brilliance appeared from the bowstring. It went straight toward Alliance Master Zhang San, who was dumbfounded. You! Master Chongshang was slightly angry. Just as he was about to use the prayer beads to block Alliance Master Zhang San, he saw a black shadow as fast as lightning flash in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. It hit the red brilliance. With a bang, the brilliance scattered. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a long whip that looked like a python. One end of the long whip was in Abbess Jingyi's hand. Good, Abbess Jingyi, look after Zhang San. Master Chongshang was overjoyed. He activated his true qi and cast the spell in his hand. The prayer beads whistled and covered Bai Yanqiu's head. After Abbess Jingyi defeated Bai Yanqiu's attack, she stood in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. With the peach blossom whip in her hand, she looked around and shouted, "Junior Sister Xueqi, bring the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult over and protect the disciples of the Righteous Alliance." Then she shouted to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect Master Zhang San, the situation is critical. I'm sure you can see that Sect Master Zhang San is a person who has stepped into the path of immortality.
The people of the Righteous Alliance are protecting Sect Master Zhang San. If anything happens to Sect Master Zhang San, none of us will be able to enter the secret ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and then looked at the battle not far away that he could not participate in. He nodded slightly. Thus, the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult quickly walked to the left side of the Righteous Alliance disciples with swords in hand. The people of the Misty School also walked over to the right side of the Righteous Alliance disciples. However, they were still some distance away from the Righteous Alliance disciples. One could see the dissatisfaction in their hearts. 3 Zhang to the left of Master Chang Sheng. Master Yuan Dao's demon subduing pestle flew towards Daoist Hao Yu. The lightning hammer in Hao Yu's hand had just sent Master Yuan Ming's Molu Pearl flying. It was already too late for him to activate his true qi. He had no choice but to turn around and use the lightning hammer to strike the demon subduing pestle. A huge force came from the demon subduing pestle, causing Daoist Hao Yu's arm to go numb and his body to retreat a few steps. Not good. Without waiting for Daoist Hao Yu to stabilize his body, the Molu Pearl in his divine sense came crashing down towards Daoist Hao Yu's head. Daoist Hao Yu did not dare to be negligent. Lowering his hands, his body squatted on the ground and exerting force with both hands. His entire body shot out like an arrow in the dark night, sticking close to the ground and flying towards the right. But at this moment, Daoist Hao Yu's face suddenly changed. He tried his best to stop his body and head towards another direction. But just now, he had used all his strength. How could he move away just because he wanted to? With a pu sound, the demon subduing pestle transformed into a flying sword and appeared in the darkness. It was the demon subduing pestle that Daoist Hao Yu had blocked earlier. Master Yuan Dao pointed at it and buried it in the direction where Daoist Hao Yu's body was retreating. Daoist Hao Yu was caught off guard and was struck by the demon subduing pestle. That demon subduing pestle had pierced right into Daoist Hao Yu's head, smashing it into pieces. Although Daoist Hao Yu was already dead, his rapidly moving body did not stop. Sticking close to the ground, he slid for a long distance. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The salt-like snowflakes were gradually getting bigger. A thin layer of grayish-white snow covered the ground. Daoist Hao Yu's body cleared away the layer of snow on the ground, revealing the withered grass under the snow. His bloodstains had dyed the withered grass red. At this moment, a dong sound of a drum sounded. It was like a shock to everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to jump for no reason. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12-15. This. Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming joined hands to kill Daoist Hao Yu and were about to deal with Bai Yanqiu when they heard this drum. They unconsciously looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Dong. Another sound followed. Everyone's heart was still beating along with the sound of the drum, and many people's faces were flushed red. Just as the drum sounded, Master Tiangong's mortal wheel also arrived in front of Daoist Hao Yun. However, the vibration of the drum seemed to have set up a layer of invisible defense around Daoist Hao Yun. When the mortal wheel came into contact with the invisible restriction, it couldn't fly any further. It tried several times, but it couldn't fly even an inch closer. Thump, 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 thump. One sound, two sounds, one sound after another, the drumbeats became more and more concentrated, and the faces of the people present became bright red. First, they started to jump along with the drumbeats. It was as if everything in the field was controlled by the drumbeats. Quick, break his defense or else we'll all die from heartbeat. Master Tiangang shouted. Woo woo, 2 consecutive sounds rang out. The mola bead and the demon subduing pestle flew over, each striking the restriction formed around Daoist Master Hao Yun. No light could be seen, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. Pa! With a clear shout, Nun Jingyi's whip flew over again, and lashed around Daoist Hao Yun. Nun Xueqi, who had just rescued Master Chongqing, moved the plain cloud white flag in her hand, and countless small lotus flowers appeared around Daoist Hao Yun. Each flower emitted a bright light, and disappeared in a flash. Daoist Hao Yun, who was holding the heaven-shaking drum and heaven-smashing hammer, had a green light flickering on his face. His forehead was already covered in sweat, but when he activated the heaven-shaking drum, He saw the death of his two junior brothers, and his eyes were filled with anger. Now that he saw the various magic tools attacking him, he knew that today would be the end of a life and death struggle. After the green light faded from Taoist Master Hao Yun's face, the beating of the drums became even more intense. Dong 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 dong. Among the people present, those with profound cultivations leapt into the air and clenched their teeth, desperately striking the magic tools in their hands towards Taoist Master Hao Yun. Those with shallow cultivations used their hands to cover their ears and circulated all the power in their bodies to resist the beating of the drums. However, the sound of the heaven-shaking drum did not seem to be heard by the ears, but directly struck their hearts. In the Righteous Alliance, several martial arts experts were lying on the ground, their bodies rolling non-stop. Their hands were covering their ears, and their teeth were grinding. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had gathered on their faces. Their faces were red, as if they were about to bleed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The Righteous Tao Alliance members could no longer hold on. After this loud sound, blood slowly flowed out from their 7 orifices. The hands that were covering their ears also slowly loosened. Their eyes that were filled with fear opened wide as they stared blankly at the falling snowflakes in the sky. Gradually, they lost consciousness. Looking at the Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master Zhang San, he could no longer hold back. When the Righteous Alliance members fell to the ground, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and silently circulated his heart technique, circulating the inner strength in his body to resist the beating of the drums. But the heaven-shaking drum was a famous weapon of the immortal path. Even Master Tiangang would be wary of it. How could martial arts' inner strength resist it? Seeing his heartbeat quicken and his face bleeding, Alliance Master Zhang San panicked. He immediately reached into his clothes and took out a scarlet-red triangular flag. The strange red color of the flag was extremely obvious in this snowy night. Holding the flag in his left hand, Alliance Master Zhang San took out a green stone with his right hand. He bit his tongue and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the flag. After absorbing the blood, the flag suddenly emitted a blood-red light. Following which, a faint red and black smoke was formed. The moment the smoke appeared, Alliance Master Zhang San threw the flag into the air, and held the stone in his left hand. His right hand moved slightly, and his mouth muttered. The smoke followed Alliance Master Zhang San's fingers and slowly expanded, gradually enveloping Alliance Master Zhang San within it. On the left side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Fragrant Sect, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yu Yan, were all red in the face. They gritted their teeth and their bodies trembled slightly. However, they still sat cross-legged. The weak qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, barely resisting the terrifying beating of the drums. Nun Xueqi, who was sitting next to the 3 of them, was just as relaxed. She was also sitting cross-legged, but she first covered her ears with her hands, and then she took them down again. Just as she was about to adjust her breathing, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her ears again. After a few times, blood gradually seeped out of her mouth and nose. On the right side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Misty School had already felt that something was wrong when Taoist Master Hao Yun took out the heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-smashing hammer. They immediately sat cross-legged. Zhang Xiaohu sat at the front, circulating the Kuan Peng transformation mantra in his meridians. The mantra of the Kuan Peng transformation mantra was the most important thing about fighting in the air, flapping one's wings, and trying to compete with the heavens. As for this shocking drum sound, it was like a hurricane in a dark rain. Wave after wave, Zhang Xiaohu still had a sliver of leeway to resist it. As for Li Jian and the others, although their internal energy was high, they were unable to resist the beating of the heaven-shaking drum. After a few beats, they were already bleeding from their ears and noses, rolling on the ground. They were not much stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. With a loud dong, just as the hearts of the Righteous Alliance disciples were shattered, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, and Lu Yueming's bodies also shook violently. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out from their noses and mouths. Their eyes and ears were also bloodshot. Zhang Xiaohu also jumped along with the beating of the drum. His hands involuntarily went to cover his ears, but just as his hands passed by his chest, he suddenly remembered the rabbit jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had given them at Yao Mountain. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Elderly, quickly, Xiaohua gave me the jade talisman." As he spoke, he took the jade talisman from his chest. Without even looking at it clearly, he immediately exerted force in his hand. With a pop sound,
The jade talisman that didn't look like a rabbit was crushed. A faint golden light flashed and a thin layer of light appeared around Zhang Xiaohu. With the formation of the light shield, the deafening beating of the drum gradually decreased. In the end, although the sound of the drum was deafening, it could only be heard in the ears and could no longer directly penetrate into Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief. When he hurriedly looked back, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, Li Jian had already crushed the jade talisman and was in the process of forming a light shield. However, Lu Qingyang and the other two were already vomiting blood. Although they had already taken out the jade talisman, they didn't have the strength to crush it. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly helped them crush the jade talisman one by one. Only when he saw the 3 faint golden light shields rise did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Jian also stood up and hurriedly went over to check the pulse of the 3 people. Only then did he feel relieved. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu and the 3 people lying on the ground, his eyes were full of complex emotions. Dong 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 dong. A series of rapid drum beats. At this time, in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian, it was no different from the usual drum beats. On the side of the fragrance cult, Senior Nun Xuezhen screamed and vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Peacock and the other 2 also began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Righteous Tao Alliance. In the red and black mist, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was pale and his facial features were somewhat ferocious. His 7 orifices were also oozing blood. Pu-pu-pu. 3 inaudible sounds of blood spurting out were already covered by the sound of the heaven-shaking drum. However, the person who spurted out blood was not someone else, but Tao Master Hao Yun, who was beating the heaven-shaking drum. These 3 mouthfuls of blood were spat out on the heaven-shaking drum. The heaven-shaking drum absorbed the 3 mouthfuls of blood essence and its brilliance became even brighter. It slightly expanded by half. As for Tao Master Hao Yun, who spurted out the blood essence, after a flash of green, his face suddenly became pale and he seemed to have become thinner and weaker. Reverse blood corroding essence? Master Tiangang shouted. Quick, Yuan Dao. Use the demon subduing pestle to attack. This brat is already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We need to hold on for a while longer. Even if we can't kill him, the backlash from the heaven-shaking drum will definitely kill him. Master Tiangang's words were extremely true. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking hammer were ancient divine weapons. They were not something that ordinary Qi practitioners could wield. This was also the reason why Tao Master Hao Yun did not take out the heaven-shaking drum earlier. Just the heaven-shaking drum alone. Tao Master Hao Yun would not be able to recover his Yuan Qi for several months after using it, not to mention the heaven-breaking hammer. Tao Master Hao Yun was also injured. If not for the fact that Tao Master Hao Yu and Tao Master Hao Feng were both killed, he would definitely not have used the heaven-shaking drum at the same time. Seeing that Master Tiangang and the other great enemies were not injured and only a few ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance died, Tao Master Hao Yun could not help but feel anxious. He knew that he could not hold on for long. He immediately used a secret art similar to the reverse blood corroding essence, channeling all of his Yuan Qi into the heaven-shaking drum. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming heard Master Tiangang's words, they forcefully suppressed the blood in their chest and also circulated their Qi. With a wave of their hands, the demon-subduing pestle slammed down like a mountain. The Mao Pearl was like a full moon as it struck towards Tao Master Hao Yun's back. Master Tiangang's Wheel of Evolution also spun rapidly, crashing towards Tao Master Hao Yun's chest. At the same time, Nun Shu Qing unfurled the plain cloud white flag and many small lotus flowers also attacked Tao Master Hao Yun. Nun Jingyi's 7 orifices were bleeding slightly and her limbs were weak. She held the peach blossom whip in her hand. Just like Master Chongshang, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, she attacked by Yanqiu. All of you, go to hell. Tao Master Hao Yun roared loudly. His face rapidly shrunk and his entire body's Qi essence was flowing away. With a wave of his right hand, he raised the heaven-breaking hammer in his hand and struck towards the heaven-shaking drum. Master Tiangang's face was as red as blood. At this moment, it was slightly pale. He knew that this strike contained all of Tao Master Hao Yun's cultivation. Regardless of whether other people lived or died, this Tao Master Hao Yun would definitely die. However, if this strike hit the heaven-shaking drum and the sound of the drum spread out, how many people would survive? Would be hard to say. Chapter 12:16. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang looked at Taoist Master Hao Yun, who was struggling to hit the heaven-shaking drum with the heaven-breaking mallet as if he was lifting a heavy object. He also shouted loudly and quickly formed a seal with his hands. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus flower. Quick! Master Tiangang pointed his finger, and the mortal wheel that was about to reach Taoist Master Hao Yun's chest suddenly jumped up and disappeared. Then, it appeared below Taoist Master Hao Yun's heaven-breaking mallet. With a wang sound, it charged towards the heaven-breaking mallet. Bang! The two magic treasures collided with each other. The mortal wheel was sent flying horizontally far away, while the heaven-pounding hammer was also knocked up. Of course, it was only knocked up half a foot. Taoist Master Hao Yun's arm moved again, and the heaven-breaking mallet continued to strike. Just as the heaven-breaking mallet was about to hit the heaven-shaking drum, a bang sound was heard as the Molu pearl hit Taoist Master Hao Yun's back. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body moved slightly, and with a series of crackling sounds, all the lotus flowers on the plain cloud white flag exploded. Finally, with a boom sound, the demon-subduing mallet that was as light as a feather fell on Taoist Master Hao Yun's head. At this time, the drum was silent and the heaven-shaking drum's defense was gone. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body had been broken through by the Molu pearl and the plain cloud white flag. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body was already dried up and weaker than an ordinary person. At this time, the heaven-breaking mallet was only a finger's distance away from the heaven-shaking drum. That was close. Seeing the demon-subduing mallet succeed, everyone was overjoyed. They put away their magic tools and no longer spoke. They took out pills and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking mallet quietly floated in the air. No one went to collect them. The three disciples of the aroma religion were pale, but they seemed to have calmed down. Only Nun Xueqi was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian had already rescued Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang. At this moment, they were staring coldly at the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San, who was shrouded in a cloud of reddish-black smoke. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Not far away, Bai Yanqiu was not affected by the sky-shaking drum because he had taken precautions in advance. He fought alone against Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi, and originally had the upper hand. However, Taoist Master Hao Yun was smashed into meat paste, and the sound of the drum stopped. Bai Yanqiu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that he could not hold on, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand, and a signal flew into the air. He then sneered and said, "You immortal Dao experts are now seriously injured. This sect leader wants to see which martial Dao disciple cut off your heads." You! At this moment, Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi finally realized that under Bai Yanqiu's mountain and river map, there must be many immortal Dao or martial Dao experts on the same level as Liang Congshu and the others lying in ambush. Now that they were injured, killing dozens of them was not a problem. However, it was impossible to kill hundreds or thousands of them. Seeing the change in Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi's expressions, Bai Yanqiu was very proud. But, after waiting for a while, no one came. 1,000 feet was not very far away, and, at this time the sky was already bright. It was almost dawn, and they could already see things 1,000 feet away. What's going on? Bai Yanqiu was very proud and did not find it strange. It was like extreme joy begets sorrow. However, before Bai Yanqiu could turn around to look at the mountain and river map 1,000 feet away, her eyes casually fell on the corpse of Reverend Hao Yu, who was flying close to the ground. At this time, Reverend Hao Yu's head was shattered. It should have been a mess of flesh and blood. The ground where Reverend Hao Yu's body brushed past should also have a trail of blood. However, what Bai Yanqiu saw was a dried-up lump where Reverend Hao Yu's head should have been. She could not see anything. There was not a single trace of blood on the withered grass and snow behind the corpse. Ah! Bai Yanqiu's heart trembled. Her body immediately floated in mid-air and looked around in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Reverend Hao Yu's corpse was not far ahead. It should be Reverend Hao Feng. Reverend Hao Feng's chest was cut horizontally by the Yen fan wheel. He should have been dripping with blood and looked very bloody. However, at this time, Reverend Hao Feng was lying there diagonally. Beside him, there was already a thick layer of snow, but it was still pure white. It was as if there was no blood at all. Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu hysterically screamed in mid-air. At this time, she was extremely convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's words. The Dalan Temple, Xuanxiang Sect, Misty School, the Righteous Alliance and Between the Clouds and the Water were already here. If there was someone who had the strength to spare, if it was not the Tenryu sect, who else could it be? And the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water that she brought with her did not heed her signal to come out. Was there even a need to say the result? Seeing Bai Yanqiu flying in midair in horror and hearing Bai Yanqiu's terrified scream. Although Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi did not notice the abnormality of the corpse on the snow, their hearts jumped. Before they could ask, they heard a shrill laughter from the mountain map that was 1,000 feet away from Bai Yanqiu. Following that, Sakura, dressed in black and wearing a cloak on his head, appeared from 1,000 feet away with a few people dressed in strange clothes and dozens of ordinary-looking disciples of the Tenryu sect. In the middle of the dozens of disciples was a woman dressed in purple. This woman had big eyes, thick eyebrows, a beauty mark on her left chin and a dimple on her right cheek. This was the dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking about day and night. "Sakura? It's really you." Seeing this, Bai Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh. Beidou School's sect leader Ran said that the trap under Yao Mountain was set up by your Tenryu sect. We didn't believe it and thought that you were already hiding in the Tenryu sect to recuperate. Now, it seems that we have all fallen into your trap. Sakura's figure floated in the air and he said shrilly, "What? Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing are all seriously injured. If they don't retreat to recuperate, how can I go back?" Then, looking at the corpses on the ground from afar, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He smiled and said, "If I leave, how can this place be lively? How can Yao Mountain be lively?" Seeing Sakura approaching, Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to stay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned around and flew to Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi's side. Seeing that Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi were still confused, Bai Yanqiu pointed to the Righteous Alliance's disciples on the left and reminded them, "Master, can you see if there is any blood under the bodies of the Righteous Alliance's disciples? See if they are the same as the corpses under Yao Mountain." Only then did Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi understand. With just a glance, they knew that the corpses of those disciples were the same as the dried corpses without blood on Yao Mountain. Alliance Master Zhang, you. Seeing the abnormal corpses of the Righteous Alliance's disciples, everyone also saw Alliance Master Zhang San's scarlet flag and the black and red fog around it. When Alliance Master Zhang San saw this, he knew that he couldn't hide the secret, so he smiled and said, "This is the immortal cultivation method that Xing Town's Ma family offered to our alliance. Our alliance's cultivation isn't deep enough, so we don't dare to embarrass ourselves in front of everyone." Immortal cultivation method? Master Chongsheng frowned and looked at Nanjing Yi. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. "Ha ha ha," Sakura, who was far away, seemed to have heard them and shouted, "Alliance Master Zhang San, welcome to our Tenryu sect. What immortal cultivation method is this?" "It is the supreme cultivation method of our Tenryu sect." "Nonsense." Alliance Master Zhang San almost jumped up. "Your demonic sex cultivation method. Does it need vitality stones? Who said that demonic sex cultivation method doesn't need vitality stones?" Sakura laughed sharply and took a few steps forward. "Sakura, how did you know about this place?" Master Chongshang shouted angrily. "This is the inheritance of our immortal Dao ancestor. Ha ha ha, Chongshang, oh Chongshang, don't forget that your Dalan Temple. Although it's also a immortal Dao sect. It's different from Fragrance Cult, Misty School, and Shin Dao sect. Your inheritance is different from theirs." Sakura replied. "What's more, my Tenryu sect's ancestor Sakura also stayed in this forest before, so why can't my Tenryu sect know about this place?" Then he clapped his hands and said, "Since your Shin Dao sect has Situ Ping, why can't my Tenryu sect have Situ Liang?" As he said this, a disciple walked out from the crowd. "Ah? Situ Liang, you're actually a disciple of the Tenryu sect?" Others didn't recognize Situ Liang, but how could Bai Yanqiu, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, not recognize him? That's right, this disciple is indeed a disciple of the Tenryu sect. "Bai Zhangmen, your Shen Dao sect's threshold is too high. This disciple can't pass it, so I can only become a disciple of the Tenryu sect." Situ Liang sneered. Bai Yanqiu's face turned green and red. Back then by chance, Bai Yanqiu met Situ Ping and Situ Liang. She chose Situ Ping to be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water and sent him to the evil tiger gang to be Wan Jianfeng's spy. She threw Situ Liang to the side, but she never would have thought that Situ Liang was already a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Alright, Bai Zhongmen, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've been planning for so long, yet you're so overcautious. You didn't even dare to deal with O Peng from the Misty School. If you did it earlier, how would you be in such a predicament today? I have to say, here. Speaking to here, he paused for a bit, then continued, you're really too soft-hearted. I was far away in the northwest, but I still received the message sent by Situ Liang. If it wasn't for some unforeseen circumstances, I would have come here personally. Since you didn't participate in the excitement of the secret plane last time, this time, don't disappoint me, okay? Sakura revealed a mocking smile. Humph, how can your Tenryu sect meddle in my affairs? What unforeseen circumstances did you have? Don't decline. If your Tenryu sect had come earlier, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanqiu also sneered without any trace of politeness. Right now, she was all alone and had already disregarded her own life, so how could she still have any fear towards Sakura? If I have any matters, why would I need to inform you? Sakura said proudly. Looking at Bai Yanqiu, who was between the clouds and the water, as well as Tenryu sect Sakura, Master Chongshang and Nanjing Yi were both speechless. That's right, everyone was scheming. But none of them succeeded. Chapter 12-17. After a long while, Master Chongshang sighed. He looked at Nanjing Yi, Alliance Master Zhang San, and Zhang Xiaohu. Then he looked at Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing, who had yet to recover from their injuries. He took a step forward, put his palms together, and chanted, Amitba, Sakura, you've been plotting for a long time. You just want to find the sheepskin scroll and go deep into the forest to find the inheritance. Just as you said, my Dalan Temple is not a sect founded by the three ancestors of the immortal Tao. But since my Dalan Temple has the sheepskin scroll and has the right to enter the secret area, it's not impossible for your Tenryu sect to enter as well. Moreover, the three immortal Tao sects and my Dalan Temple may be different from your Tenryu sect, but we haven't had any fierce conflicts for tens of thousands of years. Today, although we're all injured, we may not necessarily lose to your Tenryu sect. This old monk is not talented, but I still want to make a deal with Sakura. When Sakura heard this, he was slightly stunned. With a strange smile on his face he said, Master, please speak. Master Chongshang repeated the method of sharing the profits that he had told Alliance Master Zhang San just now. Without waiting for Sakura to answer, he turned around and asked Alliance Master Zhang San, Alliance Master Zhang San, what do you think of this old monk's suggestion? Alliance Master Zhang San was now alone, and his hatred was mostly added to by Yanqiu between the clouds and the water. Now that the strength of the four immortal Tao sects had been greatly reduced, if they fought with the Tenryu sect again, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation. He himself was very likely to be killed by the Tenryu sect. Who in this world was truly unafraid of death? At this moment, Alliance Master Zhang Sen also gave up the idea of using the sheepskin scroll to threaten Master Chongshang. He only nodded slightly. Great Master's understanding is beyond my expectations. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Take out the sheepskin scrolls and let me see if you really have the so-called sheepskin scrolls. I'll see if you really have the qualifications to enter the jungle. Grandmaster Chongshang frowned slightly and became cautious. He shook his head and said, Of course we have sheepskin scrolls. However, you don't seem to have one. What right do you have to look at our sheepskin scrolls? Ha ha ha. Indra laughed shrilly. According to the records of my Tenryu sect, the method of entering and leaving the forest has already been destroyed. Where did you get the sheepskin scroll? Are you sure that the sheepskin scroll can enter the secret plane? Then he looked at Situ Ping and said, If I didn't know that the method to enter and exit the secret area was long gone, how could I not pay attention when Situ Liang reported the mysterious actions of Situ Ping and the others to the Tenryu sect? What? The method to enter and exit the forest has already been destroyed? Grandmaster Chongshang was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Nanjing Yi, then looked at the Misty School. I used this sheepskin scroll to enter the secret plane personally a few years ago. Wan Hai's injuries had already recovered. He was already able to stand up. He cupped his hands and replied, Furthermore,
I have already told Grandmaster Chongshang and the others about what I saw in the secret plane.
There really is such a magical sheepskin scroll? Indra's tone was a bit hesitant. Then he asked, "Can you let me take a look?"
Of course not.
Indra, your Tenryu sect is trying to gain something without risking anything. It's better for you to follow behind us. There will be benefits for you guys anyways. Why are you in such a hurry? Nanjing-yi was a bit dissatisfied. However, looking at both sides, she still said calmly, "Hee, is that sheepskin scroll with you guys?" Indra seemed to be worried. He asked casually, "It might not be with me. However, if I don't say it, then no one will know where the sheepskin scroll is. Then, no one will be able to enter the secret plane." Alliance Master Zhang San said quickly. "Really?" Indra laughed.
If that's the case then, that's great. Before he finished speaking, Indra waved the hand hidden in his sleeve. A faint black line that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot towards Alliance Master Zhang San.
"How dare you!" A shout came from behind Grandmaster Chong Sheng. It was none other than Grandmaster Tian Gang's voice. Along with his voice came the Wheel of Buddha's Radiance. The Dalan Temple's technique was indeed the nemesis of the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact was also worthy of being the Dalan Temple's famous Dharma artifact. Before the Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact could reach Alliance Master Zhang San, the radiant Dharma artifact had already dispersed the black lines. Indra saw this and his expression changed slightly. He seemed extremely uncomfortable.
"Indra, what are you doing?"
Grandmaster Chongshang was furious. He also raised the Buddha beads in his hand. Hearing Grandmaster Chongshang's question, Indra looked up to the sky and laughed. "Bai Yanqiu from the Shendao sect wants to enter the secret plane with you guys. Do you think my Tenryu sect is the same as her? To tell you the truth, the things in this secret plane, my Tenryu sect doesn't care about them at all. What I want to do today is to destroy this sheepskin scroll. None of your disciples from the 4 immortal Dao sects can enter the secret plane."
Ah?
Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the Tenryu sect was actually planning to destroy the sheepskin scroll. "Haha, I understand." Grandmaster Chong Sheng laughed. Presumably, in this secret plane, the 3 ancestors of the immortal Dao sects must have left behind a method to restrain the Tenryu sect. Moreover, this method is extremely vicious. Maybe it can even wipe out the descendants of the Tenryu sect. So, Benefactor is hiding nearby and waiting for us to enter the secret plane to destroy the sheepskin scroll? Cut the crap.
Indra waved his hand and shouted, "Go!"
First, kill Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Then, capture the people from the Misty School alive. I want to see how your Dalan Temple and incense cult can enter the secret plane without these 2 sects. When Grandmaster Chong Sheng heard this, he looked at the disciples of the Tenryu sect who were pouncing over like tigers and wolves. He threw his Buddha beads and chanted, "Amitba, Shanzai, Shanzai. Watch how I subdue demons." Old Bald Donkey. Upon seeing this, Sakra stretched out his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His pale and slender hand was holding a palm-sized magic tool that was shaped like a horse head zither. However, the horse head zither that was commonly seen had strings and a lifelike horse head on top of the zither. However, in Sakra's hand, not only did it not have strings, the horse head was also a horse skull. That zither was even surrounded by a faint black fog. Xueqi. Grandmaster Chong Shang narrowed his eyes and said, "This Xueqi. I have admired it for a long time. Ha ha ha, old bald donkey. Then let Xueqi have a taste of your heart." Indra laughed shrilly. The horse's head zither suddenly jumped into the air. The faint black fog spread slightly and an extremely soft sound shot towards Grandmaster Chong Shang. "Indra, your opponent is me." Seeing this, Grandmaster Tiangang threw the Wheel of Evolution. The Buddhist magic weapon lingering around the Buddha light flew towards the horse's head zither. "I knew you would make a move. However, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Indra muttered and made a gesture. 3 wisps of black fog separated from the horse's head zither and wrapped around the Wheel of Evolution. Before Indra made his move, he had already ordered his disciples to kill Alliance Master Zhang San and capture the disciples of the Misty School alive. The disciples of the Tenryu sect had already received their leader's order. They waved their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards Alliance Master Zhang San. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San was surrounded by the disciples of the Incense sect. Peacock and the others had taken the Yuhuandan pill and their injuries had been suppressed. Nun Xueqi had also slowly regained consciousness, but she was too injured to get up. Seeing the disciples of the Tenryu sect attacking, Peacock, Chen, and Swift all drew their weapons and went up to meet them. On the right of Alliance Master Zhang San were the disciples of the Misty School. Similarly, Wan Wanhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang's injuries had also been greatly alleviated. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian's bodies were not seriously injured. Seeing the disciples of the Incense sect protecting Alliance Master Zhang San, although they were extremely unhappy, they had to draw their weapons and step forward to meet them. Although the disciples of the Incense sect and the Misty School were injured earlier, they were still first-class experts, especially Peacock, Chen, and Zhang Xiaohu. The weapons in Peacock and Chen's hands were the magical weapons they obtained from the Yaoshan Immortal Abode. Their cultivation levels were still low and they could not control the flying swords. However, by infusing their vital energy, they were able to force the sword light out by more than 4 feet. It was a terrifying sight. The jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohu's hand was also about 1 foot long, and the sword light rushed out to meet the disciples of the Tenryu sect. With a wave of his sword, the disciple could not dodge in time and the sword light cut through the copper rod. There was no sound at all and the copper rod was cut in half. Zhang Xiaohu's swordsmanship changed again and the sword light pierced towards the disciple's throat from a strange angle. The disciple hurriedly dodged, but when he saw that he was more than 2 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua, the sword light would not be able to pierce him. He subconsciously let down his guard. However, at this time, the sword light that swept past the disciple's throat suddenly increased and became more than 3 feet long. It had slashed through the disciple's throat. The disciple didn't even have time to react before a flash of blood appeared. Blood continued to flow out from his throat and his body collapsed on the ground. He was dead, and the blood that flowed out slowly seeped into the ground. From where his blood seeped into, strands of black gas appeared from the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's figure did not change. The sword light of the broken water sword in his hand swallowed and spat out as he fought with the other disciples of the Tenryu sect. Li Jian and the others did the same. They waved their weapons and fought with Zhang Xiaohu and the disciples of the Tenryu sect. When the remaining heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect saw that Sakura had made his move, they also floated up and took out their magic weapons. They howled and flew towards Master Yuan Dao and the others. The one flying in front was Maharaga of the Tenryu sect. His hands were empty except for a small whip made of grayish-white bones in his right hand. When he got closer, Maharaga waved his right hand, and the small whip made of white bones transformed into a 2-foot-long whip made of white bones. The whip made an ear-piercing sound that was like the howling of a malicious spirit. It directly pierced one's mind. The whip stirred up a gust of wind and attacked Master Chongqing from all directions. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 12:18. When Master Longevity saw Maharaga's white bone whip coming, he took a deep breath and swung the Buddhist beads in his hand. The beads shimmering with Buddhist light spun and met the attack. The head of the white bone whip hit the edge of the Buddhist beads first. The Buddhist light expanded and dispersed the snake-like black gas coming out of the whip. The white bone whip seemed to be extremely afraid of the Buddhist light and quickly retracted. But after retracting about half a foot, it suddenly wrapped around the side of the Buddhist beads and inserted itself into the middle of the beads as if it had a mind of its own. Before the white bone whip could wrap around the Buddhist beads, there were a few crisp pops. The 108 tiny Buddhist beads suddenly scattered and spun separately. They formed a formation and collided with the white bone whip. At this time, the white bone whip had already been surrounded by the Buddhist beads. It couldn't dodge in time. With a few crackling sounds, the white bone whip was hit by several Buddhist beads, causing the white bone whip to flicker with a black brilliance. The black gas on the whip also lessened a little. Haha, old monk Longevity, you really have some skills. You are indeed worthy of being the abbot of the Dalan temple. Maharaga laughed wildly. After saying a few words, he formed a seal with his right hand and quickly muttered a few words. A few needle-like objects flew out of his hand and pierced into the white bone whip in midair. The moment the needles entered the white bone whip, it was as if a fuse had been ignited. The entire white bone whip suddenly grew 30% bigger. The white bone whip was like an explosion, expanding to about 10 feet and wrapping around the 108 Buddhist beads. When Grandmaster Chong Shang threw out his Buddha beads to fight Maharaga, Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-subduing pestle also flew up. It picked up a heavenly king behind Sakura and slammed him down. However, before the demon-subduing pestle could land, a tall and thin heavenly king jumped up and shouted, "Demon-subduing pestle? Hee hee, that's exactly what I want to meet." With that, the heavenly king flew into the air. He didn't take out any magic weapon, but he stretched out a fist. Although the heavenly king was thin and small, his fist was the size of an alms bowl and looked black. With a bang, the fist collided with the demon-subduing pestle. The heavenly king's body was smashed down 3 feet and almost fell to the ground. And the demon-subduing pestle was also bounced back. This, Master Yuandao, who had always believed in the power of the demon-subduing pestle, was dumbfounded. This was the demon-subduing pestle that had smashed Daoist Tao Yun into meat paste, but it was actually bounced back by the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect with his fist. For a moment, Master Yuandao actually forgot about the demon-subduing pestle in the air and let it in the air. Ha ha ha, as heavy as a mountain, the demon-subduing pestle is just as oh. As the heavenly king laughed, his body flew up again. When he was 4 feet above the ground, his heroic spirit was unleashed. With a tisk, he tore off his shirt and cloak, revealing his upper body and head. This heavenly king was skinny and not as muscular as Kong Jian. The bronze color of his skin was slightly darker. On his skin, a lifelike dragon was entrenched on this heavenly king's body. The ferocious dragon head was tattooed on this heavenly king's head. Dragon King? Master Yuandao saw this and couldn't help but gasp and blurt out. The Tenryu sect's Dragon King had always been strong and had the strength of 1 dragon and 9 elephants. He had never heard of it, but had never personally experienced it. Seeing what the Dragon King had done just now, was it not even more terrifying than the legends? Monk Yuandao? I have long heard of your reputation as a disciple of the guardian of the Dalan Temple. Today, I would like to see it for myself so that the world will know that the one with great strength is the one who is respected in the Tenryu sect. The Dragon King roared and flew up again. He clenched his fist at the dragon claw with the dragon tattoo. When he swung his fist, a faint black light flashed at the dragon tattoo. Then, a faint black gas floated out and hit the demon-subduing pestle that was still tumbling. Master Yuandao came to his senses and his eyes narrowed. He flew up and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle flew back to his hand. Master Yuandao waved his hand and the demon-subduing pestle made a sharp sound as it hit the Dragon King's fist. Master Yuandao didn't forget to mock the Dragon King. I will show you that the demon-subduing pestle can subdue a demon like you. Ha ha. The Dragon King laughed and the momentum of his fist didn't change. The two of them started fighting. The Dalan Temple only had Master Yuanming left. The Molu Pearl flew in the air and shone brightly. There were still 2 heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect attacking. When they got close, Master Yuanming turned to look at Nun Xueqi and Nun Jingyi. He pointed his finger and the Molu Pearl shone brightly and covered the 2 heavenly kings. Hee hee, old monk Yuanming, do you think that you can withstand the 2 of us? One of the heavenly kings flipped his hand and pulled out a white magic tool from his back. With a casual slash, a fishy wind followed that white, blade-like magic tool and attacked the Mao Pearl. Azura blade? You mean Azura? Master Yuanming laughed. I have long heard that Azura Heavenly King's Azura blade is the sharpest. I would like to see how your Azura blade will split my Molu Pearl. Ha ha ha, old monk Yuanming is indeed powerful. It really is this Heavenly King. Azura Heavenly King laughed loudly. The Azura blade suddenly shone with a dark red brilliance. A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from the Azura blade. Then, a blood-like scarlet mist came from the Azura blade and collided with the Molu Pearl. With a pu sound, the Molu Pearl was trapped in the bloody mist of the Azura blade. It was as if it was in a quagmire. Then with a pang sound, the Azura blade struck the Molu Pearl. With a schwab sound, the Molu Pearl shone brightly and opened up a space of 3 feet around the bloody mist. However, this brilliance wasn't as bright as when Master Yuanming took out the Molu Pearl. Master Yuanming caught Azura. Nun Jingyi and Nun Xueqi of the Tenryu sect looked at each other. One waved her peach blossom whip while the other waved her plain cloud white flag. A whip formed by peach blossoms and a lotus flower formed a brilliance and rushed towards the last heavenly king. The last heavenly king looked extremely dark and was abnormally skinny. However, he was also extremely short. He probably only reached Zhang Xiaohua's waist. However,
the dark and skinny Heavenly King held an extremely rare magic weapon. It was a pitch-black fork that was longer than the Heavenly King's height. The front part of the fork was a ghost head with a ferocious expression. A tongue came out of the ghost head's mouth. The tongue split into 3 parts. They were the 3 prongs of the fork. Hee hee, 2 old ladies. The Heavenly King chuckled, as if he didn't care about Nun Jing-yi and Nun Xueqi at all. He waved his trident, and a pitch-black fog was emitted from it. The tip of the trident shone with a cold light. I was originally looking for by Yanqiu. Since you're here, I'll let you have some fun first. Great Yaksha! You're just the last of the 8 divine dragons of the Tenryu sect. What's there to be proud of? Nun Xueqi saw the Heavenly King's magic weapon and immediately knew his identity. She sneered. The masters of the Tenryu sect were all caught by the masters of the Dalan Temple. A weakling like you can only be caught by the women of the Tenryu sect. It's only because your Tenryu sect lost people under Yao Mountain that there's no one else. Otherwise, I can deal with you alone. There's no need for the hierarch of the Tenryu sect to do it personally. The great Yaksha seemed to be extremely lecherous and easily angered. After hearing these words, he flew into a rage. His thin and small body suddenly leaped up and dodged the peach blossoms of the peach blossom whip. He pushed his trident forward 3 times and 9 streaks of black gas shot out from the tip of the trident towards the 2 nuns. As for the great Yaksha himself, he waved his trident around himself and countless streaks of black gas shot out, blocking in front of the white lotus on the plain cloud white flag. When the countless white lotuses came into contact with the black mist, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Puff puff puff. They all exploded and disappeared. At the same time, the black mist rippled and gradually became thinner. Nun Jing-yi smiled when she saw that she had successfully angered the great Yaksha. Her wrist moved slightly and the peach blossom whip suddenly changed its direction. It went from top to bottom and hit the black mist above the great Yaksha's head. Crack, crack, crack. The countless peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip cracked, and the black energy above the great Yaksha's head exploded. The great Yaksha was shocked, and he said anxiously, "This old woman also has such a technique?" As she spoke, she raised her trident and thrust it straight at the peach blossom whip. Nun Jing-yi didn't shrink back. The peach blossom whip followed like a shadow and collided with the trident. With a muffled sound, the peach blossom whip was sent flying into the air by the trident. Nun Jing-yi's face turned slightly red at first, but then it quickly faded, revealing a ghastly pale face. The trident was also shaken away diagonally. The brilliance of the trident's tip was extremely dim. Shock appeared on the great Yaksha's pitch-black face again. Actually, in a battle of the immortal Tao, most people used immortal artifacts to mobilize the chi of heaven and earth to activate the immortal artifact's power. It was very rare to use the immortal artifact's body to fight. However, there wasn't enough chi of heaven and earth at the moment. If she only used the immortal artifact's power, the effect would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be as powerful as when the immortal artifact's body collided. However, this kind of collision would hurt the immortal artifact's cultivation the most. Nun Jing-yi's attack just now had sent the great Yaksha's prongs flying and caused him to suffer a great loss, but she herself had also suffered a slight injury. The great Yaksha suffered a great loss and the light of his prongs dimmed. His pitch-black face was filled with shock and heartache. In his opinion, the peach blossom whip was a woman's immortal artifact and its body couldn't compare to the prongs of his prongs. However, when it collided, not only was his prongs damaged, but his cultivation was also shaken. The great Yaksha took a few deep breaths and suppressed his roiling chi and blood. His fighting spirit was even higher. He muttered and used the Tenryu sect's secret technique. The prongs of his prongs hummed and the ghost face at the prongs seemed to come alive. The prongs of his prongs moved slightly and the black mist that seeped out gradually solidified. "Old woman, watch Grandpa's power." The great Yaksha roared and swept the prongs of his prongs. His body suddenly flashed and he stabbed at Nun Xueqing's body. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 12:19. In this way, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect fought against the Dalan Temple and the incense cult. The disciples of the Tenryu sect fought against the Misty School, the incense cult, and the leader of the alliance of the righteous sects Zhang San. Only by Yanqiu, between the clouds and the water,
was left in front of the dense forest of Five Claws Peak. He held the sky-shaking bough in his hand and looked blankly at the people in the field.
Meng, who was standing not far away, was wearing a purple dress, and several disciples of the Tenryu sect who were armed and on guard around her.
Bai Yanqiu. Logically speaking, he should have picked up the sky-shaking bough and directly dealt with the remaining disciples of the Tenryu sect. He could even capture Meng and use her as a hostage.
The saintess of the Tenryu sect was a person who was slightly inferior to the Sakura.
If Bai Yanqiu could capture her, would the Sakura not stop? However, there was only Bai Yanqiu in between the clouds and the water. Leader Zhang San had made it clear that as long as between the clouds and the water entered the secret plane, he would never take out the sheepskin scroll. The Dalan Temple and the incense cult were the main culprits who killed the three immortals between the clouds and the water.
At this time, they had revealed their true intentions and certainly would not have any chance with between the clouds and the water.
As for this dense forest, Bai Yanqiu definitely could not enter. Since he could not enter the dense forest, how could Bai Yanqiu continue to work for the path of immortality? She stared blankly at the arena, looking for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle. She wanted to see if there was an opportunity for her to take advantage of. She was thinking about whether she should make a move or not, and which side she should help. She also had to consider whether she would be killed if she made a move.
Perhaps the best thing to do right now is to run away,
Bai Yanqiu thought, looking left and right. However, when he saw Meng Hao off in the distance, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Yanqiu had never seen Meng between the clouds and the water. She had only heard from the disciples of the sect that she was a disciple of the inner sect, Xia. The first time she saw Meng was at the martial arts assembly of the Huayu Palace of the Cult of Fragrance. At that time, Meng was very cute. She was standing beside Zhang Xiaohua, like a cute and lovable little bird. At that time, Bai Yanqiu already knew that Meng was the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. She was terrified and didn't dare to stare at her for too long. Between the clouds and the water wasn't on par with the Tenryu sect. She was really afraid that Meng would vent her anger on her for being captured. Of course, although she didn't look closely, she still had a deep impression of the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect, the one and only holy maiden of Zhonghu. Should I capture her? Bai Yanqiu's previous thought arose again. Perhaps I can gain some benefits from this? While Bai Yanqiu was lost in thought, Meng seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze away from the battle in the field and met Bai Yanqiu's gaze. Bai Yanqiu was shocked. She felt that Meng's eyes were filled with endless bewitchment and mockery. It made her feel as if her divine sense was being sucked in. Bai Yanqiu stumbled in her panic. It took her a lot of effort to shift her gaze away. She didn't dare to look in Meng's direction again. She thought to herself, the Tenryu sect's cultivation method is so domineering. This Meng has only been back for a few days. How could she have improved her cultivation by so much? Does this Tenryu sect saintess specialize in the cultivation method of intimidating one's mind? Meng Hao smiled when she saw that Bai Yanqiu had tactfully avoided meeting her. It was as if Bai Yanqiu was just a clownfish that couldn't make a big wave no matter how hard he tried. She then looked at the sky. There was no frown. She then looked at the people fighting in the field. Although there were many ordinary disciples in the Tenryu sect, their martial arts were inferior to that of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Peacock and the rest seemed to be handling the situation with ease. However, because they were injured by the sky-shaking drum, they didn't have time to heal their injuries. Once they started fighting, it was obvious that they weren't in good condition. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, there weren't many casualties. Looking at Master Tiangang, Sakura and the rest, it was different from the fight between the immortal Dao seniors at the foot of Yao Mountain. At the right time, the various sects couldn't choose which sect would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. According to the rules of Jianghu, the one with the biggest fist would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. Although it was said that they wouldn't show mercy, the leaders of the various sects didn't make a move. Only the seniors of the various sects used their immortal Dao skills to fight for the sake of the future agreement and the reputation of the various sections. If it wasn't for the Tenryu sect's sneak attack, the Dalan Temple lost Master Yuan Wu, the Incense sect lost Abbess Shu Jie, causing the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple to have a grudge. Abbess Shu Qing changed sides and challenged the Dalan Temple together with Between the Clouds and the Water. Later on, the nirvana of the phoenix attracted the vital energy of heaven and earth, triggering the bloodthirsty emotions of the crowd. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been bloodshed at the foot of Yao Mountain. Today,
The heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect finally found such a good opportunity to gather everyone from the immortal Tao here. Moreover, the immortal Tao had internal strife, causing everyone to be injured. The Tenryu sect had the upper hand in terms of strength. The Tenryu sect had the intention to finish this battle in one fell swoop, so they didn't show any mercy at all. The heart executioner in Sakura's hand was already spewing out black gas from the 7 apertures of the skull. The black gas was like a spirit snake, winding around the mortal wheel and slowly entangling it. The Dalan Temple's technique was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect's technique, and the faint Buddha's light was also the nemesis of the black gas. Early on, when Master Tiangang and Sakura were fighting, the black gas that Sakura released was purified by the faint Buddha's light and disappeared between heaven and earth without a trace. However, after fighting for a while, the Buddha's light was only a little bit. Master Tiangang was injured twice, and the magic power in his body was already somewhat exhausted. Sakura was also strange. Previously, he was injured by Master Tiangang, and that injury was caused by both of his hands passing through his body. At this moment, it seemed that Sakura was using some kind of secret technique of the Tenryu sect, so it was impossible to see the injury from a month ago. The black gas in the heart executioner became more and more concentrated, and it almost enveloped the entire mortal wheel. Moreover, the black gas was like silk that entangled the mortal wheel tightly. Master Tiangang felt as if the mortal wheel had fallen into a quagmire. His divine sense was already somewhat unable to move the mortal wheel flexibly. And the most terrible thing was that the reason why the heart executioner was called heart executioner was because this horse-head zither could make a mournful sound like a ghost's cry, and it was like a sharp sword that pierced into the opponent's heart. Master Tiangang might not have been able to care about this kind of sound attack if it was on a normal day. However, just an hour ago, the ancient divine weapons, the sky-shaking drum and the sky-breaking hammer, had appeared here. Under the desperate urging of Master Hao Yun, these killing weapons had already injured Master Tiangong's heart meridian. If he could meditate for a few years, Master Tiangong's heart meridian might be able to recover, and he wouldn't be afraid of the heart executioner then. However, when it rains it pours. Master Tiangang had just killed Master Hao Yun when Sakura came and used the heart executioner to attack Master Tiangong's heart meridian. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Master Tiangang already felt a dull pain in his heart meridian, which had already affected the use of his magic power. If we fight for another 2 hours, I'm afraid I'll really fall in the hands of Sakura. Master Tiangang thought in his heart, but then he suddenly realized, the Tenryu sect may not only want to destroy the sheepskin scroll. They only need to destroy the operation of the 4 sects to enter the secret land, and we can only wait until next year to enter the secret land again. And we're all injured, so they have enough time to deal with us and destroy the sheepskin scroll. They have a whole year's time. Maybe, in the secret land. There really is a secret left by the immortal Tao's 3 ancestors to deal with the Tenryu sect? Master Tiangang suddenly realized. Tisk. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang felt an incomparable pain in his heart meridian. It was so painful that Master Tiangang almost cried out. He took the time to look at the sky. Although it was still covered with dense clouds and snowflakes, the sky was already bright. Master Tiangang felt that there was not much time left until the first ray of sunlight rose. But the whole sky is covered by clouds. How can the sunlight pass through? Master Tiangang thought of this question for no reason. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence was injected into the wheel of divination with Master Tiangong's incantation. Master Tiangong's eyes suddenly lit up. The wheel of divination was the same as Master Tiangong's eyes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the wheel of divination. While the surrounding rings were rotating rapidly, the cross in the middle suddenly broke away from the ring and shot towards Sakura like lightning. Sakura was startled. He flicked his hand and a wisp of black silk was formed. It guided the black gas that came out of the heart executioner and formed a net in front of the cross-shaped lightning. When the lightning touched the black gas net, it made a sizzling sound. The black gas was like snow that was poured with hot water, and it instantly melted. Sakura was surprised. He pointed his finger and more black gas wrapped around the lightning. However, the lightning didn't stop there. It kept forming a net of black gas, and it was about to shoot in front of Sakura. Puff! Sakura frowned. He had no choice but to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas gradually turned into the shape of a short sword in the air, and it quickly blocked in front of the lightning. The lightning seemed to have exhausted its strength. It was blocked by the black gas and stopped. Hee hee, old bald donkey, what else?
Before Sakura could sneer, the lightning suddenly split into two.
One of the two halves was even faster, and when Sakura wasn't paying attention, it shot toward the skull of the heart executioner.
With a pop sound, the skull was actually pierced through, turning into a few white pieces that floated in the air. The black gas within the skull suddenly burst out, enveloping the surrounding area.
Old bald donkey.
Sakura was furious.
Just as he was about to pick up the pieces floating beside the zither, a kind of vigilance suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart.
He didn't think and didn't care about the pieces. He immediately soared up and was about to float away.
However, at this moment, at the place where Sakura Yaoshan was ambushed by Master Tiangang, the same pair of white jade-like palms appeared in the same posture.
It was Master Tiangang who used the Wheel of Evolution to make the final attack, attracting Sakura's attention. As for himself, he didn't care about the corrosion of the heart executioner's black gas. He forcefully channeled his magic power and went deep into the black gas. Using the same method, he heavily injured Sakura again. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12:20. You. Sakura's blood-curdling screams shook the 9 heavens.
That was anger, that was grief, that was a kind of remorse and guilt.
Sakura had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Great Master Tiangang would actually also imitate Taoist Master Hao Yun, disregarding everything, and actually rushed into the black gas that was incomparably poisonous to Great Master Tiangang. And he himself actually had this old bald donkey stabbed into the same part of his body twice. Just as Master Tiangang was about to wave his hand and destroy Sakura's body again, Sakura had already moved. Like a black wind, he instantly disappeared from Master Tiangong's hand. Master Tiangang was already seriously injured, and with a sharp pain in his heart meridian, his true chi stagnated, and he immediately fell to the ground. How could he continue to pursue Sakura? While Sakura and Master Tiangong's battle was progressing, the battles of several people beside them were also beginning to take shape. The one closest to Master Tiangang was Master Longevity. Master Longevity had already spread out his Buddhist beads at the very beginning. The 108 small Saraira Buddhist beads shone with boundless Buddhist light. Although the white bone whip was extremely powerful, and after several head-on clashes, the dozens of Saraira Buddhist beads dimmed, but the Buddhist beads lived up to their reputation as Buddhist holy objects. Under Master Longevity's control, they formed different arrays, attacking and defending well, and still managed to suppress the sharpness of the white bone whip. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, Maharaga's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around, and a resolute look appeared on his face. At that moment, the white bone whip lashed down, and the Buddhist beads turned into a shield formation to meet it. Just as the white bone whip touched the Buddhist beads, Maharaga opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he tapped with his fingers, and a small blood-shaped array instantly formed. Once the blood array was formed, it immediately shot toward the white bone whip and stuck to the shaft of the white bone whip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the white bone whip stuck to the blood array, a blood-red color spread out. After it turned completely blood-red, it immediately turned into countless tiny blood-red beads that whistled toward Master Longevity and the 108 Saraira Buddhist beads. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. It was the sound of the bones and the Saraira beads colliding and exploding. Every time it rang out, Maharaga's face lost a bit of color. Every time it rang out, Grandmaster Longevity's face also turned a bit paler. Dozens of blood-colored bones penetrated the Buddhist Saraira beads and shot straight towards Master Longevity. Seeing the white bones close in on him, Grandmaster Longevity clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. It was the Heaven and Earth sleeve ability, and he wanted to collect the dozens of white bones. Unexpectedly, just as he collected the white bones into his sleeves, Grandmaster Longevity's expression changed drastically. Popping sounds came from his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves actually exploded. Grandmaster Longevity hurriedly flung his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves flew toward Maharaga along with the explosion. Ha 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 ha, old bald donkey. Do you know what it means to reap what you sow? Maharaga grinned viciously and waved his hand nonchalantly. Several streams of faint black chi stopped the remaining dozen or so skeletons in front of him. But, just as Maharaga was mocking Grandmaster Longevity, one of the skeletons suddenly moved.
It flew through the black chi Maharaga had set up and shot right into Maharaga's chest. You! That small sword pierced right through his chest. When Maharaga saw it with his divine sense, he realized that it was the Dalan Temple's magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword. Why is it in your hands? Maharaga asked in panic as he used the Tenryu sect's secret technique to stop his wound. That demon-slaying sword was the absolute nemesis of the Black Chi. All the magic weapons of the Tenryu sect were extremely afraid of it. Haha, cough cough. Grandmaster Longevity had just laughed a few times when he started coughing again. Presumably, his injuries were also very serious. After coughing a few times, Grandmaster Longevity straightened up and said in a low voice, "This old monk is the abbot of the Dalan Temple. Isn't this old monk the one who uses all the magic weapons? Grandmaster Yuanwu has passed away. Isn't this demon-slaying sword left behind by this old monk?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger. His face was slightly flushed, and the demon-slaying sword returned. The battle between Grandmaster Tiangang and Indra, as well as the battle between Grandmaster Longevity and Maharaga, was spectacular. However, the battle between Dragon King and Yuan Dao was the most entertaining. The Dragon King was so engrossed in the battle that he tore off all his clothes, leaving only his private parts to cover. The Dragon King's body was painted with a huge dragon from head to toe. As the Dragon King twisted and turned in the air, the dragon seemed to come alive. As the saying goes, dragons follow the clouds and tigers follow the wind. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, thin black clouds appeared around the Dragon King's body. Following those black clouds, the dragon on the Dragon King's body expanded and shrunk in the clouds, abnormally vigorous. Pang pang pang. The whole place was filled with the sounds of the Dragon King and Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-slaying pestle colliding. The Dragon King's body was also unusual. His fists were even weirder and did not match the Dragon King's slender body. However, these fists did not seem to be made of flesh at all. Perhaps these fists were the magic weapons that the Dragon King had been refining all this time. The demon-subduing pestle was something that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's divine strength, she did not dare to face the demon-subduing pestle head-on. She could only use the Great Wisdom Sword to deal with it. As for the Dragon King, he had been using his fists to fight the demon-subduing pestle from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time passed, the true energy in Grandmaster Yuandao's body gradually dried up. The demon-subduing pestle became lighter and lighter, while the Dragon King's fists became stronger and stronger. Every time, the demon-subduing pestle would be blown away by the wind from the fists. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Grandmaster Yuandao could not help but have other thoughts. He flicked the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the Dragon King. Seeing that the Dragon King was excitedly raising his fist and exerting more force on the demon-subduing pestle, Grandmaster Yuandao flicked his sleeves lightly. Then he took a deep breath and shouted, "What a good Dragon King!" This old monk, however, before he could leap up, he fell to the ground. "Ha!" The Dragon King shouted, "Old bald donkey, hurry up and get up. This daddy has not had enough yet." As he spoke, he swung his fist and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. But just as his fist was about to reach Grandmaster Yuandao's chest, a thin black ray of light suddenly appeared and pierced into the Dragon King's back. This black ray of light was the black needle that Grandmaster Yuandao had used the Heaven and Earth box to collect from Taoist Master Hao Yun. Since he knew that Taoist Master Hao Yun was the culprit who injured Grandmaster Yuandao, how could Grandmaster Yuandao return it to him? To think that he would be able to use it here today. Old bald donkey. When did you learn to be so despicable? The Dragon King did not care about the attack at all. He had cultivated the Tenryu sect's secret technique, and his entire body was tempered like a magical weapon. The tiny black ray of light would not be able to pierce through his skin. But that's just how things are. When you think it's impossible, it just happens. That tiny black ray of light flashed and disappeared into the Dragon King's skin. Ah! The Dragon King let out a cry of shock and immediately rolled on the ground. He activated the secret technique in his body and tried to force the black ray of light out. But this black ray of light was a mysterious object. Back then, Grandmaster Yuandao had died under this black ray of light. Even though Grandmaster Yuandao did not have the secret technique to refine it and did not have the ability to control the black ray of light, once it entered the Dragon King's skin, it immediately flowed through the Dragon King's blood vessels and into his heart. Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed when he saw the Dragon King panicking.
He immediately jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down like a mountain. The Dragon King roared and straightened his body. He raised his fist and with a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. However, the Dragon King's face changed. The black ray of light that he had blocked earlier was now moving closer to his heart. Good. Grandmaster Yuan Dao seemed to know that the Dragon King was in an awkward position. He used what little spiritual energy he had and slammed the demon-subduing pestle down like a mountain. The Dragon King could only retreat as he fought. Grandmaster Yuan Ming was perhaps the most stable of the Grandmasters in the Dalan Temple. In other words, he was the only one who could fight evenly with the Tenryu sect's Heavenly King and was at a slight disadvantage. The Azura Heavenly King of the Tenryu sect had always been known for his battle prowess. He was also a bloodthirsty and cruel person. The Azura saber in his hand was passed down from the ancient Sakra Buddha. In the past 10,000 years, it had drunk the blood of countless people and reaped the lives of countless people. When the Azura saber was swung, it was filled with a pungent smell of blood and the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard. Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have many magical instruments. The Mao bead was one of the few magical instruments in the Buddhist sect. However, Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have any great supernatural powers and could not use the power of the Mao bead. He could only use his spiritual energy to drive the Mao bead to strike like a pellet. Of course, this method could not compare to the true power of the Azura saber. Fortunately, the Mao bead shone brightly and suppressed the blood and black energy of the Azura saber. Grandmaster Yuan Ming also held his ground. The Mao bead did not fly more than 10 feet away from him. The Buddha's light protected his entire body firmly. He did not seek to make any mistakes. Therefore, although Grandmaster Yuan Ming was at a disadvantage, he was not in any danger in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Beside Azura was Xueqi King. The ghost face's three-pronged trident was being used smoothly. Endless black energy was spat out from the ghost face's tongue, tightly entangling Nun Xueqi and Nun Jingyi on the opposite side. However, although there was a lot of black energy and it was extremely corrosive, the plain cloud white flag lived up to its reputation. Every time it waved, countless white lotuses would appear and block the black energy. Although the white lotuses were not as useful as the Buddha's light of the Dalan Temple, the white lotuses would constantly explode and annihilate most of the black energy. As for Xueqi King's trident, Nun Jingyi was not afraid at all. Her peach blossom whip danced and turned into peach blossoms. The peach blossoms changed formations and she always had endless methods to block the trident in front of the two, rendering Xueqi King's attacks ineffective. However, there was still one thing that made Nun Jingyi and Nun Xueqi angry, and that was Xueqi King's abnormal lecherousness. Although the two nuns were rather old, Xueqi King's mouth was still flirtatious. He rambled on, and his words were very unpleasant. The two nuns became more and more furious. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 12:21. Xueqi, your body is not bad. You can even withstand my soaring pole strike. Qu'est-ce que c'est? When you were young, you practiced a lot. You are getting stronger as you get older. Xueqi King laughed and said, Jingyi? Your move is not good. Your strength is too weak. Did Chongqing from the Dalan Temple teach you this? Oh no, it should be Chongqing who used it on you. Yes, it must be. That old monk always has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Of course he would be gentle with you. Good girl, you must have enjoyed it. But have the two of you tried the candles? It is very painful and ecstatic. Jingyi was furious. She didn't need to transform the peach blossom whip in her hand to whip Xueqi King's face. The whip stirred up the wind and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. The Xueqi King flicked his trident and hit the top of the whip in a split second. Puff! A few peach blossoms on the tip of the whip were smashed. When the peach blossoms reappeared, their shadows were already dim. Why, Jingyi, did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. Monks are also men. Oh right, you preach the incense cult and call yourself a nun. Could it be that you want to hook up with a monk from the Dalan Temple? Xueqi King damaged the peach blossom whip a little. He was pleased with himself and said with a lustful look in his eyes, Oh Xueqi, how did Yuan Tian die? Others may not know, but I know very well. Didn't you suck him dry?
Yes, I know.
Did Xueqi snatch him from you? Lord Sakra of the Tenryu sect killed Xueqi just as you wished. Didn't you want her dead for a long time?
You, go to hell.
Xueqi Nun had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard Xueqi slandering the junior sister she had just lost, she couldn't help but feel angry. She waved the white flag and countless lotuses appeared. Under Xueqi Nun's control, the lotuses turned into a flying sword and pierced toward Xueqi's chest. The Xueqi chuckled coldly and flew forward.
He waved his trident and spat out black gas from his mouth.
The black gas quickly fused with the trident. The two empty eyes on the ghost face turned into two beams of black light and shot straight at the flying sword. With a sizzling sound, the flying sword slowly melted into two halves. Then, the black gas on the tips of the trident grew stronger and gradually melted the remaining lotus flowers.
Ouch!
Xueqi suddenly jumped up into the air as if his butt was on fire. Sure enough, there was a peach blossom whip under his butt. It was like a long spear, piercing his butt from bottom to top. Alas, it would have been better if the whip didn't hit him. Now that it hit him, Xueqi started to drool. You bitch! You really want to kill me. I only told you a little about your relationship and you did this to me. You said,
I like women the most.
I don't like women behind my back. Have you been fooled by the monks of the Dalan temple too much? That's why you thought of doing the same thing? As a result, the faces of the two nuns looked as if they were dripping blood. They both shouted loudly. Although the shadow of the peach blossom whip dimmed, Nun Jingyi still activated the little true qi in her body and directly lashed it at Xueqi. Nun Xueqi also struggled to wave the plain cloud white flag. Ignoring the broken meridians in her body, she poured true qi into the flag as if it was free. The two nuns of the aroma cult were infuriated by Xueqi's words. They injected the last of their genuine qi into their weapons. The peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip shone brilliantly, and the lotus blossoms on the plain cloud white flag shone brightly. Both weapons were launched at Xueqi, who was holding his buttocks and leaping into the air. My goodness! You two still have energy left? I'm already exhausted. Although Xueqi said this, his body that was suspended in midair seemed to be dissatisfied. His short body shook and suddenly expanded. His body rose to a height of more than 3 inches. His ugly pitch-black face suddenly elongated and his small eyes widened. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" and threw out the trident in his hand that had been accumulating power for a long time. When the 3-pronged fork rushed out of Xueqi's hand, it suddenly expanded just like Xueqi. When it stabbed down with extreme speed, a pitch-black brilliance flashed and the shadow of another 3-pronged fork appeared from the ghost face. The shadow of the 3-pronged fork seemed to be solid as it whistled and rushed towards Nun Jingyi while the main body of the 3-pronged fork stabbed towards Nun Xueqi. With 2 loud rumbles, the 3-pronged trident swayed and turned into wisps of black smoke, disappearing from the world. Xueqi's expression changed. His body shrunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nun Jingyi was in an even worse state. All of the peach blossoms on her peach blossom whip were annihilated, leaving only a soft silk ribbon floating in the air. There were countless bright peach blossoms imprinted on it. Nun Jingyi's body flew backward, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her face was abnormally pale. At the same time, on Nun Xueqing's side, with a boom and a tearing sound, the lotus flowers around the Xueyun white flag completely dissipated. A large tear appeared on the flag's surface. Like Nun Jingyi, Nun Xueqing fell to the ground. Although she didn't vomit blood, her face was even paler than Nun Jingyi's. With the Xueyun white flag broken, Nun Xueqing's mind was injured. It was several times worse than Nun Jingyi's. The 3-pronged fork that collided with the white flag also shone brightly with black light. Then, it lost its luster and fell to the ground with a clang. It was no different from an ordinary copper rod. Xueqi spat out another mouthful of blood. His thin body curled into a ball in the air. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand firm and fell from the sky as well. Xueqi actually fought against 2 nuns from the incense cult. It had to be said that the Tenryu sect was indeed the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. There were only 5 heavenly kings from the sect: Sakra, Dragon King, Xueqi, Azura Heavenly King, and Maharaga Heavenly King. Yet, they were able to fight against the immortal path experts from the incense cult and the Dalan temple. If this sect was in the pugilistic world on a normal day,
Who would be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of which, Grandmaster Tiangang had heavily injured Sakura and he himself had also fallen onto the ground, powerless to chase after him. When he stood up with difficulty, other than the battle between Azura Heavenly King and Grandmaster Yuan Ming which had no result for the time being, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The two sects of Immortal Tao could be considered to have the upper hand. The disciples of the Misty School and the Incense Cult were heavily injured. However, they had also gained the most. All the disciples from the Tenryu sect had been killed on the spot. Master Tiangang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. At this moment, a five-colored light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Following the light, the surrounding thick black clouds were like boiling water, gradually rolling around the light. After a short while, a round clear sky appeared in the middle of the light. A blood-red sun peeked out from the round sky and gradually rose along the clear sky. At the same time, a shadow quickly swept over from the west side of the dense forest, coincidentally passing between two jujube trees at the edge of the dense forest. Then, the shadow quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The multicolored light in the eastern sky flickered a few times before disappearing. Looking at the other side of the sky, it was once again filled with rolling dark clouds, completely covering the round clear sky from before. There was not even a trace of the morning sun. Quick! Master Tiangong's face lit up with joy. He forcefully channeled his magic power and flew to the front of the Misty School disciples. He waved his hand and threw a sheepskin scroll to one high. He shouted, "Quick! Follow the method you used last time and enter through these two jujube trees." Then, he pointed to the two jujube trees at the side and flew to the opposite side of Sakura. He looked at Sakura who had just climbed up from the ground with blood flowing from his body. He waved his hand and the wheel of evolution that was floating in the air just now slowly flew back to the top of his head. When One Hai took the sheepskin scroll and was slightly stunned. Then he understood and said loudly to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect leader Zhang, quickly take out the sheepskin scroll and smear your blood on the back of it." Then he turned his head and shouted to Alliance Master Zhang San and Peacock of the Incense Cult, "Quick, take out your sheepskin scrolls and smear your blood on the back." Alliance Master Zhang San woke up and immediately stood up. He took out a sharp dagger from his bosom and walked over to the Righteous Alliance disciples who had died on the ground. He casually picked up a corpse and used the dagger to cut open the skin on the back of that person's head. He stretched out his hand and took out a small and thin oil bag. When he opened it, there was a sheepskin scroll inside. Sigh, it was hidden so well. Just as Alliance Master Zhang San said, if he did not do it himself, who would have thought that he would hide the sheepskin scroll in the back of an ordinary disciple's head? The incense cult was even simpler. Chen Chen raised her hand and took out a jade hairpin from her hair. She twisted off the phoenix head of the jade hairpin and pulled out the sheepskin scroll that had been rolled into a thin stick. The four people saw that the sheepskin scrolls were gathered and smeared their blood on the back of the sheepskin scroll. Sure enough, the sheepskin scroll gradually revealed writing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A figure flashed by and before the four of them could react, their hands were empty. The four sheepskin scrolls were snatched by that person. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the person in midair. They were dumbfounded. At this moment, Sakura of the Tenryu sect was closely watched by Master Tiangang and could not take a single step. Maharaga was injured by Master Chongsheng and had almost no strength to move. Yuxia King was injured by Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing and also fell to the ground. The Dragon King was injured by Master Yuandao's black light and was struggling to deal with Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle. He also had to spare some magic power to prevent the black light from entering his heart meridian, so it was impossible for him to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had the upper hand, Azura King, was also entangled by Master Yuandao and would not have the chance to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had a chance to come over was the sect master of Between the Clouds and the Water, by Yanqiu, who had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The world was nothing more than this. Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.